ऑन टाइम स्ट्रीमर बोलते एक्सक्यूज मी, हाँ ऑन टाइम स्ट्रीमर बोलते। कैसे हो चैट? हाउस व्यूज
both maps as well, so comfortable for EU. He was the best player of their last series, and I think has been slept on for how good he has been all year for this team. His util's on point. You heard in the comms earlier how vocal he is for this team, and I mean he is performing super well this stage as well.
कर दे मुश्किल जीना, इसमें है असूना। चलो चलो पेन वन, मेरे को कॉल आया था उनका, मेरे को कॉल आया था। किसमें जीता?
Has to see him continue to grow. I think both him and Busio obviously fitting.
सोया कि नहीं? 1.5 घंटा मस्त सोया रे। अबे यार काहे लोडिंग हो रहे हो भाई? काहे लोडिंग हो रहे हो?
At the beginning of the year,
when Busio won a world championship, he had a vocal secondary.
भाई मेरा सोने का टाइम हो गया। आई
so to see you filling into that role as well,
ऐसी बातें ना करो।
Great sign for 100 Thieves' continued success.
Yeah, of course, and you know you can't help but you see Busio on that side of the field.
Attendance मार के कर, ठीक है attendance मार कर दिया, ठीक है।
I was just going to say,
रोल नंबर बताओ।
Honestly, 100 Thieves, they got to find
100
that stride
Thieves
right now.
2-0 domination incoming ना।
Busio's going to be the guy that I'm really.
I am going with loud है आज।
As always, bring this team to the
आज loud है, loud है।
As we've talked about, but look at Boosie's already out of his seat. I don't think he's sat down yet. He's already starting off his
show. I heard him when he walked out. He was talking trash to the Sentinels fans who are already in the audience.
Dude, nobody is safe.
I also already see him with the sheriff on the pistol round, so that might be a
अभी
little
आया था
telling.
content वाला, हाँ?
Oh boy! All right, folks. Well, let's
अभी
go
खड़ा हो
ahead
रहा
and
है,
get this
देख रहे
show
हो
on
ना?
the road, shall we? Riot Games Arena. Let's make some noise and have a good time. As you get ready for map one, let's send it over to your casters, the totally unbiased Uber and Wyatt.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. Great way to tee up this game. And of course, for 100 Thieves, plenty on the line. Why they could finish as high as 4
Bustia Chandrana
in
dudes.
terms of seeding going into playoffs. That
Who
makes a big
you're
difference.
voting
This team
for
needs to
by
run it back
simple
with
है।
another successful
Pan
postseason run
Kada.
in Americas.
Yeah, absolutely. A win here.
समझ रहे हो?
A bit depending on the game after this as well, in terms of what
हमारे पास पैन कार्ड है, उनके पास पैन कार्ड है।
if they can get this win and a little bit out of it, so we'll have to check in on the
चुपचाप
game.
सो जाना चाहिए था ना? सुनो अभी पूरा रात गंदे जो।
End up as well, but on the opposite side with Loud, they're in danger of for the first time ever not being the highest placed team in a tournament from Brazil. I mean, the first time ever.
They would fall below Fury with the loss here.
Yeah, they would lose the head-to-head to Furia in a loss here, which would just be crazy. I would really that being
होगा मैच शायद से
like
टफ
to
नहीं
see
होएगा।
them play with the pressure alleviated at this point.
अपने पास सड़क ये गया है भी,
क्या?
मोड के दिन लिमिटेड है इसमें।
You absolutely can. So I want to see them relax a little bit, have fun with this game. I honestly think that's the key to their success.
Yeah, EU realizes he doesn't quite have enough time
पड़ी,
to
इसको तो
let that
पड़ी।
shot go as quick as he would have liked. Tui's has already gotten in. Now on the Jet, something we've seen a little bit less. The Rays maybe not so convincing.
क्या blind है?
Step up here for Loud. Well, so far he's going to be sitting down.
भाई
The rest of this
sexy
round.
blind दिया ना चैट?
Such a perfect flash from Asna. Phenomenal on the KO here.
भाई जीजी है।
It's all up to Pancada. He's stuck on
मैं
speed.
बोला था कि नहीं?
Picks up where he left off.
मैं बोला था कि नहीं?
100 Thieves, we said, okay, Cryo's not exactly on his jet. He's playing controller a lot of the time. When he got to finish that
100
series on the
Thieves,
set against
baby.
EG, he came alive. We're like,
Boost is the secret of my energy. मैं
Until
बोल
that
रहा हूँ।
series, that map against
कद्दू
EG.
का लाउड नहीं
In
जीतना
the
वाला,
stage one
कद्दू का।
playoffs, Cryo left off with a 1.33 KD
2-0 100
ratio,
Thieves।
and in stage 2,
कौन है ये 67% लाउड? भाई तुम मैचेस देखते हो कि नहीं? क्या इसी देखते हो?
getting right back into
हाँ?
that
कौन
electric
कितने
form
फॉर्म
he
में
had
वो
in the
सब देखा
playoffs.
करो भाई।
And it might just
प्रेडिक्शंस
be
के
right at the
पहले।
right time, and we talked about 100 Thieves peaking at the right time.
And
If they
Kada
peak
ने
here
मार
again
लेकिन।
just before the stage 2 playoffs,
Scooter।
they can make it a chance.
They did it in stage 1, and it started with a win over Loud in the knockouts. But then they went on to beat Leviathan and make it all the way
Volume
through.
कम
Great
क्यों
opening here
लग
for
रहा है?
Cryo. As a shot over towards Tiles. Easily snapped up as he looked to
चला वॉल्यूम कम नहीं लग रहा है? मेरे को तो अभी भी कम लग रहा है।
is going to reveal a little bit more than 100 Thieves otherwise expected, and this will shepherd Loud in towards the middle of the map. Cryo, though, again, will
बट
be
से
waiting.
सिंगल डिजिट 2-0 आज
Don't
सेन
count
देख के
Arsenal.
जाऊंगा।
Sat here with the Bulldog waiting for this push.
साउंड है।
Cryo already 4 on the board.
Contacted!
Light off Asuna here, ready to fight with him.
Asuna hardly
ठीक है।
taking a scratch there, more than happy to trade some
ठीक
blows
है,
with
Asuna
Pancada.
भाई।
Someone's hungry! Cryo
ठीक है।
gets involved as well. And now we're down to 2 loud players forced to play here from A main.
Sairo मारता तो है
troubles as yet another 0 point reveals them. And it's an open book for 100 Thieves, and they are ravenous readers.
भाई इसका भी aim crisp पे भी
on the board, 2 rounds in.
प्रीमी की याद दिला रहा है.
And headed into this playoffs, as a viewer, I'm also just interested in seeing what form he's going to be in, what form will 100 Thieves be in. Their fundamentals have been shaky for a lot of stage 2, but they're definitely on the upswing. How high they will go, though,
सारे वही बोल रहा हूँ.
that is the question. I want to see where they're going to leave us
Oye,
off
bhai,
at
language,
in this regular
language.
season. Headed towards the playoffs next week. Cryo already operator in hands. 100 Thieves will
Lord तो ऐसे भी
only
qualify
to
नहीं हो
give
सकता
Cryo
ना.
that round 3
चाहे कुछ भी कर
operator
ले.
on the defensive side.
Yeah, so these first couple rounds have been optimal for the 100 Thieves duelist. Cummins doesn't dare to test mid. They probably should suspect
No
that
fucks given खेलना
Cryo
पड़ेगा
has that
Lord
upper
को.
hand already.
वैसे भी qualify नहीं
He
है.
was hit
समझ
by
रहे हो?
that 0 point as well. Asuna pushing out of the smoke. What a timing to find. Lovely from him.
All of Laddie and grouped
Well,
up
by
over
around
towards A
का
main, and
बे.
in they go to his inside the cloudburst here. Bang, TPing away from Jen now to help. Asuna bites his time through door. There is a smoke in the way, but bang! Oh, Asuna combines and the Bulldogs go to work. It's just Sadak here, and he gives a damn good of account of himself, but still 2 players in his way. 100 Thieves claim the gun round.
Asuna just finds 2 perfect timings
Easy
by
लग
the
रहा है, dude.
millisecond in that round. The push down cat out of the smoke with Cryo holding deep for him despite being hit by that KO knife.
7-0 बे.
deactivating his potential to dash away if he was in
हाला पर
danger.
reason कर रहा है वो.
Held that angle for Asuna. He gets this push
अब
down.
भी आ गए
That
बे. अभी
timing as
ओडिन
well.
बिडिन भी
He was
आएगा.
out of
खत्म है.
flashes, which typically you would need to get out of that smoke
खत्म है
towards
भाई.
door.
Damage का
Waiting
अंदर
to
आओ.
play
चलो.
off bang, and the second bang took contact. Swings through, free kill again
दूसरे
for
जी
him.
लग रहा है.
Looking very clean already. Huge impact kills.
I think just one
Now
day
looking all too
very
readable
good if
right
you
now.
just update about the stream
Each and
in the
every time they've sort
Instagram
of
chat.
walked into
Done
a setup for 100
इसके
Thieves,
बाद
waiting for them. Their control of
Done
tree
से.
for the Thieves has been excellent. That mid presence they've had. Either Cryo holding an angle down mid or Asuna making his way up to take a shot towards tiles. It's been very hard for Loud to deal
Hey,
with.
Dolos, Binks, bye.
And that was a
Kamte
less
boys.
common,
Yes,
fast-paced
yeah.
attack round from Loud.
Thank you for the $2. और कामटे boys कहाँ से हो यार? फैमिली में कौन कौन है? बड़ा ऐसे नहीं कौन है थोड़ा? 10,000 letters का क्या कर रहा है? फैमिली क्या करती है?
Played 20 total rounds.
आप यूएस में क्या कर रहे हो?
Last game where they beat EG lasted 45 minutes.
About normal.
बराबर ना चैट जानना चाहता हूँ मेरे को तो पता है.
Went for a clean
Chat?
hour,
क्या बोलते
which
chat?
is just a testament to
It's a
the
3-minute round.
ना बेशरम
difference
है.
in the IGL
हो गया यार
styles,
वो.
especially on attack.
2
We saw
महीना
against
बेशर्मी
EG
सह लो
how
उसके बाद
fast
कर
some of
लूंगा.
the teams were, how many quick hits that they went
कितना
through.
महीना
Just
बचा है?
calling A go, B go, A. It was
तो एक तो
not
दिन भी
particularly
फास्ट जा रहा है
elaborate,
भाई. घर
but
ढूंढा भी नहीं
Very
है.
effective. Whereas Loud, Sadhawk
I wanna work the map.
prefers to take his time, be a little bit more monotonous.
Sharam
with
sold.
map control taking.
Sold it.
Here we are, Cryo 7-0 here. 12-4, first kill, first death against EG, and even on Omen, he was
आसपास कहाँ है?
5
तेरे
down on that
आसपास
Lotus
कहाँ है?
game.
मेरे को कैसे पता?
He was +8 on the jet of Ascent. Already it's looking like a Cryo game is a brewing. Let's walk straight up into that one. Easy contact taken
चलो
by
एक
Cryo.
बार मारने का
Might
चैलेंज.
have more if he dares to stick around. Sees the head. Doesn't offer
एक
it up
बार
there too.
सायरो को मारने का
Denied
चैलेंज है
opportunity.
ये. चलो.
Tough second shot to hit. Doesn't connect, but first kill more than enough. Tui's breaking the alarm bot, and with that smoke going down top mid, feigning a potential B split. It works for Loud, so 100 Thieves have to be concerned about this.
Still Loud have that tree control off the Al drone.
भागो.
It got the drone out of EU, re-clearing info on Tui's opposite side of the map. Kaunzine finds an opening towards tree. Triggers the exec as well.
Loud have their split onto A pretty comfortably here. And the
इसको
play
कोई
set up in hell.
बचाओ.
Cryo knows Tuis is still lurking towards the mid-side of the map and hasn't able to take a shot elsewhere. That Busio is anchoring well. Deals with Pancada and eventually
फिर भी
Cryo
मारा
loses
ना
against the
उसने
jet
यू
needed.
को.
Now a 2v2, but Asuna is on his own for the time being. Risky business, but he brought Sadak down. It's just Kawanzine with the Sheriff.
आइचा गावत.
Sticks the landing, perfect
10th
10 from the
floor
judges.
से मारा है.
And 4 on the board for the Thieves.
They play that 2v1 so well.
भाई
at the end
एक
there.
बार नहीं मरा रे.
Popping that blade storm, which he had years ago already, has gotten so many kills. A flat 10-0.
My ult's ready.
Simple opening onto less.
गुड
switches
मरा
his
रहे
early
हैं.
round positioning.
Solo job,
Right
excuse
around,
me.
Playing in mid this time towards Cat.
Be faster.
We talk about the elaborate mid-rounding from Stardock, but then we have someone
साला
like Lester just
$2,000 का
walking
काम
out mid
इसने
into an
$2 में
extended
किया यार
operator
वो.
play.
Love you, Kamte boys. Hello, Binks bhai. क्या हाल चाल मेरी जान? सब बढ़िया. ओम पटेल भाई, Binks भाई. सोने में डर लग रहा है. कोई आके मेरे छाती पे ना लिख दे फिर से.
And because of that, actually,
100 Thieves 2-0.
right now, 100 Thieves, I was just looking at their KJ setup, extremely spread.
अभी लिख दिया. Now you can sleep.
Towards both sites. Loud are going to slow things down. They have to be weary about this operator.
Yo, कैसा सलमान?
Opting for a more passive angle, though.
ये तो क्या MCQ वाला सुपर सेट था. हाँ ना, smart तो है.
Dash could easily go down.
Smart था.
Busio can play off the contact of his turret in tree though, so a lot of information.
Chat question तुम्हारे लिए. क्या ये राउंड साइरो मरेगा या नहीं मरेगा?
You see the defenders on B have
मेरे को लग रहा है लाउड राउंड जीतेगी लेकिन वो सेव करेगा. फीलिंग आ रहा है.
And how you can see Busio.
क्योंकि रोटेशन फुल NH के
that angle towards spawn a very
और उनकी लग रही है गाम.
Loud.
Yeah.
Pop that ultimate, work into the B split.
They know the null command's coming, so they really try and play to the extremities of the map. Now Busio going to start rotating, but Arsenal strikes from the sides through the wall, no less. Lit up, of course, by EU now, ready to receive a push from Speedway. Arsenal with the off angle, and this is taking too long for Loud.
क्या भाई?
Pancarded last one standing. And he may well have been seen there with that
technically मरा नहीं वो.
But either way, that spike is a long way from him and hit by the recon.
Come to us, thank you for the $10 in the heart, मेरी जान.
And it's Bang to get the job done.
Just styling on him a bit. That swift rotation from Busio was all the way towards A by tree. Just sends it through spawn.
भाई अच्छा था वो लोग ने recon नहीं तोड़ा ना. I think recon की वजह से मरा वो.
Got that recon up just before the null command was in range to get Asuna the simplest first kill, playing that tight corner, playing that
एक
crossfire.
गलती बे एक.
100 Thieves are fluid
Small
in motion
mistake.
right now.
And that's where they're playing, basically in Boathouse on that B side. So EU does have enough time to get rid of that recon before the null command comes in and shuts this ability down. That was so well read by 100 Thieves again.
Ew, brother, ew.
And again, Loud down to pistols.
Cryo was holding close towards a main, and 0 point gets broken for him. 3 players from 100 Thieves on this site, ready to deal with the oncoming hit.
And they got no choice but to contact now. The null command was thrown up. Sanak walked head first into Asuna. And same again, less clearing mid. Slowly, methodically, yes. But Busio gets the better of him with a better weapon. And now stuck at top mid are the last 2 remaining Loud players.
Enemy remaining.
This team has shown us so little in this game.
अभी तक नहीं मरा है वो.
To every corner, every edge. Kawanzi normally the standout, at least recently for Loud, the highest rated player on their team, 8th in the league on rating, or kills per round rather, has done very little of that this game.
Yeah, very high up there in all the statistics, leading Loud in pretty much all of the statistics, which is a little surprising, but certainly has displayed an incredibly high level on the initiator, has done since joining the squad last year.
Yeah, इसलिए मैं पहले नहीं बोला ना.
On their ascent defense, this was of course Loud's map pick, but 100 Thieves on this side have been phenomenal all year long. The anchoring from Bang and Asuna towards that A site, how they play off of each other. And obviously when Cryo gets the operator online here, this map is the Jets playground. There are so many great angles all across the map on defense to play with that operator. Constantly throwing off your opponents, forcing out a lot of that information utility to either push him off a line or just even check if he's holding the line that you're trying to go towards.
And inside the null command, they obviously can't do that to him. That's why Cryo gets a free peek over towards tree. And then they get split up because Asuna throws a molly over towards Sardak. Actually doesn't even need to go for the fight. You see it briefly there. He sort of swings. Sardak who's playing out towards Cat just kills him. Doesn't have to do that really. Could fall back, could just buy more time. But no, this 100 Thieves team are brimming with confidence and now they have some serious momentum under their feet.
Binks bhai, it is hard for viewers like us to watch stream at flexible time. It would be better if we prioritize 9 PM stream rather than watch party. मैं तो 2-2 कर रहा हूँ यार. Normal stream भी कर रहा हूँ. आज थोड़ा energy नहीं था करके नहीं किया. तभी कर रहा हूँ सबके लिए.
Whoever it is, no purchase has been found by the Cypher.
Yeah, on the opposite side, it's EU with 0 kills, but he's having one of those
That's
games where your team is obliterating everyone so hard that you can't do anything. You can't even take a tool, you can't find anyone. They're making it look all too easy. As Loud are gathered up outside of B right now. Hunter's Fury into this round in the hands of Kawanzine.
It's a lockdown round here as well for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, so might just have to save that to counter it. Smoke was placed. Oh, that's coming left. I mean, Les is having a tragic time with these looks.
Busio as well. Here's an out drone, doesn't offer up anything. May opt to give this space up and then go for the lockdown for the retake. Piece, but he'll take the 2-for-1. Bang, playing off his own paranoia. Unreal.
बाप रे क्या aim है ये?
What is going on?
भाई क्या चल रहा है?
This is destruction from 100 Thieves, and it's not the first time this year that they have done this to a team on Ascent defense. It feels like
इतने रात
wherever
को
you
चाहे मुझे
go,
तेरा गट हेल्थ खराब हो जाएगा मेरी जान के टूटे
you're running
मैं
into
चाय
the
पी के
perfect
सोने रहूं मेरे
setup.
को और
And
4
around
घंटा
this,
बैठना
it's
है
nothing.
मिनिमम वो भी
Obviously, when you're playing this comp, you're not reinventing the wheel. They played against this a million times. This has always been the meta comp on Ascent.
गोरा सा वॉच पार्ट होएगा वो तो उधर जाके ही पता चलेगा
They were. 100 Thieves are just playing the meta to perfection. Their fundamentals look flawless at the moment. And that was really the key issue for me watching those early games in Stage 2 when they were losing to Furia, excuse me, back in week 1.
एक राउंड और रिकॉन की वजह से गया था
He is with the blade storm here. May have himself a duel with the devil. Cryo gets out. In fact, Kawanzin back behind him. Tui's now going to sneak into market. At least some split potential here. As Cryo rotates back around to cover CT. Dangerous Tui's has shown himself now. Takes some wallbang damage and Sadak flashes, but Tui's opts not to play off of it. Oh, he tries to cloud burst and he can't get away. Cryo, bloodthirsty.
Just spotted him for the briefest moment and
boss
capitalizes.
fight चल रहा है बे
Finally something for Loud here. Busio is overcome, but Sadak is so
अल्लाह
low.
मोड बंद हो गया था क्या
Les is playing an inserted anchor position here. Pancada might be the one to deliver Loud their first round. He snuck in past the alarm bot. That's why no one's expecting to see him here.
It's drawing so much attention.
30 seconds left.
अब क्या
Oh my god, actually whiffs. That's the type of shot. What is this? Cryo would never miss.
माँ कसम सोलर स्क्वाड चल रहा है स्ट्रीम बंद हो गया हेलो नट गया क्या एफ अरे ऐसा शॉट मारेगा तो एफ ही होएगा ना पॉइंट्स दो थोड़ा सा पॉइंट्स भी नहीं मिला 340 पॉइंट्स से कुछ लिख सकता हूँ एफ मैं भी स्पैम करता हूँ एफ 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 अरे स्लो मोड ऑन है 1 सेकंड बाद इमोजी टाइम मैंने वो वाला इमोजी डाला हाइप 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 मुंडी भी नहीं हिल रहा है उसका एफ अबे मैं एफ नहीं हूँ रुक जाओ वाईटी पे देखता हूँ क्या सीधा रे 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 रे
Kawanzin still has not found an opportunity to use that Hunter's Fury, perhaps just waiting until Busio uses the lockdown.
What is that scoreline like?
Don't tell me he gets another entry on the poor Les, who just cannot find a moment to breathe in this game.
Oh, full speed में मार खाया.
Now in trouble, water stay sail.
But you have to ask in a situation like that, where is the drone from their Sova?
Full
Why are we just
speed
contacting
में.
to mid when Cryo is destroying us in this fashion?
And Tui walks up again in the market. It's too easy.
अच्छा गावत गेम खत्म हो गया बे.
I have ever seen a stat line like this.
Louder giving it up to 100 Thieves right now. Looking sadly uninspired on this attacking side, already giving up 8 rounds. Kawanzin steps up.
अरे क्या है ये भेंचोद इधर सीन उधर सीन ये 2x की वजह से क्या ये मैं डीले में देख लूंगा रे
Casually being wall banged at, he'll wait here with the shorty. It's almost a guaranteed kill once this smoke starts to come down, and there it is now onto the site. Pressure starts to mount. EU comes that one. But Asuna finds a good timing, just swings the ball, and it's good for 3. Could not be any easier for 100 Thieves.
That is 9 rounds in a row where 100 Thieves have gotten the first blood. 9 in a
भाई
row.
17-0 है वो bro.
EU is just, he's
17-0.
He's gonna pass out on stage. He's so bored. He's 0-4-3. He's not even playing the game.
Passenger princess right now, boy.
Got the Discord kitten stat line. He's not doing anything.
He's in charge of the tunes, and that's it.
Asuna 12, 2 and 9. I have to give Asuna massive
अच्छा
credit.
था, रात को
Always
comedy
on the
कर रहे
KO on this
2x
map. I mean,
मत
in the
कर,
last
अभी
game
तो
against
normal
EG,
है.
he finished that with 24 assists. His flash timings are gorgeous. I mean, even all the way back to round 1 on the pistol, hit the perfect flash for their backside player. I believe it was Cryo to pop off. So consistent on this map. And I understand why Loud picked it. It was a map where they had a duelist find success.
love you too, Biaro.
That has just been the most tumultuous aspect of this current roster. Bringing in Pancata,
Passenger
the
Princess
world
बोल दिया.
champ who had
और
played
क्या
with
ही
them previously,
बोलेंगे?
obviously a
कुछ नहीं किया
fantastic
उसने.
player. But it did not remedy this duelist
भाई
situation.
उसका enemy तक नहीं दिखेंगे बे.
Lowest rated Neon in the league. 2 years, lowest rated Raze in the league. Hoping to maybe see the Jet come alive, have an impact here.
That was the one where he was rated very highly. His Raze game that he had against MIBR, or sorry, Jet game he had on this map against MIBR, excuse me, was really, really
भाई
solid.
desktop
So you
icon
can see
hide
why
कर
Loud
ले.
would want to go to this map.
पैसे
But
को चाहिए नहीं मेरे को.
when you pick it and allow 100 Thieves to start on defense, you are going to be at a crazy deficit.
So far, this has not been a fair fight, folks. I'll give it to you straight.
भाई ऐसे
They made
नहीं
the
लग
play
रहा
here for
लाख
Lotus,
मार
might
मार
be
के
a
चल
fast
रहा है
hit.
गेम.
2 years wants to move up. Already had the tailwind active. Boostio tucks now. Knows there's going to be a dash to the side. Bang! Steps up! Man, it was instant. Head rip clean off. Sadak gets pinged as he steps out. Now the spikes on the wrong side of the choke. The smoke is up for the
कुछ नहीं कर
defenders.
पा
And they
रहे
are
बे,
converging.
कुछ नहीं.
Circling like vultures.
The rest of Loud just contained in main, couldn't get out to help. Tui's was
अल्ट मार के जा
afraid of
सकते हैं भी बस.
Asuna, I think, popping out of that flash. He was so trained in with the crosshair on door, wasn't ready for Bang to just backstab.
ये क्या है ये
Crumbling
lag?
again. And 100 Thieves
माँ का.
posted up every angle
क्या हो गया
around
भाई
this
ये
spike.
सबको भी?
I mean, how can Loud even get back in right now?
Well, through the molly, it's going to be a tall order. I think we're going to get it. A little bit of argy-bargy in this part of the map. Bang knows that Pancata still able to win it out, though. Arsena may be calling someone over towards that door direction. He'll get one, but the spray is wild. Lass is able to capitalize, but Cryo, always Cryo with the operator.
You just can't walk into his angle, man.
Now we're going to push Cowanzine because
अरे यार हगास.
Cowanzine down to 8, though.
Noob.
And here's the respect. Oh, you never mind just going to swing his weak, low HP Sova counterpart.
चलेगा. KD same है अभी भी. KD same है. 101 भी 18 KD है, 100 भी 18 KD है. समझ रहे?
That's why he had to swing at the end.
KD same है.
Get me on the board.
18-1 for the Jet. At this point here, Thieves treat this like a warm-up for map 2. It feels like.
Rimsnap कर रहे हैं. नहीं पे वो लोग का
Especially because his position was
execution
not
वैसा
truly
नहीं
known.
है पहले जैसा.
But I mean, the fact of the matter is, there's nothing
Shutdown हो
elaborate
रहा है.
about
Off
Loud.
भी
They're
इतना
walking up
जल्दी आ
in
गया.
these
Shot भी
operators
miss नहीं कर
time
रहा
and
है.
again. Yeah, see, even EU's got
Blind
the
blind
bandwidth
भी
to stand
बराबर
up
आ
and get
रहा है
excited
लोग
now.
का.
That's what, you know, 100 Thieves are feeling it.
Poor Cryo. Hopefully that first death doesn't hit him too hard. I hope he can keep his head in the game here, Mitch. That's my question as we try to finish this one out.
Our drone out of the smoke here.
ये क्या लगे बहनचोद.
Okay, wild spray. Busio might have more here. Sadak brings him down, but Bang's there for the
मारा एक
refrag.
लेके.
And stuck in tree is Sadak, who has to again hold his ground.
माँ
But there comes
कसम.
Binks.
भाई क्या
Cryo might
हो
be
गया
sharper than them.
इसको?
Maybe not.
Noob.
Sadak rips him as he comes across, but another 100 Thieves round. Still with
KD
2
गया.
up.
Cryo still
KD
runs in,
गया
gets his
यार.
20 for 2.
round before the switch.
What can you even say at this
18 का
point?
KD से
What did I
10
have
पे आ
in my
गया.
notes about the 100 Thieves story? The 100 Thieves temperature
Refresh
check.
करो और
Will they be
2x मत
good
कर,
heading
ठीक हो
into
जाएगा.
playoffs?
हाँ
What's the
क्या?
four?
As he comes across, but another 100 Thieves round. Still with 2 up.
Cryo still runs in, gets his
ये
20
कुछ
for
ज़्यादा पीछे
2.
नहीं है.
Round before the switch.
What can you even say at this point? What did I have in my notes about the 100 Thieves story? The 100 Thieves temperature check. Will they be good heading into playoffs? What's the form of Cryo going to look like? It's been tough for them in stage 2, starting out with that loss against Furia. Blah, 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 blah. Who cares? Who cares?
Really trying to
नहीं चल रहा.
editorialize.
Doesn't even care at this point. I mean, holy
स्विच
man.
वापस. लिंक
11-0, 20-2 for Cryo.
I think they might be peaking at the right time again.
Oh, okay, this might be. No bats, but he sees 2 years comes in and he gets one. Zardak's able to trade out now, and Cryo wants to drop to the side. 2 players ping.
पहला round जीत सकते हैं.
A peek punishes Cryo. here. We can't capitalize. Now EU wildly sprays as he steps back. The double flash was good, but he wasn't in the position to play off of it. And now Arsenal's in a 1v2. Sprays the door down. It almost feels like 100 Thieves want to get to half-time, get some of those orange slices and gear up for the attack side.
Surely Arsenal doesn't
भाई
win
दो
this
1v1
1v2.
fights है.
Surely not.
दो 1v1 fights
Well,
है.
that was here, at the very least. Back on it. Okay, surely.
Oh भाई
Thank God
दो
for the
1v1
IGL.
fights दिया
Thank God
भाई.
for
सराय बे.
Switching
Like the
sides.
first smile for Loud in this game.
साड़क भी like मेरे को ही
Nothing like
करना
the
पड़ेगा
ironic
क्या?
raise of the fist. But for Loud, folks, it's a pretty grim story. 1 round gained on this defensive side. Attack side, rather. Sadak 9 and 11 the stand out, but that's not saying a whole
18-0 था
lot.
बे वो यार.
Bustio tanks that one here. Oh, there's a player right behind him.
18-0.
Yeah, what was that?
Good looks from EU there. Sadak for 3 in that round.
One enemy
To
remaining.
finally get Loud on the board. Unfortunately, it may just be a little too late. Oh, man.
May just be too late. Maybe an understatement. I think we might be headed to buy-in. Something tells me.
All right, well, Loud have a chance here to recoup and
Enjoy
try and
the
get themselves a
carrera.
pistol round win. We're going to head to a break. We'll come back for the second half of Ascent, which might be a little brief.
लाउड आसपास के साथ स्ट्रांग था. ये क्या है? ऐसा 1 मिनट का स्विच ब्रेक? भाई क्रायो नच्छा डाला ब्रो. We are all washed. फिनिश भाई भी लिख रहे. Sorry my coach. Typical 100 day value going crazy when it don't matter. ना बेशर्म है. वहाँ पे भी पिकाचूस है. चाय पी रहा, ठंडी हो रही है.
I mean, they added Bengata in. Sadak and Toys are, swapping Duel's role. And I think I saw an interview where Sadak got pressured off of Duelist, which is unfortunate. Because I definitely feel that, where you face a lot of pressure and you feel like you shouldn't even play this role. But, hopefully he believes in himself in our game. Because, you always want to play the best form of your opponent. And, it's the last game of Loud for this year. And I hope that we can play a pretty good game. Last time we played them, we kind of stomped them, but it's probably not going to be the same, especially with Pinkata now and no QCK. So, yeah, going to be tough. And, they have nothing to lose, so, yeah.
Some thoughts there, of course, from Arsenal. Was hoping for maybe a bit more of a competitive game than this one. And, yeah, talking about Sadak, obviously making that transition away from
आपके लिए क्वेश्चन है.
Duelist.
बुस्टियो इतना काहे बचते
On the
हैं?
loud side, though, their duelist has been
आप इतने down to earth हो यार.
gap is a
थोड़ा बताओ उसे.
20 kills for Cryo. 1 for
वो
2
बंदा
years.
उठे रहता है.
Can't even be mad at Twos, to be
उठ
honest.
के बोलता है बाकी लोग बैठो. बाकी लोग ऑलरेडी बैठे. कहाँ बैठे? मांडी पे.
Dashing to his inevitable doom on every side exec. The rest of the
ये
team
लाउड को
getting
क्या हो
so
गया?
disconnected.
लग गए.
Every crossfire is just being
Is there any VCT
held
store in
steadfast.
Singapore,
Those
Malaysia?
100
No
players
idea,
were
bro.
never forced off. And Austin said he hoped that they would play a
आज
pretty good
तक
game
नहीं गया
today.
मैं.
He got his wish.
Yep, I mean-
unless they throw, unless they lose this.
Please,
They
back.
set expectations a little bit. This will be the biggest comeback in
एक मार
history
ले
at
बस.
this level.
दोबारा हो जाए
Flashed up
मजा आ
early,
जाए.
nice little pop here from the defenders, but Cryo, oh, he's so man! The guy's sub-zero.
It's illegal. He can't be playing like this.
Oh, well, flagrantly defying the laws of this state at the very least, Wyatt. Pistol win for 100 Thieves. Coming back for a little bit of aim training before the break of bind.
And again, thank God we don't get paid by the hour. I'll tell you that.
Ain't
This
that the
is
truth?
the fastest game I've seen in a while. Holy man, 23
भाई
and 3.
कास्टर्स भाई.
Remember how I was talking about that?
बोलते हैं अच्छा हुआ घंटे के हिसाब से पैसा नहीं मिल रहा है.
It was 1.33.
15 मिनट में मैच खत्म हो गया है. भाई कास्टर्स.
0.9.
Yeah, it was 0.9 and stage 2 here. It's going up. Okay, that's that.
Good to know.
It's going up.
This will drastically affect his KD now I think of it. Oh, buddy. The kill death
अभी
ratio.
आधे घंटे पहले मैच चालू होता है यार.
Must be nice.
Loud, obviously. They are on the force.
And they will be forcing for every round from here on
मैं तो
out.
अभी है 12-1 GG बहुत quick हुआ है
100 Thieves gather up towards A. We saw against EG, Boostio was calling a very straightforward attack half. A lot of faster hits.
Fancies a bit of a fight here. Knows he has the better weapon. Does expect to be outnumbered at some point. Sadak! All right, brazenly takes the fight. And throws a couple of extra bullets just to make sure. You never know.
He might have gotten up.
बहुत से डर नहीं लगता साफ वाला किया है
Cryo into the cloudburst here, sets himself up.
कैसा आनंद की शादी ने घर के हालत खराब कर दी अरे ये सब मत लिखो यार
Sometimes you both.
सलमान भाई आपका कुछ नहीं होएगा मेरा तो होएगा समझ रहे हो यार
Cryo playing very deep. It's just going to be EU
आपका पहचान है
that A main
मेरा
flank.
नहीं है
Now smoked off. We'll have to find the timing to swing
आप
through.
फ्रेंड्स हो उनके साथ मैं नहीं हूँ
All right, there it is. Cryo to the Vandal in his hands. Nothing Loud can do.
I mean, just
25 and 3.
Send it to behind.
पड़ी बे पड़ी
Les is about to do just that now, has to make the play here from him.
भाई
Last
गलत
player
मारा है
standing.
बे
That is filthy work. I mean, that is an outrageous stat line that Cryo just put up.
Not a fair fight. That looked more like Hector being dragged behind the chariot in Troy.
गलत मारा है बे
I don't think I've ever
That
seen
wasn't a duel. That was an extinction event.
something like that.
गलत मारा यार
And hey, listen, for Loud, that's one, you laugh it off. You go back there, you get your orange slices, couple bananas.
Who is not even
Just
trying
head on into
Actual
the
में
next
MVP too
match.
easy है
That's all you
Janitorial team
do.
to come in to scrape
Chill
Loud
करके
off
भी
the stage,
जीता है
get him back on their feet for another run at it.
Oh my God! I mean,
इतना मेहनत
I
करने
would
का
love
जरूरत
to
ही नहीं था
know
उसे
how many first kills they got in that series. Did they get it every single round?
Oh, I'd say almost every one of them. Ridiculous start. We're going to step back though, and next GB and the real experts are going to jump in and break down.
12-13 तो है शायद फर्स्ट में 11 है शायद
Spike down B.
होली फक बे क्या मारा है बे उसने मोन्टाज हो गया हेवी वाला
Every time I needed a new phone, I had to switch carriers.
I told them
हेवी वाला
at
मोन्टाज
Verizon,
बनाया
everyone can get the best deals. Like that iPhone 15 on them.
Switching all the time, it wasn't easy.
साइरस मर्फिंग VCT में भाई पता नहीं बे
Contract?
Do I need a lawyer?
मतलब लाउड ही ऐसा लॉस लग रही थी लेकिन हर एक के पास अपना एम और दिमाग तो है बे ऐसा एक बंदा मार के जाने का वो भी लाउड को जो ब्राजील की बाप टीम है
I really wish you told me sooner.
I did.
तो सीन लग रहा है ड्यूड प्लस वो लोग क्वालिफाई नहीं होने वाले बे तो नो फक्स गिवन वाला वो लोग खेलने वाले थे नो फक्स गिवन से फक्स गिवन नो हो गया यार फकिंग फक्स फक हुआ चैट सलमान क्या बोला एक्सक्यूज मी सल्लू भाई का फैंस तो है सलमान भाई टिकमा कब हंड्रेड थीव्स नो क्वालिफाई कैसे नो क्वालिफाई भाई क्या चल रहा है भाई इनमें हंड्रेड थीव्स क्वालिफाई हो गए भाई हेलो हंड्रेड थीव्स ऑलरेडी क्वालिफाइड है भाई लेव का क्या फॉर्म चल रहा है बे आसपास भाई को रहना था हाँ चैट लेव का हेवी फॉर्म चल रही है 9-1 है वो लोग. स्क्रीन तो दिखा अभी उसमें इतना ऐड जा रहा है.
Smick standing here with Coach Zix after we see a very one-sided first map over Loud. I wanted to ask you about just the state of the team as a whole. Obviously, last stage went brilliantly for all of you and winning the whole thing. There's no question this was a little bit of a bumpier stage. What do you attribute a lot of that difficulty to? And lastly, notice that the last two matches and today's, that the team is really looking good. So what do you attribute that improvement to?
I mean, to be honest, I'd say like a lot of it is we definitely recognize we had an issue of overconfidence. And I mean, looking at that result, I know it's gonna bounce back a bit into our face. So yeah, I mean, that's one of the things that was definitely like kind of pushing us down. We went away from team play, and that's something that we're kind of getting back into. Obviously, like we're a good mix of team play and individual play. Like, I mean, if we look at this match, it's like our team play was like decent, but it's like mostly it's our individual play that's like carrying. So yeah, I mean, I'd say overconfidence was the issue, and the thing that we're most looking at to make sure it doesn't happen again.
ये देखो.
Sounds good. Well, best of luck on map number 2 in playoffs.
Breakdown there from
ये देखो.
Six, about the squad, and I gotta say, it's
Loud का सीन देखो.
you definitely saw that play out like throughout the weeks. I'm saying like the overconfidence.
Plus 92.
You know, then they had hit that slump. Really, but now
एक मैच बचा है उनका अभी भी. एक मैच. ये तो playoffs है. 3 दिन बाद.
Performance in this one, the guy was owning. However, I feel like what defined this game for me was honestly the team play. When Cryo was making these kills happen,
Lev का.
Came up drafting as Austin is
Lev
swinging.
देखो इधर है.
To re-clear into mid, to flush out the lurks from less. Well, he had a
Lev और MIBR के बीच में 200 पॉइंट का फर्क है भाई. 2 सेंचुरी. 9-1-1-9 घर जाएंगा MIBR.
As much as I loved watching this game from Cryo, I think a lot of Loud players are just walking into this crowd.
Loud में आप होते तो स्कोर उल्टा रहता. Love you यार.
Obviously he's an electric player, but I will.
ऐसा कॉन्फिडेंस कहाँ से लाते तुम लोग पता नहीं.
I will say though, you know, yes, you're right. It did feel like at times, you know, the Loud guys were trying to just hard peek around those corners and stuff, but also
look
Cryo,
at every single one of these kids.
But Cryo met the moment every time, right? I mean, look, he's hitting those shots like that, and if you're taking those really just wild risks against Cryo, that's what's going to happen. So it's like you got to respect that guy because he puts up insane numbers like that.
Yeah, I do think there were also a lot of very individually audacious moments from Cryo as well. I think about the conversation.
That like karo 1K like ZNHK.
Dashing back into market or swinging out of his cloudburst to take the peek into tiles with the op. Like he was not bashful in how
11 first blood भाई. 11 versus 3.
The first kills, it was 11-3. That tracks. I see where you're coming from, Doug, and I agree with what you're saying. I think he did have a lot of those moments where he lent into the confidence. I think what 100 Thieves needs is the team to have those players that are locked in. Your EOs,
very
really
intelligent
on,
or
like keeping the fundamentals up, not making the team overly take risks, while still giving room for Cryo to do things like that.
Really comfy.
I'm so comfy. It's a chill game.
I don't know if I could do that.
You can do that.
I can't. My knees would just.
Pinky?
My knees can't do that.
You're like so elevated.
I can.
I think if I were to do that, you'd just hear my knees crack the whole
Stream
way
snapper?
through. So I should really get that checked out. That being said, why go ahead and consult with the doctor? Let's go ahead and hear what's going on over at the Loud camp ahead of map 2.
Stream snappers.
Coach SDK, we've noticed that Tui's is now on Duelist.
Yeah.
A couple of weeks ago, I asked you why Sadak got Duelist, as some people predicted it might be Tui's, and now it is Tui's. Last time you mentioned that it was due to really Tui's playstyle, that you thought it wouldn't really be conducive, but now we see that's changed, so talk to us about the rationale.
I think that Twiz is still a player that has like a more defensive characteristics, but Sadak was not feeling like very comfortable playing duelist, so that's why we changed it. So Twiz like said, okay, I know that I'm playing controller for a long time, and I can do that for the team. So he's a really guy. The opposite of selfish, you know. I don't know the word, but he's really humble and they function for us. He try his best.
Thank you for sharing. That's really good to know, and best of luck on map number 2.
That's selfish का opposite पता है क्या है?
So we're going to bind for map 2 here, and 100 Thieves, they started off this series on fire. I mean, well, Cryo literally was just at 17, and then Doug kept jinxing him behind the scenes.
He's only 17 years old.
I had nothing to do with that. Don't put that on me.
Oh, yeah.
And then I jinxed the other one right after
And he
that.
jinked the perfect pass.
Still, it wasn't me.
He's never going to die.
Yeah.
He's like, they're never going to lose a round.
Yeah, the amount of
Who's gonna
times
get
you said
revenge?
that while we were watching the game.
When was the last time there was a perfect map?
And then it ended.
Last time there was a 13-0.
And then it ended. But hey, let's talk about this bind here.
They're
Because,
jinxed.
you know, look, there's plenty opportunity here for Loud to maybe try and like will themselves back into this. But I mean, it just feels like this Loud team is they've ran into this brick wall. 100 Thieves just want to end this thing out. Go for it.
I'm gonna be so real right
Be
now.
the realest you've ever been in your entire
I need
life.
to be GG.
Damn, girl.
I don't believe that there's much of a chance for a bounce back on Bind.
Yeah, it's fair.
100 Thieves have had rough moments on this map, but I think they're so comfortable here. Especially they'll put a focus on it after that EG
रात
loss.
के 3 बजे
They play
ऐसे
confident,
jokes
they're
मारना
incredibly
बंक्स भाई
confident.
love you.
I think this is
Do we
just
see any
keep the good
experimentation,
times
maybe?
rolling.
Some fun experimentation?
No.
I thought if we were going to see it, it might be from Loud and it might be on Ascent. I thought maybe they run the Deadlock Cypher.
I've had enough of Loud experimenting this year.
That's fair. That's completely fair.
But that phase is behind them. They've grown up now.
Yeah.
They're responsible.
I'm very surprised we have not seen the Deadlock Cypher from 100 Thieves yet. I feel like that style would fit them so well.
Hey, I mean, it would be cool to see. Don't think they'd bust it out in the last game of the season, though.
Thieves is going to experiment or try something new. I think they'll save it for playoffs and not show it today.
Totally agree with that one. All right, well, Uber and Wyatt are going to be back with the Agent Select after this quick break. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll see you on the other side.
Get cozy.
मम्मी घर पे बैठी है चिल्ले हो एकदम Bunks भाई भूख लगी है खाना दो
Bind is just around the corner, and if this one goes anyway, the last one did. It might be the last time you get to see Loud this year. And last time, Wyatt, we saw Loud come
भाई
out
थोड़ा
with a
जल्दी
neon
चालू
on
नहीं हुआ
Bind,
गेम
which, well, didn't really work out.
It left a lot to be desired. I am not a fan of the neon on Bind.
भाई mouse
Raze
पर
is
sexy हो
so consistent on this map, so proven, and I just don't think the neon offers enough value.
Love you,
in
Bunks, love
comparison.
you.
So we'll see if Loud opts to stick to their guns with that one, switch things up. When they last ran that comp, they lost to Furia, and no, they won't. So Sadhawk last time was playing the neon, and it was 2Es on Gecko. So
This is the Evil Geniuses comp now.
yeah, they've swapped roles, bring in the Rays, and now, yeah, they've taken that EG
Map
comp,
to
which 100
prediction,
Thieves
bhai.
did lose to. 100 Thieves have been on a dry
क्या
streak
prediction,
on
bhai.
Bind, which
Yeah,
was
lost
their
3 in a row,
best
right?
run. Yeah,
13-1
3 losses in
अकेले
a row.
बंदे ने मारा यार
Started at Shanghai, dropping it to
अकेले ने
Heretics. Couldn't beat EG on it either.
Lost
Lost
to
to
Leviathan.
Lev, who
Yeah.
took their comp. So we'll see if they can begin to bounce back here on what was once their home.
वाइप तो है
Making his
बेबूस
return to Bind. Seen that a little bit recently. Damn. I ain't written all that.
क्या था पैच नोट
Sure, it's important that I just ain't reading them. Again, a lot of these Omen one-ways can be a little bit difficult to play around, right? We've seen the one-way thrown by the
Best was
attackers.
what stream I
to,
love
you know,
you.
Octagon that breaks up the double face that we've
बस
seen.
5:30 बजे अर्जेंटीना का फाइनल है जीत गया टेंशन नहीं
100 Thieves is more malicious.
टेनमैन कॉम जीतेगा रुपए
Something
का
that AG really
बहुत
would
लॉस
leverage as much as
एक्सक्यूज
they
मी
can. We had the
ये सब नहीं करते
right, especially with the ult up hits over the other side of the map towards Showers or something similar. Either way, here we go, folks. 100 Thieves
जीत
starting
गया
the defense will be
नेक्स्ट कंट्री
on
टर्की
Loud.
जाना
On this map of Bind again.
वरना
a loss
लेट
here
हो
would be the
जाएगा
last time we see them this year, so soak it up.
It would also mean for the first time they don't finish a season as the top team
Turkey.
from Brazil.
Turkey,
It would be Furia placed above them. They have the head-to-head advantage over them.
सलमान भाई कोट नो चिल
Earlier
कैसे देव टुडेज
2Es and
He's got
perfect C's from EU.
Kawanzine, okay, able to get a bit of damage on Busio. Eventually, 2 years brings him down. 1-for-1 trade that does see Loud get out of shower to the side. EU hides in wait. He's about to get awful busy. Oh, the right click's a little bit away. 2 years was able to get back with about half of his health, and now eventually he'll be brought down, but it's Bang from the periphery.
भाई
Who found 3.
Bang रात दिन शाम कर खत्म कर दिया.
They could see there was that blood in the water from EU missing those shots. They knew he was low
for
on
head
ammo.
transplant.
If they swing him together, might even catch him reloading.
हाँ क्या cheap है क्या यहाँ पे?
Such a passive angle for Bang to play from.
Use it just a
जानने का पैसा
piece
हाँ करेगा.
of bait there for
Cheap
Bang.
Dangled a lamb shank in front of Loud, and they went for it.
Love you, Salmon boy. भाई farmers कब बुला रहे हो ये
Playing a little
बताओ.
bit of grid shot.
इसको उड़ा दूंगी आप सो
Again,
जाओ.
Loud starting down. They lost the first pistol at the beginning of Ascent. 100 Thieves take the first pistol here.
Germany आ रहे हैं.
As well, he's almost halfway to his Viper's pit. Away we go. This time attention towards Hookah, an area of the map that Bang tends to lock down pretty consistently. 2 years already more kills he had in the first half of Ascent. Good sign.
भाई क्या push कर रहे हैं? Hello.
And it's 2 more for Bang, make it 3.
Oh my god, the TP is so fast as well.
भाई ना.
Coming through. It's just
wall
so
up split होने के
decisive
बावजूद.
for 100 Thieves. So much confidence. Again, just peaking at the right time as we get into playoffs.
And Zix played down their team play in that first map. He said it was okay, and he felt like the
go.
individual skill was there. But the fundamentals here for 100 Thieves look better than ever. Against arguably a team that's maybe not texting them so much, but still, what a masterclass we have.
Loud on their bye. Let's see if they can get their second round here in the series.
Try and
shut
का match
down
heavy
100
होएगा
Thieves
भाई.
from converting a bonus.
Impossible है
They
SEN का match heavy ना.
Now the one-way also thrown
G2
up.
भी अच्छी team.
Side heavily flashed though. Loud, do you want to push through this? Unless is waiting for Boostio on the wrap. A little bit slower through. Shower than the rest of his team. Cryo takes a ton of damage there to the molly. But Plum's 2 years out of the mix. Oh, the C's nade! Decent damage.
थोड़ा
Kaladin able to
left
limp away though.
रे.
Will remain posted up here. Now 100 Thieves have to unravel this in a 4 versus 4. That's a great start.
कसम.
Bang from the back of the site.
Bang
Now we're
से
going to
Bang
have
की
3
बारी
100
क्या
Thieves
अभी?
players stacked up together.
Both of the Loud controllers are so deep down short. Time is dwindling though. Hasn't even been tapped.
Paranoia timing for less is good. He hears the spike defuse. Bang sticking it. Bang sticking it. Eventually gets taken down. Now Arsena knows he doesn't have any time.
Time नहीं है.
Allowed to able to navigate the rocky seas of the post plant.
Time नहीं है.
You might be standing at the end, but not for long. Loud get on the board.
And not
ओफ जीत गए. भाई heavy मार रहे लेकिन ना.
Tons of damage done to Loud. Look at the state of their economy. It's going to be an awkward buy going up against 100 Thieves full buy now. A lot of light armors lacking some utility pieces here and there. And perhaps Busio getting a little bit ahead of himself, being caught. And I did want to point out too, I mean, already EU is like 2 for 2 on great seizes in this game. The fade util from him is sublime.
By Bang 7-1.
I don't think there's anyone like him when it comes to the fade.
Yeah, Bang with that 4th round Viper's Pit.
Chat.
Built that absurdly quickly.
दरवाजे पे देख के alt करना अभी short.
Now he's going to funnel out in the direction of showers if they have any interest of testing A, or walk into the ocean.
Townsend does have that Trailblazer to go through. Dizzy as well. One molly from Bang could
क्या है
stymie this.
वापस?
Someone going to head of the molly though. They're pushed out. Bang though holds his ground. Down to 33, but that's enough for the time being. Arsena can step up to reinforce that position. The pit is such an issue. Eventually Bang drops. But it took the judge inside the pit to account for him.
Heavy damage खाए भाई heavy.
Dizzy knocked off.
Cryo on the
भाई
front
क्या
right now,
सीन
down
कर
short.
रहे हैं लोग? Shower से push
Boom
क्यों
bomb
नहीं
thrown out there
किया?
and Cryo has such a perfect timing. No way Loud can be ready for this. Now the spike in the hands of Kawanzin has to really
Short bake cousin.
getting a couple as he goes out. Not too bad. 100 Thieves convert on that gun round.
And that's the economy broken for
भाई
Loud.
मेरे
They
को नहीं
went
समझ
into
में आ
that
रहा.
lacking utility, lacking heavy armors.
They forced up and had to use most of that util into the Viper's Pit at the start of the round to get there.
They try to ego that pit, try to catch Bang, but he falls back into lamps. Gets this nice first kill, Sadak on the chase, and as the round goes on, things just evolve. That swing from less there, solo effort entirely, and listen, you can't blame a player for trying to make a play that will even the odds, even the man advantage, back to a level playing field, but things are just not looking synced up, and it's versus 100 Thieves whose fundamentals are looking
Bang
smooth
mood
as
में
I've
मत
seen them this
जाओ.
year.
Bang mood में.
Baited by the shoulder peek. Great stuff here for Coenzine to capitalize. TP came through pretty quickly now. Boostio trying to get in there with some of that util, but this is getting awkward.
Boostio का भी मन नहीं है लग रहा है.
Behind him, yep, catches Sardak coming through the TP before Sardak deals with Boostio though. And the result is a player advantage.
पहली बार देखा मैंने.
Inside the TP. Oh, there's no way that's getting picked up.
Now Cry was just gonna go right into the teleport and just wait.
Let me just keep an eye on this for you, Pankata.
Zero latency, love here, chat.
He's going to get crossfired here.
This one is all but
Chat,
done.
जिसने अभी तक stream like नहीं किया, याद रखना तुम्हारा दिन बहुत
fact
अच्छा
that
जाएगा
Pankata
यार.
will have an orbital strike.
याद रखना.
Going down to Asuna. Another 3 from
1500-1700 likes
the
चाहिए.
star
जिसने नहीं किया, याद
100
रखना यार.
Thieves picking it up for them on maps like Bind.
I like this though. Good start. The TP play from Arsenal though. Again, he's a game that he's feeling quite confident.
2k likes पे green chat. It is by.
And it is all about denying the post plant. We saw what happened when Loud are able to get
Every
that spike
supporter,
down.
yeah,
It can be really awkward, especially on A to retake that up against all that util, the post plant mollies, all
Promotion हो
that
गया
stuff.
लग रहा है.
So 100 Thieves can play ahead of it, and they have been inside.
It is by देव भाई किधर है आजकल? पता लगाओ
Even
जरा.
some showers presence this round from Cryo too.
Cannot express enough how pivotal this
जब
round
पहले
is right
10
now
pick
for
के मारा
Loud.
तो
They
तब भी
have
मैं
4
बोला था.
ultimates available.
शांत हो जाओ
Very
शेर, सुनो नहीं.
influential in getting a round win, and their economy is on the line.
Boombot thrown up, and now orb secured for Loud, so they're at least able to get within striking distance of this B site.
इनका पैकेट लॉस होता होगा. हाँ, obviously होता रहेगा यार. 200-300 पिंग भी आता है वो लोग.
Looking to check elbow, Obster back around here. So he can be recovered. I'll be in a slightly risky location.
Land पे पैकेट लॉस और वो चीज.
Does a good job of getting some of this defensive utility out though. That'll pay off later when the exec actually comes in and they're trying to.
भाभी ने देख लिया बैंक अकाउंट लग रहा है.
Shower. Molly though slows him down. Thrash again comes out. Dizzy also used by the defenders here. Showstopper too as he needs to get in there. Orbital strike.
भाई ये कॉम्बो था. 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 ये heavy execute वाला कॉम्बो था. ये कॉम्बो था.
Ultimates force someone in the path of that showstopper.
Smokes expire and he used this a little sharper. Cryo will hide inside that dark cover.
I've got your trail.
Zeke is also used. That's a little bit too much. Provoke the TP away for less, but we are in the post plant here, and Bang is not ready for this very passive angle. 2 users holding.
One tap, baby.
Less deals with Cryo as he surges up towards Showers. Clean around from Loud. 3 guns taken out of it.
भाई क्या scene?
Post plant that we're looking for.
Loud जीत रहा है?
From less similar positions that we're used to seeing him in, lurking towards Shower, but not a familiar agent by any means, playing the Omen within this. I'm going to call it the EG comp.
भाई ये
They're the
sexy
first team
combo
that
था
I've
यार.
seen
मजा आ गया.
play this, I think, all this year. That is the role of the Omen. A lot of presence towards Shower on attack, finding timings. So we were seeing Superman do against 100 Thieves to a lot of success. Again, 100 Thieves just lost to this comp in their last Bind game.
3 अल्ट मार के 1 राउंड निकाला है. कैसे करके?
Crash across the map. Could be anywhere now, of course, with less TP up.
Serious opportunity now for Loud to get back in the game, tie things up. 100 Thieves economy hangs in the balance of this round, but they're on the verge of a couple pivotal ultimates that could turn the tides in their favor. Boostio one off a Thrash, Cryo one off that orbital strike.
Next
Cryo
round
is pointing towards A. If he can get one here on short, fall off, have that ultimate to further delay the plan, maybe even kill the plan.
I mean, they don't. 100 Thieves don't use it to delay the plan most often.
Shut down straight away. Well done from Tui's.
Cryo, no chance here to build that extra orb. Have to be till next round. Boombot thrown by Arsenal now, but the nade is going to force him back. He satchels in the direction of Vents. And once again, Loud have that post plant. Here's the Nightfall for the retake attempts. And again, Bang can't.
Nightfall में मारा.
And even with the Nightfall in play, 100 Thieves have no step to this site whatsoever.
What a two-piece for Coenzine. He's the
ये
man that's
उसने
at the
नेड मारा
hot
था
hand for
क्या?
Loud in this stage 2. Statistically, they're highest in kills per round, leading in most of the stats across the board for the squad. And it's good to see 2Es begin to heat up a little bit here too. Just had no opportunities on the Jet on map 1 to get anything going. Stats look tragic, but you can't even be mad at him. I can't even blame him. Things in entirety across the team were going awry, and when you're just trying to entry, you don't have that support behind you, you're not going to look
Nightfall
good.
में मारा अरे क्या बोलते उसे
Loud as a unit beginning to get into the swing of things. He's starting to look good because of it as well.
And Bang has been getting thwarted for the last couple of rounds
Nightmare.
consecutively on those late flank angles. He's been prepared
पेड़
for
कट को क्या
waiting
बोलते
for
हैं
it. And there's been a variation in the attacker post-plant position to
मैं
answer
रेस
the
में हूँ
flank.
भाई
Obviously, this Loud comp doesn't have a sentinel, so they can't play off trips or anything like that.
Nightfall ही बोलते तो तुम लोग ऐसा
So
क्यों
that
कर
will
रहे
be
हो
100 Thieves economy down the drain, an
तुमको नहीं
opportunity for
समझा
Loud to tie up the game with a significantly better buy. It's
एक सेकंड के
mostly
लिए
Sheriff's
सच्ची लगा
for
मैं
100
चुप
Thieves side. Unless for that one Vandal in the hands of EU.
Oh, they spot him. Well, they hear him at least. Okay. He just gets
कैसे
out.
कैसे
Trying to get the Sheriff to work with.
Holding that tight angle as well. Not going to connect the shot, taking risks, but risks
Double
you will
meaning?
take when you have the bad buy.
There's that one way. It's going to be irritating for Picard to deal with. He shows himself. It's exactly the use case for that Brimstone one way.
बोलते
Unaware that he was peeking out just barely on the right side of that
Freegan
Brimstone smoke.
बोलते
You can see Busio wants to tempt fate, recover this rifle, push up, and he's going to be able to do so. This position on short is great as well, with all of Lao just gathered up towards shower, and again, here's less that lurking omen. Does have the teleport ultimate though, so can show some presence. Pop the ultimate, meet back up with his team.
No one playing in tower.
भाई imagine ये return करेगा ब्रिम वहाँ से आंट
Far forward on
मारेगा
the side in general, you just get slapped. And Cohen's in flashes that corner. Busio though is ready. Wingman going to get the plant down now. DC's going to be an issue. Busio has to time his shots there and nothing else to rely on. Again, Cryo will be coming on a late flank, but again, it's double watched here by Loud. Is it the turns? But Cryo connects. Oh, he's clever. Shoulder peeks that one. 2 years reveals himself, but he wins it out. It's just Bang. Shoulder peek as well shows 2 years.
हमारा Bang ने बीच
Not about outing though for a pistol.
चाहिए
That is a lot of damage, but at this state of the game, the damage won't be entirely too relevant. Loud's win streak has their economy looking good. Finally coming to life, the Brazilian side. It's been struggles for them this year, and they'd love to end things off on a high note.
That's that one way being exploited. Roosty does want to get one here.
अर्जुन का रीड था वो इधर है करके
The Dizzy makes his life hard.
Standing. One enemy
Oh
remaining.
my god.
That is outrageous. I mean, Bang today is on fire.
And you make a good point, right? Even though only one game
Jali na
was
chat.
taken out of that round, Loud had won the previous 3
हाँ,
rounds.
रात
So
को 3:30
economy's in a
बजे
pretty
जली ना
safe spot. They've actually got
जली
multiple
ना
players still with about 4K. So they
इसलिए
paved the way
बोलता हूँ
here for
गेमिंग
the
करो
latter part of this half.
यस बाय
The
हाउसेस
next at least couple
मैंने
of
बोला
rounds
था
or so
100
to tie up 100
kills
Thieves. They are
अभी
allowing
आपका
them to,
50 हो
to
गया
plants. Trying to fight forward at times here, especially on that previous round when they only had those pistols to work with. Think back yesterday, Superman finding 3K in shower with the Sheriff. Boostio trying to replicate something like that, but the guiding light was able to ping him out. He was forced to give that space.
And that's Coach Zix.
बंदा पालवर्ड स्ट्रीम से बाय करना चाहिए और हाँ तो स्ट्रीम कॉइंस वगैरह कैसे मिले वो नहीं पता मैं तो स्ट्रीम से करता भाई रिस्क नहीं चाहिए लाइफ स्ट्रीम में गेम लॉन्च होने के लिए ना 10 चोचले रहते
line on this round 9 as well, our 100 Thieves with that
तो
orbital
रिस्क नहीं
strike
है
and thrash that they got up just a round or two ago.
वो
We'll see if
सिबलिंग्स
we
है
can convert. We'll see
मैं
what the
तो
plan is. They
पूछा
used to run a
गेम
lot
देख
of
के चल रही है
aggressive
कि
early
नहीं
set pieces
उनका
on
तो बात ही नहीं
defense when
किया
they
था
debuted this comp, when they were running it, more towards the stage 1
तेरी भी
playoffs.
जली
And
ना
those have kind
शर्म
of
करो
gone by
मेरा
the
शादी हुआ है
wayside. Teams have watched their VODs, are keen to a lot of those early plays. So we're not going to see anything like that off
पिंकी
the
इधर
jump
ऐसी मजाक
here.
चलता है पिंकी चिल मारो
Hawk thrown there into hookah by 100
ना
Thieves.
सीरियस नहीं होने का
That is where Loud to hold up at the moment. Boostio might not get to recover this thrash if he throws it down long right now. We've got the info we needed, albeit at the cost of a little bit of his health. Still might not to capitalize off this. This is...
Does he want to send this? Doesn't even
audacious.
really have help to play off
रिटर्न
it.
लेके आएगा
Just force them back and
It's a Homer Simpson gif, you know, he walks into the room, puts his hat down, picks it back up, leaves. There goes Dizzy.
Dizzy, but Bouncing gets out of the way, and now the counter thrash.
So antsy, Boosting just wants to be active.
Oh, the spray down from Bang, though.
It's good, Trailblazer also clean and Bang unaffected by the paranoia here. He's in a position to do some damage.
भाई
And that's 4 on the round for Bang.
पहला साहिरो अभी बांग. Hello बांग.
Legend has it was this guy that spawned the universe on a round like that.
क्या सीन है?
Arsenal, don't you dare.
Come on, buddy. What happened to the power of friendship?
Imagine making the smart choice when you could get an ace and saving your gun because your economy is strong.
Bang और ये गया बे.
Could never be me.
ये गया.
Currency here will be out at sea for the rest of this round.
साहिरो नहीं साहिरो वही बोल रहा हूँ.
Hoping to maintain a weapon, even though economy looks doing decently. This just means it's a full buy for the next for Loud.
These parasites aren't going to take one step past this place.
What a round for Bang. Denied that ace. But again, still huge momentum building.
Ace लेते भी नज़र आ. भाई बूस्टियो लेकिन heavy मस्ती है बे. वो एकदम चिल करके कुछ भी कर रहा है वो.
The concrete wall on
वो शावर पुश भी वैसी था.
the best anchors in the game.
क्या एपल कैमरामैन
There are just parts of every map that you can associate with him in your mind on defense, where you almost just expect him to get a multi-kill every single time.
For me, it's hookah. Like, he's always the 2-for-1 there.
Crosshair adjustments, those micro adjustments are...
We're going wide.
Yeah, this is so fast from 2Es into laps.
Not bad. Arsenal trying to trade it out, but he can't. He just gets a rifle in his hands instead. That was banging boost.
ये लॉर्ड पहले क्यों नहीं दिखा?
He's waiting for that one. And now it's up to Bangsat in spawn.
He really is starting to find these entries, 2Es.
Love that pace variation. Yeah, nothing but a judge there.
ये पहले क्यों नहीं दिखा ये लॉर्ड?
Audacious, but it pays off.
Sometimes you just have to remind those defenders that we really do spawn on the site. We could just hit it right away. The spawn is the A site. They just send it. Yeah, I do love that pace variation. Mixing that in.
It's one of the only parts of the map where there's not really like a neutral zone.
Have we pushed किया ना?
The site itself.
Neck to neck
है. Blisteringly fast.
यश भाई आते लॉर्ड जीत रहा है. यश भाई क्या सीन?
He's tucked himself away on the other side of the map and will maintain that weapon. Again, an economy that 100 Thieves is still trying to stabilize now, heading into the last couple of rounds of the half. That fast hit follow-up is great though. Les is here to back up his duelist.
3 for me.
Timing from Les. I love seeing this confidence from 2Es. He's pushing forward for more, taking that deep position, but he's getting the follow-up too. It's not just some pure solo effort.
Clean satchel.
All right, 100 Thieves now again. Economy on the line.
Execute देखने मिल रहा है अभी.
I feel like I've been saying that a whole lot.
भाई वॉल्यूम कम था ना लाउड कैसे?
Towards the tail end of this half. Again, Loud, they just want to explode down short, but Cryo going to deny that.
I don't know if Arsenal showed himself yet. I think he can have a free swing at this, and he does. Spike goes loose as Sadak lets it clatter.
मारता तो है. 100 Thieves too good for Loud हाँ. 100 Thieves जीतेगा तो सही. SEN G2 में मजा आएगा SEN.
Busy times as Cohen's in, it costs him up close. Paint shells end up.
इसका भी aim बहुत प्यारा है.
Uselessly exploding behind it, but there's no plant yet. That's crucial. Hanafi still have these 2 anchor players, and Bang can't commit to A yet.
Oh, Boostio. He had to be worried. Was scared to push into laps. Knew that angle was a possibility.
Ew, brother, ew.
He can play the clock now. Buy some time for Bang to get here, and they might have a crossfire through the TP, though. Les goes. Trying to get to that B side as quickly as humanly possible, but Bang will have an opportunity here. Les can't just push through this, surely. TP onto the site instead, but still decayed briefly. Bang avoidance!
What a shot. EU takes the teleport.
He's low, by the way, 70 HP.
Les flipping the site, trying to play from the back.
There's the C's thrown out. Les is caught
inside.
But he has 100 Thieves in his crosshairs.
And that's what you love to see from the man that you expect to be the star of Loud.
A
little bit lackluster in this stage too. And playing the Omen, which is not something that we see from him. To some serious success. Lurking on this attacking side, closing out the
clutch.
Quick switch over to the B side, definitely caught 100 Thieves off guard.
Ults be heavy.
Thieves are, well, boosted as a monkey, so I should explain it.
And Loud have been playing at this very quick pace. And if they want to do it again, they have Seekers and Showstopper to do it with.
Showstopper comes out instantly. You're going to catch him on the cross. So sharp on the Guardian. Drops out of tower, but he's still with his own ult. That also gets shut down. No Showstoppers for anybody this round. Little tuck from Cryo lets him pick up Cohen Z, but now it'll be cleared by Util. It doesn't matter. Cryo gets the 2-for-1, and he is right behind him. Let's do it again. And it's going to be even.
Wicked fast from 100 Thieves on the swings for each other.
Switching sides.
Just spilling through lamps. That was such a nice movement adjustment from Cryo.
दोनों fans यार.
Swing. Where to place his crosshair despite that dizzy.
See, Asuna was sat in spawn because he knew he needed to quickly be at the side. He only had to stick
Smoke
it, but he
लेटा है
needed
और
to make
कुछ
use of the
नहीं.
showstopper. Even after he got
Observer
shut down
दिखा
with
रहा है
this shot
smoke
here,
लेटा है करके.
Cryo finding 2 on that swing out after being tucked and picking up Cowanzine. EU just did the same thing. Come out of you all, took the shot. We're heading to half time, folks. It's 6 apiece here on Bind.
एक ही राउंड में 4 जिंक्स देखने मिल गया, 2 यूसी देखने मिल गया, ओपीओपी देखने मिल गया, सब बे हैवी एंटरटेनमेंट. Thieves are looking better than ever. GG's. Diversity ग्रुप में लिख रहा है. Who do you think best Valor player in SS12 after me? Goodbye.
All right, so we decided to have some fun, do something a little different. All right, we got Caleb over here. He had a sign that said, "I know all of the voice lines in the game," and Mimi happens to know all the voice lines in the game as well. So I figured we'd do a little challenge. And the way it's going to work is we don't have a buzzer, so you're just going to slap my leg when you want to give the answer, okay? You know,
Will you buzz?
We're kind of ghetto like that. And I'll buzz, yes, for sure. All right, first up. All right, who said this? You have good taste, my friend.
Chamber.
Where at?
Match start.
That is correct. Oh, well done.
Okay.
Well done. All
भाई
right,
ये होता है यार Valor fan.
We have one job. Save this earth. No excuses. Oh.
Sage match start?
No. Who?
Astra?
Incorrect. No, it's KO. It's KO. All right.
KO.
मेरे को
Who
पता
gives
था.
the ult line?
मिमी के पीछे वाला देखना बकचोद.
Slap the leg. Someone.
I don't know.
No?
मिमी के पीछे देखो एकदम लेफ्ट साइड पे बकचोद.
No clue.
Yeah, it is Neon. It is Neon.
It's Neon. Caleb is right.
Yes.
Mimi's a fraud. Let's send it back over to the casters.
Why? I can't believe they didn't get you. You know all the voice lines as well.
Yeah, I definitely
वो
wasn't
बंदा है पता है अच्छा वो मुझे नहीं पूछा.
See, now why are you throwing shade at me? I was about to talk about how Mimi's getting fired. We found a new analyst.
I just thought I'd make something up.
To get her the hell out of here. All that.
Wow. They're between a rock and a hard place now. As are this Loud team, of course. A very lackluster first map, but now they managed to make it competitive here on Bind. Some great fast hits to close out the half.
And we'll see if they can finally claim their first pistol round win in this series.
Yeah, they're 0-3 for this match. Okay, Pincata.
उसका ब्लाइंड गए हो कद्दू नहीं आने वाला.
Flexes the tattoos.
एक जगह नेड करके दूसरी जगह फाइट.
Oh,
लेकिन नेड होने तो दो. हेलो.
He will, of course, go down to those, but Spike is now loose after that cheeky little angle at the back of Hookah, and Cryo dips in, picks it up.
अयो.
Down to 40 though.
Cowanzine just needs to get his.
More than.
Oh, wow.
Oh yeah, we're looking at a Loud pistol round here for sure. Unless Cryo can do something. Never mind. Let's pick him off here. Loud get into that lead and get a crucial pistol in the second half here on Bind.
You can see on every POV individually these Loud players shots starting to
यस भाई मेरी पावर्स आपके पास तो नहीं आई ना. चेक करो एक बार.
They were so out of it in all aspects of the game on Ascent. But obviously they were just not getting any kills.
Yeah, I mean their clearing protocols were a bit awkward, right? They left mid so open on that Ascent map.
Every duel was just going in the way of 100
पहला
Thieves.
मैप ऐसा था फिर भी.
And now
इसका मतलब
coming
सिंपल
to
है.
life.
Cyro by Duelist Chahiba.
100 Thieves map pick, be the 4th team in a row to beat 100 Thieves on what was their home map not long ago, just a month and a half ago.
Yeah, some genuine concerns, I think, about this.
And they keep picking it when it's available. When the other team doesn't ban it, they are still picking it. And I think you're going to just see teams start to ban it against them less and less. It felt like a must ban, you know, during Shanghai, during the Stage 1 playoffs, but not anymore.
Because that Viper wall, something that Loud don't have, 100 Thieves do get U-Call control. Karanzine obviously showing a lot of traces out there from Tower. Into Vents, I think there's a Thieves player at least. Yep, set up there, of course, is still attempting a plant now. Dizzy for Sadak gives a bit of info. I want to play that corner pretty comfortable with the Spectre, but Arsenic catches him out with the fake shells. Post plant now, 100 Thieves. Spreading out amongst this A site, showing very little of themselves.
Africa.
Loud have to step up, offer something in trade.
One enemy remaining.
And they're winning out all of them now. Less than 2 is inside the poison cloud. This is smoke clears. Only one Loud player
By sexy utils tha lekin 100 Thieves ka.
Clean.
A lot of damage done. Loud played that very patiently. Was worried for a moment perhaps they had missed the timing to fight a little bit more aggro out of showers together. But they bided their time.
Excuse me, chat.
That better weaponry. Slowed down the game.
If this goes map 3, then SEN G2 ko 9 bajega.
We head into 100 Thieves buy round. They've got a nearly pure attempt at a bonus win to get themselves firmly in the lead for the first time in this series.
ये मैच 4 बजे खत्म होगा.
Outlaw feels a little less good in a round like this, where it is the full buy.
दूसरा मैच खत्म होकर नया SEN वाला मैच चालू हो जाएगा. 6-7. 7 बजे खत्म हो जाएगा.
On both sides of the map over towards Shower, this time defensively.
2-0 SEN.
Okay. Karanzine instantly punished. And the ping there means 100 Thieves think there might have been a double crossfire set up there at the top of B-Long. A la Leviathan.
9 बजे तो मेरा 12 बज जाएगा बस.
Now things will be slowed down as Loud have lost that.
SEN का मैच है आज. Yes.
Gathering agent.
Sensitive.
Luckily for them though, they are
That's doing 3 maps as well.
Pushed up there, so that's a bit of info, but
यश भाई ऐसा लग रहा है आप बहुत गेमिंग सीन से डिस्कनेक्टेड हो. Just a quick update.
A little bit of a
SEN goat है अभी.
Leaving the IGL Sadhawk over towards
Tens by मार रहे.
At some point probably going to get a Loud player drifting over.
बाकी कौन है SEN में वो मैं भूल भी गया. इतना मार
might be getting a little busy in a moment.
Clean 2-0.
Molly thrown out. It's going to buy a little bit of time here for Loud. The rotation starting.
वैसे भी सामने G2 है. और SEN में 5 प्लेयर्स हैं. समझ रहे हो? 2v5 कौन जीतेगा हम लोग को भी पता है.
No rotations through TP. That part of Hookah is just unknown to Loud. They don't want to take the risk. They're all going to have to play from backside here.
They have good utility to get back in. The Dizzy, the paranoia.
69 नहीं हो रहा.
Some wall bank shots here being thrown out. Tuyas spamming at the wall. Lucio is stuck in that corner here as Wingman goes to check the contents of the smoke.
Battle of Wingman हो रहा है भी.
Lucio safe for the time being, but anchor well in that corner. It's Asuna helping him out here from Hookah. Okay, Loud able to find one. Pankata deals with Lucio on the side here, but Asuna's holding it down.
1 HP पे मारा.
No real
भाई
time
तो heavy damage हो बे.
100 Thieves going to play safely off the side. They know this one is done. Full buy for 100 Thieves. Awkward, don't need to take 1 gun, 2 guns out of the round at least.
Some pretty fair damage. For a second there, I was worried that your upset stomach from
ठीक है
yesterday.
पेन भाई.
Glad to see that's not the case. Just random little spam as the smoke came down there, perfectly timed.
Door lock देख देता है and my curtains shooting है ठीक है dancing.
Good damage.
G2 पर 50 SEN is yours.
And that does put 100 Thieves in a fairly tough economic spot now.
140 से 50 पे आ गए यश भाई.
Has 0 credits to play with right now.
हाँ?
Going forward.
140 से 0 होके negative 50 जा रहे हो. How does it feel?
To allow Loud
Mike
to
आपके पास है.
extend their control of the map a little more there.
And over towards there.
Podcast करते इस बारे में बोल रहा हूँ.
Judge.
And Bang has to know something's up with the deep smoke from the defenders.
Cat ready रहना. Gifted आ रहा है.
Also some serious showers control being enacted by Tuyas, so much so that he might be able to wrap up and Bang's ready for this push.
Kawanzine over on B towards Octagon actually pushed through that smoke. And that's allowing this rotate from Loud to come towards A.
Bang's ready for it. Oh, it doesn't matter.
Great shot.
क्या Esports और owners पैसा कमा पा रहे? Owners का पता नहीं. Players जरूर कमा रहे हैं.
Pings towards showers now.
And there's so many smokes that can get cycled from this comp with Loud, the double controller, that it's going to allow Sadhak to keep playing forward here.
Yep. No matter what.
Judge.
There'll be smokes here no matter what.
There's another one.
At some point, do you just disrespect it? Showers is being cleared though.
तूने फंसा दिया आज.
Oh, Dizzy doesn't see Sadhak.
कल आपने फंसा था. It was 6-2.
Spike drop loose now as well. Showstopper just speculated with, but Sadhak is still standing. They thought they got the judge player. They did not.
भाई क्या बसड़ ये?
Pressure on this short position, but Sadhak
जिंदा कैसे है वो? क्या कर रहा है वो बंदा? क्या कर रहा है? कैसे जिंदा है वो?
The mastermind
again.
That is
क्या चल रहा है ये?
double controller comp at times, how oppressive that can be at the choke points. And it was such a little micro play, but Kalanzine over towards Octagon, when the smoke went down there, he just pushed through it and held the angle more forward, and that allowed the rotate off and the rest of those players towards A to feel comfortable in their anchoring of that site, continuing to play forward with Sadhak.
Silly round.
Coach का भी हो गया.
Even STK can admit it.
क्या ही coach करो अभी ऐसे.
Finally some positive vibes for the Loud squad, man.
He's even a one-way for long. Oh, that's so filthy.
Right now, Loud, they have pushed all the way down.
Is that even a one-way? I don't think that works.
That's an interesting smoke. We'll be going back to the lab with that one.
The timing.
Except this is their last match, so they won't be going back to the lab for that one.
It's gonna be a long lap session.
Already.
Cryo at least having
Yeah,
a good one
jump pick,
nothing but a classic. And they're not ready for E to drop on them. Loud might have overextended into this now. Look at the rifles being dropped. Two of them for 100 Thieves now to hand.
And not even might have. They're doing way too much. Luckily, they're less feeling confident that this will be a B play. We'll have something of a crossfire with Pankata.
Cryer's already out on the site, but he gets caught. That elbow presence there for Pankata shuts him down instantly. Still, there's two rifles been passed around for 100 Thieves. They still have them to work with.
सड़क भाई क्या सीन है?
He gets caught out by Sadhak now.
इधर से उधर नाच के जा रहे हैं.
For the IGL.
Well done. And if there's one thing
One by sleep schedule कैसा है आपका? मस्त है. सुबह 9:30 बजे सोया. 12:30 बजे उठा. फिर अभी रात को कुछ 12:30 बजे सोया. 2 बजे उठा. मस्त sleep schedule चल रहा है मेरा.
Better individually. When I'm thinking of him towards
1.5 घंटा इधर 2 घंटा उधर.
One in the stage 1 playoffs.
Absolutely. You go. And in the big games, he's also.
पेन का जर्सी बंग भाई घर पे यार. वाशी वाले घर में
repeating myself, but somehow it's not on the duel.
वो तो शॉपी जैसा मैंने कुछ ज़्यादा बड़ा साइज मंगा लिया वो.
Roll. It doesn't feel the comfortability.
महंगा पड़ा था वो जर्सी.
Like he does, playing the initiators.
But let's be real for a second here. 100 Thieves again, continuing to struggle a little bit on this Bayern map. It's been talked about a fair bit. I think, Kaplan of Sentinel said, when we came back from Madrid, we feel like at Lotus, for example, we really got kind of figured out. Felt like people really knew how to play around it, and what was their best map at the time became one that they had to take back, like you said, to the lab and work on. That just might be the reality here for 100 Thieves, and if they're thinking about a deep post-season run, playoffs, maybe even champs after,
playoffs
this is a part of the map pool that's going to need a real look, because this team is also banning Haven fairly often, right? They want to maintain the depth of map pool if they want to go up against the best of Americas, and then, of course, the world.
Be my couch, excuse me.
I wouldn't be surprised to see them begin to pick Ascent as their first and just float.
It has later into the series, maybe have it be the side of map. इसको impress करने का.
They were never playing Lotus either. Maybe that will work its way into their pool, given they beat EG recently. They still have a chance to come back into this one, of course, though, and get this 2-0 victory over a rejuvenated Loud here on map 2.
इसलिए मैंने सब खरीद के रखा है advance में.
Really allowing 2 years to get up here, and he got to detain as well. Those paint shells could have been of concern, but elsewhere, Les has been able to find Cryo. That was the push defensively out of Hookah. Such confidence here for Loud, taking control of the map in general. Arsenal, though, gets ahead of the defenders. He's wrapped all the way around them, but now looking to contain them with the rest of 100 Thieves. Spotted by Wingmando. Satchel here to throw someone off their footing if they try and push it, but it was Boostio they instead turn their attention towards. Dizzy catches Arsenal, but he's still about to find a kill, but it's all up to him now, the 1 versus 3. A wild defensive round for Loud. They push so deep up on this map. They now have the wind in their sails.
क्या बसर चल रहा है भाई.
Shut down by Pankata at the end, and these are the kind of rounds that 100 Thieves actually don't do anymore when they are on defense on this map. It was something they were doing a lot when they debuted this comp. We're playing this back at stage 1. These aggressive
दुष्टो भाई जो फन कर रहे थे अभी
pressuring those players in
लग गए हाँ
sometimes going for a big ult play with that, involving the thrash among
starting में heavy kills के लिए खेल रहे थे
set pieces like that they just are not using anymore, and you totally get why. Everyone has watched them on this map. Everyone has seen what they do.
Loud definitely made better use of that timeout than 100 Thieves did, that's for sure.
कौन सा stream like कर दो
Now
dancing
back to something that approximates a bit more of a standard setup. Comes in, gets the confirmation. 3 players already at B here for Loud. And a double face set up for the defenders here by Octagon.
He's been so aggressive in this position. Kawanzi Pankata's the one who suffers an early death, though.
They capitalize on the dizzy timing. Pankata has respected here. Comes 2 years, though. No connection now on the showstopper. One he wished he'd had back.
फटा मेरा सुनते ही गांड फटा
Might have backfired. And again, it's Sardak, who's so dependable at moments like this. Straight through the TP now. Waiting in hookah as the cross happens to the side. He's going to check this now. Sees connects.
दो टिपी का साउंड है ना
Sardak, he's going to throw that dizzy up again, but it's Wingman on the plant. He interrupts it still. That's so dirty. And he's bought a lot of time here for Les to get to the side too.
Les needs to run, though. He is still quite far away.
Boostio inside the container.
Spike planted.
He's able to get the plant down, but Sardak can break up the crossfire here.
His dizzy is back as well. Could use that to get Les in.
Here it is. You not spotted out by that on the corner. And Boostio finds Les as he makes his way to the side. Now the 1 versus 1.
अच्छा गावात
Wins it out again.
And look at his moves. He's
भाई
feeling
बाप
himself.
खिला बे
That's what I wanted to see, some fun, some whimsy from the Loud side in their last game.
बहुत ज़्यादा कुछ किया पनिश किसी ने वो भी नहीं पता
that top representative from Brazil. It's been a hard fought year for them. It's been bumpy roads the entire time, and I really want to just see them enjoy themselves in this last game. I think that is one of the major keys to victory.
What's not to enjoy about that?
Sodhawk right now top fragging on the Gecko in the server, tied with Asuna at 18.
And now Loud are
Why,
one
baby,
round
baby.
away from taking bind and sending us to Lotus. 100 Thieves have looked lackluster on this map. 2 years picking up the operator here. Hit with everything, including the kitchen sink. And Arsenal looks to make some space here with the showstopper. This is going to force Loud to play here from vents entirely. Paint shells up for Arsenal, and he's ready to play up close and personal with the judge.
Tui's getting the heal.
Use ही नहीं करना चाहिए
going to come out from Kawanzi.
He's gone to the site now. Barreling his way in towards U-Haul, but Arsenal has the judge perfectly equipped for fights at this proximity, and he'll take 3. There's going to be a bit of a pinch here from Les, but it comes against a full-strength 100 Thieves. And Pankata will try and play the edges of this smoke. Drops down, makes out. Boostio wasn't ready for it. It's a 1-for-1. About as much as you can hope for here, as it's all up to Les. Okay.
Short village.
There won't be any time for a defuse here, realistically. That'll be the round. 100 Thieves kick themselves in it.
Not over just yet. Keeping it simple with that A exact.
What's the judge?
Pass that judge over to your Rays, allow them to take point. Double
100 Thieves fans है बे crowd में.
Steep where the angles are tight like that one. Last kill.
It's all that from 2 years earlier.
Just silly. Yeah. Some may say that the judge needs a nerf. They call me some. I would love to see that one day, surely. Sodok has the thrash available to try and close this game out. 100 Thieves now focus their attention towards B. Very quick thrash. Oh, it crosses over. They wanted to go for a teleporter crunch, but no one from 100 Thieves were too close up on A to actually meet that on the other end.
But Les found Bang, who was sitting so deep, basically in the attacker spawn there.
All
the way out of shower was ready to play up that crunch and still get something for his trouble. I don't think he's at B long, sure enough. There's a bit of a stalemate in the middle part of the map there as Cryo knows that Kawanzin is encroaching. Here's the thrash. Sharnak going to be caught by that one now outside of the smoke, and it's an easy enough pick off, but Pankata wins in the middle. And now Kawanzin has gotten through.
GG ना? Map 3.
From Kawanzin is so perfect.
भाई सोचो बे 13-1 वो लोग.
The double controller The number of
बुरी तरह से हारे थे बे
it's
अभी
giving counting this time, and EU is actually watching it though.
बुरी तरह से
Not anymore. Turn his attention towards the B site. And it's all too easy for counting to pluck him away.
और ये 100 thieves का मैप है
And he sees the spike go loose there as well. Info flowing in for Loud. Counting just wins those. He just wins them.
क्या बे क्या रिएक्शन बे
Closes things out. Coming to life on map 2 are Loud. As a team and individually, you could see the utility was so much more coordinated, especially towards the end of that game, how they were playing around all of those smokes on offer from the double controller comp.
Constant one ways to exercise deeper control of the map than you otherwise would have. Showers felt like it was always Loud's territory. Attack or defense.
Upper bracket semi-final. कौन होगा against left?
Fast plays also defensively
SEN.
pushing up short, smoking it up. I think a big
SEN all the way.
with the judge in hand. Bit of vintage Loud in this game for us.
And despite winning 13-1 on the first map, 100 Thieves continue to
Same
crash
cheese
out
bola,
on
same
Binks.
cheese.
4 losses in a row now.
Same cheese बोला
Can't be
यारो
spoken about enough how this was headed into Shanghai. Their map, they were the best in the world on Bind, and everyone.
ये है वो पुराने वाले लॉर्ड एग्जैक्टली बे बाप केला बे
in this series.
मजे कर कर के बाप केला वो डबल इंटरेस्टिंग हुआ
Nice.
रुक जाओ तब तक मैं फोन चार्ज कर लेता हूँ मेरा कमर दैट कपड़ा कैसा है पिंकी ने गिफ्ट किया था ये हाउ इट्स लुकिंग मेरे को आज समझा कि ये मेरा है पता है इतना टाइम से मेरे को लग रहा था पिंकी का ही है पिंक है पिंक नहीं है वो
faz a smoke, pancada, acerta a HS, vai pra Tumba!
Arsenal hiding in boathouse now. Timing is everything, but time is short for Derek, and he finds the swing, but Arsenal was quicker.
And Loud manages to take map 2 in a fascinating turn of events. We're going to go to our decider. It's Lotus. You can see both teams getting ready to go. But before we started the matchup, one of our analysts, I won't say who, said that this series was over and that 100 Thieves were going to 2-0. Now, I don't know who said that, but if I had to make an inclination, I think it was Mimi. Mimi, we decided to punish her, okay? Because
what do you mean we? Okay,
in a clown costume. Yeah, it was actually Doug and Bala collectively deciding that this was what we were gonna do. Mimi, do you regret your decisions now?
No.
No.
100 Thieves should have won Bind.
Yeah, but they didn't. It's 13-8.
No, I didn't think Loud would play that comp.
Yeah.
I really like that comp.
Yeah, it's a good comp.
I think it's really good. The one-ways are really good.
Yeah. You want to talk about 2Es? 2Es has been, he was pretty great.
Duelists.
Played Duelists?
They fixed it.
Yeah?
It's too bad. It's too bad it's the last match of the season and they're out.
but they did manage to pick up the win. Salty Mimi's a Mimi I was not prepared for.
Twang in your voice. You got a little clown twang in your voice.
I think part of it is, it's like just hitting her nose.
It's the nose. But that being said, though, I mean, Doug, CHUMMI did definitely, show up and gave, this Loud team a little bit of a reinvigoration, if you will, as we get ready for the decider.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he also played Duelist on Ascent, and they got rinsed, so I don't really know. I mean, whatever.
It's hard to put
you're
into this, right?
Like you're the clown. He was good. Give him the credit. He was really good.
All right, Rudolph, calm down a little bit.
Name. It's not Rudolph.
Bozo.
Yeah, but
it's not Bozo either.
You know what though?
That's actually an offensive stereotype about clowns. They were all named Bozo.
Really?
Really?
Yeah.
How many other clown names? What other famous clown do you know?
A clown can have any name.
Bozo. Oh wait, that's.
You can't just say right after she said it was an offensive stereotype about clowns.
Oh, man.
You can't do that.
Your boy is cooked. All right, well, let's go ahead and get ready for our next map. Something, though, to note, and part of the reason why, Mimi was so confident in her prediction is, the bind 400 Thieves in the past has been really good. But now, as we see, it has not been what you would want it to be. This was a map that 100 Thieves leaned on a lot going into, a lot of their big matches. That's certainly going to be something you need to clean up. Isn't that right?
And after Shanghai, too, that was where they got dismantled in the playoffs there. And ever since...
You feel like people have just figured them out?
They figured it out. And I think also people are starting to find something new on that map as well to start to play. You like the EG comp.
Yeah.
That Loud
really
played
good.
there.
Yeah. Yeah, Mimi.
The one-ways?
It was really good.
Like the one-ways.
I already told you guys.
Yeah.
I like
You got a one-way
one-ways.
on your nose.
What does that even mean?
I don't even know. It's just funny.
There's no comedy to the things you guys are saying.
There really isn't, but to us, it's fucking hilarious.
Are you even accredited?
Huh?
Are you even accredited?
Am I accredited? No, I have a credit card, though.
Everyone has a credit card. It's America.
Are you accredited?
Yeah, I went to clown college.
You went to Oh, this is deep.
Oh, well, I am a licensed ordained minister, so joke's on you. Went to ordination school.
You went to the internet.
And me and Doug are esports
I went to
casters.
Mazomania.
Lotus is coming up next here for the decider. Curious what we can end up getting out of this. Maybe, some neon.
Yeah,
that's
possibly.
a shot. Maybe, that's a lot.
Is Neon in Tui's agent pool?
I have a question. Is there anything like declarative that you?
Yeah, you want to make a declarative statement right now
before this next map starts?
Who's gonna win?
Anything like overly confident and declarative and authoritative?
Say what you
best player.
No, I'm not.
You don't want to.
Pinky Zopli.
Dude, loud broke me.
Yeah, for real,
man. Mimi, excuse me.
100 Thieves broke me.
Yeah.
I'm happy for Loud.
Yeah. Oh, that's nice.
कुछ ज़्यादा ही chilling scenes हो रहा है, dude.
Okay.
I'm
It
happy.
wasn't, but it's the.
I'm happy for you, Mimi.
I never say things like that.
I just hope
never make
Why is the cloud so depressed?
I just hope we've learned the consequences of our actions.
My email is mimi@csa.gg if you want birthday parties. My name is very competitive. It's very competitive.
It really is. She's doing she's
All
got a good
ages,
business going.
Juggling, stilts.
You do juggling.
The balloons, the animal balloons.
I can.
Yeah, okay, all right. So what kind of if you had to pick?
Devas today's 20 gifted यार अब भी देखा guys जिसको भी मिला gifted देव today's का पकड़े. That it is my love you, thank you so much. Consistently support करने मेरी जान के टूटे love you यार.
To like perform, and like to juggle. I mean, that should be easy to use.
Thanks कर दिया मैंने. Love you यार.
Did they not teach you juggling?
That's not real, right?
I have something to tell you.
Real.
I'm pretty sure it is.
I would ask.
I dropped out.
You dropped out of clown college?
Yeah.
Okay, well then, in which case, then
so
I guess you missed the juggling course then.
Wait, does that mean you're not accredited?
So you're not accredited if you dropped out of college. The math ain't
Brain
math.
process नहीं कर रहा है उसका.
It's on
You're
my
just a fraud.
CV.
उसका brain process नहीं कर रहा है.
What else could you
No
do?
one actually calls the references on your CV.
That is true. No one famously calls the references.
That's how I got here.
That is how it works. In case you're
I
wondering.
swear, every person ever asked me, can I put you down as a reference? They might call you.
I've never gotten a call for
single
reference.
one.
Wait, you sound like a homie when you say
We had a
yes.
quick
Yeah, of
technical
course.
issue on stage. We're going to get it sorted out. So you're
Tech
just sticking with
issue?
us right
I've had a bigger issue.
What's the issue?
Mimi's me every day at home.
Just
Full
all
chill.
of this.
Just all of this? But you did this to yourself, Mimi.
I've never made a statement like that before.
Yeah, that's actually true. You are the most neutral person.
The fence I love.
And this is what happened.
And I'm going to go back to the fence after this.
Yeah.
I hope both teams have fun. That's my big thing.
Maybe think about how much of a peak it could be the next time you say something and you're right.
Yeah, so
you got to think about
before I toss it to a commercial break, declarative statement, go.
I'm not bozo.
She's not bozo. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, oh, she's going on. We got Agent Select map 3. She's done. She's gone, bro.
हाय दया क्या बकचोद दे बे भाई फन होता रहेगा ना यार कास्टिंग करने को भी फंस
Well, the bind woes for 100 Thieves continue, but there's still series to be played, folks. Now a decided map, it's going to be Lotus. And for 100 Thieves,
it's over, bye.
Is a placing as high as 4th in terms of postseason seeding. And for Loud,
leaves
a meg on the face of 100 Thieves on their way out the door wouldn't hurt.
And a chance to once again be the Brazilian team that places highest for their region, which has literally never not been the case.
Literally.
This final map to 100 Thieves here on Lotus.
Excuse me.
Last time we cast 100 Thieves on Lotus, just last week against EG, I could not believe the statistic that they did not play Lotus since kickoff. I couldn't believe that.
They left that one in the draft. So
Lotus bolte, Lotus.
It was being floated. They just never played it. So here we are again seeing them. They looked impressive against EG, who were running that neon comp that Loud were running at a time, but they swapped over to the 2E's arrays.
ये मैप किसका है? Valorant का?
Once more. And again, something we saw in that EG game, something that 100 Thieves are very good at doing is getting Cryo on like a late wrap on the attacking side through A, while the B side was actually being hit. They went B a lot. In that game, they threw a one-way smoke in towards Baby Door and ended up trapping 2 EG players. Cryo was 5-1, first kill, first death on Omen on that particular map. Not a flashy game from him, but one where you had a lot of high-impact presence in those rounds. 100 Thieves will be starting on the attacking side again, so we're going to look to see that inclination maybe to hit B fast and cut off any reinforcements by taking control of the upper part of that site.
Yeah, that was definitely a style of play that worked particularly well against how EG like to play their defense, though Loud are playing defaulting here as they're gathered up towards A, ready to fight with 4. Pankata, and it's sent out immediately, as is a flash from their breach. Sada, wow, they are pushing so far forward. They want to take the fight to them.
They're going for it. Cryo, though, meets Sada. As soon as he rounds the corner. That defensive pot for Loud falls in a screaming heap.
Perhaps hoping they would just catch the one. It would just be the lurker there. Not the case at all. They just run to their own demise as Boostio has already slipped so far into this site.
He doesn't know where the camera is, though. He has gotten ahead of it at least. It's now been removed. Boostio wants to take a fight on the side. He grabs into it.
Miss kar di.
Falls.
Quite awkward, but finds that kill nonetheless. It all comes down to less in this 1 versus 4.
Has been
playing better in this series, specifically on map 2, starting to come to life here. Some weak players, not out of the question.
Gonna go for it anyway.
His caliber, but will be shut down. Cryo already.
Sara bolte.
His stats haven't been as incredible when playing the controller agents so far in this stage. I mean, we think back to Shanghai, specifically on Vine, when he's playing that Brimstone drop.
Good morning, Binks back. Vipul bhai, मैं बढ़िया. Thank you for the 12 months, मेरी जान के
crazy on that map.
Tell से अंदर रखो
See
chat.
if we can find a bit of that form, picking up the Omen now.
Like I said, really active in the mid to late round, playing on his own, up against EG. Again though, same story. Bang wants to operate around that lurk wall at 8 in these early rounds. There's going to be a fight here for Mound. Tui standing out here in the open. one-way makes it hard for anybody to refrag him.
Caught
The
very
Gota
early.
race.
Asuna now halfway towards that showstopper fairly early on in the game. We'll be going for some more kills in this round, no doubt. Taking point with the Stinger. No reason to not, as the Boombot clears out close.
Loud anticipating there a ping off the seaside, maybe over towards A from 100 Thieves. Realizing now that might have been premature as Les tries to repost up here in Halls. Punished here for that peak and is unlikely to be able to do too much in this round unless he's able to group up. Take a 1-2 swing.
Deals a bit of damage, but takes a lot in return. As the rest of Loud slowly gather up to go towards the C site. Intentions to deal as much damage as possible to the 100 Thieves side.
Booster here just holding Halls.
आपका prediction बताओ ये वाला Anitis next वाला set
no armor side for Loud.
Anitis थोड़ा fun में
asking for a bit more here. Famous
booster ने कुछ ज़्यादा fun कर दिया था last game.
Fortunately can't do anything in this round. Pretty straightforward stuff here. The rest are Loud grouped up just to perish to the blast ideally, but 100 Thieves will go hunting for them. Might be a little bit of a play off this flashpoint of Sadak. No, the fault line, excuse me. It's just a no-scope for Bustio.
What? And actually, that's the rifle loss. That was the Vandal. Oh, Asuna going to be able to recover that. And 4 on the board there. Has the showstopper already now to bring into the bonus round. With the rifle recovered, they'll be buying up more around it. This is essentially a full buy for them with an ult. Opportunity to begin very strong on Lotus.
Yeah, it's a fully bought up bonus essentially, with the one exception of that one Bulldog. Getting almost ahead of that fault line here. That rifle dropped was the one that Asuna was able to recover just towards the end of the round. So, buy up here for Loud. Fault line instantly off the rip. Asuna affected by it, but not bothered otherwise. It's actually Sadak giving that space up, getting back onto the side.
Early Halls
ऐसे क्यों लग रहा है B का दरवाजा तोड़ के C जाने वाले वो लोग?
Straight away. Is this a rebel control is going to be at least temporarily maintained by 100 Thieves. More than temporarily. Loud have posted up in some passive positions, perhaps ready to flood back in if an A site hit were coming through, but 100 Thieves want to at least feign a pivot towards B, where Pankata attempts to lock down baby door. Here comes the showstopper. Doesn't even matter. Boost.
ए मेरा हो गया रे.
There it is. There's that upper
मेरा हो गया बे.
He's now showing us on this B hit. Showstopper ends up being completely extraneous to the round.
बोर मारता है अभी सुनने का. Here comes the party. वो वाला school friends का याद दिलाता. Birthday होता है party देते नहीं है.
Just looking dire for Loud. Sadak needs to go big here and only have the 1-for-1. Molly will slow Loud up on the plate through Link. And Cryo can post this corner. It's a save. It's going to have to be.
Between these two remaining Loud members, less than 2 E's, not a single credit to their name. Holding on to these rifles of the utmost importance to try and swing things back in this following round. Be the heroes for Loud with the better weaponry.
Here. Trip placed on the ground. Cryo would love to sneak past this and get a gun less out towards Mount. He's going to hear some of that action, but won't be forced to give up his weapon. So unsuccessful gun round ultimately for Loud. But they at least keep 2 of those rifles heading into round 4.
Man, as of recent times, a lot of
hello Bangsa मेरे को लगा तेरे नगर में बहुत पसंद है.
Bustio calling a lot of fast plays.
हमेशा जाता ना lower bracket.
And again, it's just this rapid take of A, immediate pivot into B.
100% success
catching
rate है
Pankata, forcing him to retreat, and then Bustio picks the perfect timing to swing out of main to catch him.
Did that heaven control, that upper control rather, on B. 100 Thieves had a basically dead rights.
With those rifles safe, Loud have bought up around them, full investment into this, and what they did buy up around them were a couple Guardians. Not the best, but they'll take it. As 100 Thieves sort of meander over towards the C site where the trips lie in wait.
Bang took some damage at A there, a little bit of an exchange. Cowanzine got hits, but just been from that wall decaying him down briefly, so.
An immense amount of presence shown from 100 Thieves, and now Bustio, he places that alarm bot so far up towards the entrance.
There's a cam here at Mount though. A deep one from Les.
And that Prowler comes through. It spots Bustio. Even a 2E spotted by a Prowler.
Asuna jumps back off the fault line. Sadak was ready to play off that. More delay here, down to 45 in the round.
That aftershock gives time for the wall to come back up. Some of that energy on it recharged.
Prowler finally clears Loud. They decide now to give that space up. The B plan's still online. Busio can go through door and let's have some presence from main. He opens it now, trying to feign it at least, and in he comes.
Might just be this split onto less, but he shuts down the first. Just needs to survive now. Sadhak picks up a second up.
भाई सड़क को क्या हो गया आज?
Taking straight duels towards Rubble, towards Baby Door.
क्या हो गया चढ़ सड़क को?
Don't break. They give some map control just to take it back. Sadhak eventually falls, but it's been a heck of a round from him. And Bang eventually will be neutralized. Loud get themselves on the board.
Ice cold from the IGL. The vibes are a lot better for Loud, a lot more positive. And it's a lot to do with him on that second map. He stepped up individually. You can see he was bringing that more positive energy to the team. That's just some straight up confidence. Unless already found one, he gets that. He says, no, I'm swinging back in.
Busio takes that fight there over towards B main as well. Basically, it's just a 1v1. There's no presence in towards Baby Door from 100 Thieves. He's just open up an avenue for 100 Thieves and loses out to Less there. Again, deep mount presence for Pancada. Has the TP out, but he's left Less in his wake. Both of them back away now behind that cyber cage.
Does allow them to make that full cross towards the site. Again, 100 Thieves. From their default taking this mound control, placing that alarm bot from Boostio deep. And then falling back off if they need to, using the information from that to know that Loud haven't pushed down C-Mound.
That chem is important for Less. One use of it, it'll get destroyed after it, but he will be able to tell if 100 Thieves are committing to this or not.
And this time the Prowler goes in very deep onto C. And here's that fall off from 100 Thieves. Giving up the space, but not giving up the information due to that alarm bot. Here comes the pivot back towards A.
Cryo might try and play for the orb here and be able to TP and join the rest of 100 Thieves if they find something at A here.
Another one, Baby Door. Full rotation from the top side of the map. You see that right now. All headed towards A. And now after making that noise on A, rotating back to C. What a masterfully called round from Boostio. Slowing things down massively, which is a mix
Loud को लग रहा है वो लोग retake कर सकते हैं breach ult के साथ, लेकिन
completely works the map, completely works Loud.
Bang here's in a great spot. He knows there's a Cypher kill on the other side of the wall from him. So he plays it safe. He is everything. Can set EU up here for an angle over towards Mound, but this neural theft is going to reveal the fade. Playing off the rest of the team. And now Sadhak wants to make the retake now behind this rolling thunder. It's going to be Boostio picked up first. 2 years wants to step up, knows there's still a player back behind him, and the EU just wants to be a nuisance. Cryo, they're the only player for the Thieves left on the side, and he's brought down. What a clean retake from Loud.
Those timings were immaculate from Loud. Picture perfect. Less again besting his opponent on that flank duel. Did it in the prior round, does it again. And then immediately after that, when the Rolling Thunder came in, opens the door, goes in with 2Es. Able to fight the players on C that were forced back towards main because of the Rolling Thunder.
Another huge fight there for Less. And again, I mean, 100 Thieves are set up with a pretty powerful post-plant spot, right? They got the player inserted back towards Mound. They've also got one towards B main, so they can hear everything. They lose both those challenges.
Just a beautiful retake. Such coordination from Loud after Boostio worked them for the entire round. Got a free sight.
Again, 100 Thieves will continue to exploit the fact that Loud must spread somewhat thin. Instantly to the B side straight away, they have it. Under their control. Let's buy some spacing here with the cyber cage, but it's forced off by a molly to some degree. Here's the Nightfall now coming out. It's a defender one. They're trying to get ahead of this util, but those paint shells are a problem. Sometimes how that weapon operates. Not reliable at that range. 100 Thieves get a fast hit towards B. They get a plant. And once again, Loud a clean on the retake.
The utility getting back in from them is beautiful. Back-to-back rounds now. Nightfall from Kalanzine. Sees, connects 2 players, center site. Nade comes in as well. Deals significant damage to them. Fast on the flood.
And on defense, it feels like these rounds are worth 2 attacking rounds, right? That's how the map is. It can be really hard to defend this map adequately.
Yeah, with these traditional comps, has been attacker favored by the numbers. And it's forced 100 Thieves onto the timeout now. The pace, they've been mixing it up. Had a beautiful slow round that resulted in an even better retake from Loud.
Then a fast hit, right? With, again, slightly weaker weaponry, but they were, you know, they suffer. The problem many teams have on this map is that they're just subject to so much of that retake utility in such an enclosed space. Even the paint shells very readily possible hit by the Nightfall before the fact. And of course, that breach utility on the retake also a big problem for those defenders to handle. Tough to push off the sides deep in enemy territory on a map like Lotus, so you have to play off them to some degree. Really hard to do that on the B side.
Absolutely.
And against EG, they control Baby Door. They one-way smoke that off. They make it hard for the defenders to flood out from there. Couldn't stop Loud in that part of the map last round.
What a win for Loud this would be if they can take this last map. I mean, last game of the season, but the way it started on Ascent. Their map pick, losing 13-1. Crazy. What a comeback this would be from them. They've got the showstopper into this round in the hands of 2Es. Showstopper on the opposite side. Into a side, excuse me. Bang with that Viper's Pit to play with as well. So those are two fantastic tools for breaching the site and then winning out the post plant.
At least forcing the defenders on C way back into halls, as is often the case. It's tough to crack a side that's held by Pinkata and less. We've seen that narrative play out multiple times already on this 100 Thieves attacking side. Cleared the trip, and here goes Arsena straight through past the cyber cage. Fires that showstopper off pretty quick.
Online report kar sakte kya chat?
Now Lester Pankata will be grouped up in halls. This will at least be applied on Arsena. It's set up though to push through this. Take some space. That's not bad considering. And a Viper's Pit for the post plant that Bang will occupy.
2Es showstopper of his own to get back in. Then there's that lockdown. Lots of delay from Boostio. Do Loud try and push regardless of it?
It's tough to find anything during that lockdown countdown. They have to respect it.
Respect
now they're really going to be on a clock. Cowan's at no risk of being caught here. He's well turned away from the attackers, but showstopper now 2Es can only speculate. Fires it off into the Viper's Pit, doesn't find anything. EU descends upon Sadak though. 2Es sees the traces come in from Cryo. Can't do anything about it, and there's no time for a defuse here for Loud. They want to contain 100 Thieves and strip these guns. Their economy hangs on a knife edge for the Thieves, but they're going to walk out essentially scot-free, getting into the lead.
Out of that timeout, opting to just go for the straight-up C hit, using that same pressure that they've been applying on their default to that side of the map where they show 4-player taking map control, but obviously this time they just instantly accelerate off of that typical round opening. Use the two ultimates they had available again. One to get in, one to close the round out.
They use 3. They even throw the lockdown into the mix.
Yeah, they do throw that in.
Delayed.
So it's a big all round for 100 Thieves.
वेस्ट किया भाई दो ये 3 बेस्ट ऑफ 3 मतलब ये जो 3 मैप हुए कितना यूज हुआ है पता है तुम लोग को फिर भी क्या करना हम लोग को रेज नर्फ फिर भी हमको रेज नर्फ करना समझ में नहीं आता क्यों
with ease, even if they lose here. Now 100 Thieves that are back to the 4-1, taking mound control, same boombot, same utility from their side. Here comes the Prowler. We've seen this many rounds already. And now they're going to fall off.
Binks ne jinx it to, excuse me.
Maybe you just ping back to another extremity, but Bang has made no progress on A. Pretty aggressive stance for Loud's players on that right-hand side of the map.
2 players from 100 Thieves shooting that Prowler there, so a fair bit of information gained for Loud as Bang pokes and prods towards Rubble. Now understands that it's under their control, so 100 Thieves, they want to accelerate.
Committing to the side held by 3 players here. Risky business indeed. The ping there from the Horn is everything that Pankata needs to deal with Cryo.
बोल रहा था साइरो भाई.
Yes can respond, but the spike now is on the wrong side of that Omen smoke. And so Loud start, they drift across. They say B might be the only other option. And much of this is because Bang plays passively on A. Win a 1v2 there.
Left.
We're running short on time. Great defensive efforts here from Loud. 4 defensive rounds, a great start for them if they can convert here, but they've done the hard work in this round.
Must actually adjusted that trip, took it away from Waterfall, placed it closer main. 100 Thieves will be routed with no time remaining.
2 able to stand out of that.
कितना राउंड चाहिए 100 Thieves को एक और राउंड बस हो गया लग रहा है.
Go for it.
400 still in the bank. Going to get shut down by
Loud
Bang.
form में जीत जाएगा नहीं.
But the round is converted for Loud off that
100
nice
Thieves
C
जीतेगा.
anchoring. 100 Thieves unable to deal with the tripwires. They got incredible value for the defenders. The boom bot didn't trigger that deep one. The other one was placed a little bit further back towards Waterfall.
And half the issue there is that Kawanzin is free to go and help out on that side. There's a
मेरे
side
पर
over
मैसेज
at B,
का
so
नीचे
plenty of
वाले
early
देखना
warning there
नॉन
for
मेंबर्स
Loud,
नीचे
if that's where
थे
100 Thieves end up
एक्सक्यूज
going. And again, they have the breach and the
अटैक
raise
सेंटर
over
मैप
A.
है.
Bang
100
cannot
Thieves
make
है भाई
any
सामने.
progress past that
कौन है
lurk wall.
क्या है वो सब देखो.
They did have great information across the map. Once again, here is the 4-1 open from 100 Thieves. Orb going to be acquired by Arsenal, working towards another showstopper. Again, here is the Boombot, here is the Prowler, but they're going to go in fast off the back of it, just switching up the pace. Pancata, though, again, this anchoring on C from Loud has been fantastic. Evened up by a spray through the wall.
Pancata, man, again. Saying able to find yet another. And now Kawanzin gets involved from Waterfall. Initially was smoked off. That's what was through to find that first casualty on Loud side. Busio is making enough noise to wait the dead.
Bam से बुम्बा मोरा. Next round छोटा था ये.
Prowler shot. Bang steps up. Not quite able to get back around the corner though as Pancata finds his third from his anchor position. He is so hard to dig out of the side. And now Busትዮ's in a 1v2.
Oh, Entita.
Loud, man, they are rock solid on this C side.
The layers of their utility right now are excellent. It's just one piece of initiator util after the other. The Prowlers getting a lot of value, catching players out, gaining information to then trigger other utility off of. That one that was sent into Waterfall and then immediately combined just after.
Pacific जीता तो.
The fault line right there, that one that got triggered, that Pancata was then able to play off from Alls. Louder looking well regimented on this defense, and frankly, 100 Thieves are looking pretty one note.
You see the Pancata, such a problem on C. Now again, similar start to the round though. Once more, Loud will establish themselves here. A staging ground. Play from Rubble and refuse to give it up unless things give them a damn good reason.
Orb.
Toxins going up.
Impossible
to be a little bit more proactive towards C here, maybe to keep Kawanzin off.
Impossible है C
जाना.
Impossible.
Off that C side. He's always so quick to rotate through.
A पे जाके और B किन्हीं देखेंगे.
Haven't tried to re-explore towards A in the mid-round.
Very nice, very nice.
Recent memory. This is going to be the first time. And they're going to have
fight
Saha to deal with.
डरना नहीं.
For a Prowler here. It took a lot to get 2 years and Sadak to give this area up. Last time we had a mid-round exploration.
कोई सीन नहीं 50 सेकंड है डरना नहीं.
Yeah, just spraying off that fault line. Perhaps someone was stunned behind the wall. These two content locking this down. Superior weaponry.
Lucio's contacting onto the C.
मारो अभी.
And here's 2 years now going to play from Rubble.
इसको मारने बोला था.
Sadak tries to flash to get him out. He's going to get pushed though by
George. जा सकते हैं पे.
Step towards A. Sadak forced over to the B side now to wrap around to upper A, and a TP comes in from Pancata to get him where he needs to be.
The Loud side are ready to flood this. They are ready to fight, and Kawanzin gets the first. Quick trade from
जीत सकते हैं अभी 3v3.
Tree clear, but this is too slow from 100 Thieves now. Paranoia comes in from upper and Les has a flank timing. Busio, no idea what hit him. Cryo has to reposition for a plant, but even that gets interrupted. Pancata's everywhere, man.
Clean खेल रहा है यार Loud.
That is fantastic.
ए पे नहीं यार हम लोग को पता है उनको थोड़ी पता है.
From that fight in A Rubble with 2Es and Sadhak, where there was all that pressure on Loud's Raze player, he goes down. Sadhak just falls away, doesn't try to trade that out, and they pivot instantly into this flood setup. Spike is tapped. They go in together.
The flank time
beautiful
from Les.
Beautiful from
Beautiful.
To take a different planning position, further delaying it, also just putting him right in Pancata's sightline in drop. This is stunning defense from Loud.
There's that one-way smoke coming across from Pancata up into A main. Loud have dominated this side of the map the first time. Feels like it's time to explore. Punished by the Prowler, punished by 2Es.
भाई पहला मैप किधर गया था Loud?
To force Loud to stop stacking the B and C side of the map. No, he's just too good for this smoke.
अरे वापस यहाँ से मारा.
Arsenal trying to recover this situation by using the showstopper. Look at Loud, they have retreated.
It gets him the space. Look at Loud going to wrap around here through Mound.
But Loud are happy to give that space up because of the Nightfall that can get right back in.
It's a masterclass from Pancada so far. The EU, sharp as they come. Takes a ton of damage from those paint shells though, and Pancada loves to spray through this masonry. E1 is lone here. It's just far too much to ask. Another clean retake here from Loud. This time, happy to give up the seaside as opposed to
which Pancada is better, SEN Pancada or Lord Pancada?
Pancada happy to give that diffuse over to Sadhawk, make sure they have the rolling thunder for what will
उसका
be
क्या
the
dressing
final
style
round
change हो गया इधर-उधर आके?
of this
क्या
first
sense
half.
change
This
हुई
is
है?
an 8
वही
round
तो
defense
बंदा
half. I don't see how Hanathese is supposed to get back into it.
I mean, brother,
बंदे
where
में
has
बात
this
है.
Loud been?
ये point
This
है.
is elite play from them.
Elite play नहीं है, Valorant है.
About Duelist lack their rock here, right? Tui's has done a great job. He hasn't seen much of the action, right? It's early play over towards A mostly, and
ये
Bang
Binks
hasn't tested
नंगा
it.
नाचेगा इसलिए.
It's been the anchoring on C that's been so stellar.
Pacific जितना बड़ी बात होती है
want to
यार.
explode out into A right now. Fight 2Es and Sadhawk, who've been
By 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
down this area of the map.
हो सकता है क्या? एक-एक मारने का
Double
बस.
satchel for Arsenal gets deep. Okay. Tui's challenges the wall. Rolling Thunder going to catch Arsenal as he tries to get to tree. Pass like ships in the night against Sadhawk with the guy. Is Canny. He's going to get caught out though from Rubble. Cryer, who was stunned up, knew he had the drop on the breach at the very least, and Cowanzine hopes to hold it down from Baby Door.
पीछे क्या चल रहा था?
Can't lift that load.
Explain करेगा?
Guess who? Your literal nightmare. Pancada explodes there from tree, and now things get slowed up for Hunter Thieves. Return to repost this angle. Bang is on the other side of a smoke here from Cryo.
And the world champ Pancada looks just unstoppable right now. Look at
View
the
मार
form
रहे
that he's
बे.
in.
साइफर एक मार के टोपी उतार दे, बता दे कौन है तू.
It's the loose end of
Tree
Bang
clear
that's playing
करेगा.
through from Baby Door right now.
100% tree clear
Very
करेगा.
non-committal setup for
कोई
Hunter Thieves on the
है,
side.
कोई
We're checking
है.
tree. It gets cancelled
कोई
as
नहीं
Cryo
है.
had already pushed ahead of it. Time is short now. Les has to take this fight
Let's
from
see blind
Droppany.
है.
Might have a timing through the smoke. Yes! Cryo down. It's got to be all up to Bang. Mirror them going to reveal the position of this Viper now and make it a 1 versus 1 as Bang looks to take the timing. Les on the defuse and
God bे. Sexy खेला बे Bang.
With a last second adjustment
भाई
just
क्या
going for that
smoke किया
all-out
बे
A
उसने?
brawl. They hadn't
Smoke
tested
बोल रहा है,
2Es and
blind?
Sadhawk at that area of the map like that. One single time during
दो
the half.
मारा ट्री क्लियर
Mixed
किया,
things
एक
up at
बंदे
the
को
very
ब्लाइंड
end to
किया.
get a fifth on the board. Decent
Technically,
enough to
last
win,
बंदे को
but
भी
you're
मार तो
certainly
सकता
hoping
था,
for
लेकिन
more on the
Bang
favorite
बहुत बाप
side on
खेला.
Lotus. Certainly the favorite side with these traditional meta comps of the year. Loud. They look elite right now, man. The play, the pivots around those post plants, the way they set up around their ultimates to
Pivots.
get in on the retakes, setting up their floods. Oh my God, man, it is fantastic to see them like this.
Takes a fast hit from Hunter Thieves to finally break the drought here.
First
getting to 5
map
rounds of the
booster
half.
और
We're going to go
करने
to a
के
quick break,
लिए
and when we
थोड़ा
return,
loud.
Lotus will continue the final map
देख
in this
second
series.
map
A decider
technically
between Loud
booster
and
by
Hunter
chilling कर
Thieves.
रहे थे. बहुत सोलो प्लेस ट्राई कर रहा था वो.
Ready to fight.
Vamos!
Ready to fight.
10 qualified already, yes. बंग्स भाई तुम बड़े प्यारे हो. लव यू यार फ्लैश. चैट 2K लाइक्स करो जो लोग अभी भी आए स्ट्रीम पे. कौन सा माउस यूज कर रहे हैं अभी? रेजर बेबे, रेजर. V3 Pro बोलते.
Ready to fight. Fight.
All right, so we have a Loud that is fighting back and trying to get that map
Golden
win.
boy.
And I will unpack that later. Let's go ahead though and dive in while you hold your egg, Bala, because there was, it was very clear. Loud had them figured out on so many of these retakes.
Yeah, it was actually getting ridiculous. The amount of times that 100 Thieves hit that C site. And then there was this one. In my opinion, this was the turning point of the game. It felt like 100 Thieves was really finding something. Then this breach ult came in. They got caught. They got pinched by the door. 2Es with a fantastic play through Mound as well. And ever since then, I think 100 Thieves kept going for that C site, and they kept running into this fantastic retaking from Loud.
Yeah, I think the only
आपको
time we really
गुजराती
didn't see them go to that
आती है,
retake was on, or
गुजराती
excuse me,
आवे
Seahil was
छे.
on ecos, and they were certainly trying to explore the beginning, the other side of the map at the beginning of the rounds, but it really was primarily C, and you're right, there was some success at the beginning, but once Loud had a better idea of what they were trying to do, they were just able to run away with it.
Indeed, indeed. Well, we'll see if whether or not Loud is able to close this one out. They're up 7-5. Let's not forget the 100 teams. Very, very possible they can fight their way back into this one. 2 rounds, you're right back in this. Tied it up. We'll see how it all unfolds.
मेरे पास 3 है, एक white black एक faker edition. White pinky use कर रही है, black और faker edition मेरे पास.
Loud, a monumental defensive effort from this team. They've given themselves now a foothold to close the map in series.
And a win here from 100 Thieves would potentially move them up a few places in the rankings. Completely change the seedings for playoffs. And for Loud, they have never not finished as the top Brazilian team in the world in any league that they've played in. And if they lose here, it would be the first time that that occurs, that Furia would pass them.
हमें भी गिफ्ट कर दो वेयर वैली भाई मैंने कितना वो किया है पता है ना तुम लोग को
Really petered out as time went on. Looking for answers. GCK wasn't it?
5000 USD good USD for PC good yes.
Playing back on that seaside, always
100%.
finding
5000
every time the
USD will get a very good piece. Like insanely good piece.
3 players ready here on the seaside for this push. Cowan Z wants to move up briefly. The K wants to step forward regardless. It's going to be EU who meets him at Waterfall. Rustio steps down, finds the head of Tuyas.
Look at Les, he slipped through past the cage.
I don't know if that's the timing is going to be ready.
Not they.
No, they're not.
Heavy play banaya Les ने.
To the cookie jar, and now it's going to be Asuna from Waterfall, waiting at least for some backup.
Heavy play banaya Les
Still not
ने
playing
दे.
yet, the 2v2. And Carter definitely needs to fear some spam.
And look at Les continuing to push so aggressively.
Means Carter has to be that much safer for now. Mangles to take them. Les now is going to be smoked off. That dissipates though, and he's able to find a kill instantly. Cryo now looks to re-smoke it. Camera's only going to see the dark cover, but he has a good idea of where Cryo's
shot, 2 bullet.
Gets it to half. 8 health on Les, just 8. Cryo gives it another tap. Into the smoke we go.
Oh, NT!
Give themselves the tools to get back in the game.
NT, wave! Fuck!
We were about to witness the Les masterclass on that.
भाई उसने heavy play किया, heavy movement किया.
Around the map there. That moment, it's just he slips through the cage that was placed on the right. Bustio, none the wiser, gets all the way backside. What an effort from Loud Sentinel.
Against the kind of role in which Cryo not always ever have the same level of impact on the game as like a Jet Ascent, of course, where he was 15 and 17 and 0 or something like that. Here, more of a role player, but does his job there.
Fault line ready.
Thank for the 1 month.
Fast and control will be
HP
taken.
bullet रहता तो भी.
Throw that orb over to Tui's, work towards the showstopper, which has significant influence
Then
on their
champs
ability to
qualify हो
win
गए,
attack
yes.
rounds, to take sights on Lotus. One of the pivotal ultimates that we have in play.
Carter might look to test
Akash bhai, skill issue.
Pretty default defensive setup now with those 2 players really wanting to stake their claim to rubble. Arsenal and Cryo willing to spend for it too. Paint Shell gets him across the line. Arsenal tries to chase, and this is going to force Loud off of the A for now.
And Asuna will be rotating off as well. And sent Loud back towards main, yeah. Tui's trying to take advantage of this. He's certainly going to be aware that it's a possibility.
Rustio trying to check the extremities of that smoke. Doesn't spot Tuyas, but he gives himself away by blowing up that alarm bot.
वो लोग को सेटअप पता है अभी.
Cryo waiting.
वो लोग को सेटअप पता है. वो लोग अभी पनिश कर सकते हैं सेटअप. थोड़ा गेम सुन बड़ा. लॉर्ड क्वालिफाई है क्या नहीं?
And Sarek was all on his lonesome. It's an even game, folks.
7-7.
Taking a whole lot of damage on that.
क्या लगता है चैट? Pankada versus the world चल रहा है.
Rifles. It was Cryo here. He just pushed forward. Fought those Loud players with
इसमें land pickup देखने मिलेगा.
Easy kills on the board.
36 में.
And now this is the important round for Loud, of course. fully bought up economy on the line against 100 Thieves. Bonus.
SEN कैसे चैंपियंस के लिए क्वालीफाई हो गया?
The Thieves look to fight early towards A. There's going to be that
playoffs
fast
के लिए
paranoia.
qualify हुआ. Sorry.
Forces back the Loud players. Space will be gained from 100 Thieves. Loud on a fast pivot to B.
EU got spotted there, I think, by the Horn. Very quickly getting past the smoke at Baby Door, but might be forced back behind it here. 2 years low! Oh, God, inside Nanoswarm. Eventually goes down, but the rest of the story's been good so far for Loud in this B side. Arsenal is responded. He's got there and he catches less as they try and make a flood out through the door.
Still have to deal with Boostio here.
Alarm bot goes off. Another Nanoswarm pop to maybe throw the attackers off. Killed it. What a wide, aggressive swing. Ends up giving his life for free.
निकाल सकता है.
Cryocells has an early ultimate here after that spree in the previous round, but it's no good to him here.
Look at the HP on these remaining Loud players. So low.
They want to fight at the same time, but Kalen's can take the fight individually. They were low, but not low enough apparently.
आज जीता तो होगा. Oh, आज जीता तो. एक point दूर है.
Very end there, pivoting so swiftly across the map, starting all the way towards a little bit of A pressure, then into B, then taking the door to C. I mean, if there's one thing you can trust EU to do,
लेकिन अगर नहीं भी होगा तो playoffs में भी तो points मिलते हैं ना.
Combo with another piece of utility. I mean, 100 Thieves, they are one of the best,
technically
maybe the best team with that EU.
Qualify तो हो ही जाएगा.
Those seasons to get kills.
So you still got to kill through smoke despite being seized and naded.
वो लोग तो next 3 game में से एक कोई भी जीतने का नहीं. Easy qualify.
Loud taking that slim lead 8-7, but a win here could put them all the way up to 10.
Arsenal had to fight to get back in Baby Door there. The weapons aren't great for 100 Thieves this round.
Pretty bad. All things considered, just a stinger. At
least
Frost is the showstopper. Boostio as the judge. We'll just be anchoring the C site with that. And with that in play, 100 Thieves are going to opt to towards the other areas of the map.
Boostio playing in such a position on C that could make use of a smoke thrown by the attackers.
Guys, you see होगा या नहीं?
Spring forth with that judge.
Question of the year.
Has rotated.
That's a kill through door, I think.
Yeah, great first kill from Pancata, taking a little bit
of damage. लेकिन वो spam नहीं है वो.
They might insert him here.
Peek करके निकल के बाहर निकला क्या वो?
He lingers towards rubble, but the intention's on C now for sure.
Yeah, they had some options open there, but with Pancata getting that kill, they're going to fall back to C. Kalen's maybe considering sending in a Prowler as a fake while the rest of the team goes A. Not going to be the case, but they'll have to deal with Boostio close. He still has that judge, and time is dwindling.
Gets into the side of cage, he wants the fight. Showstopper now as well. More pause for thought for the attackers. Judge Jury. Boostio looking for that third. 2 judge kills as the attackers filter on in. And Nanoswarm here to slow things up. Boostio looking for the executioner and he found it.
10 seconds left.
It's all up to Sark, seized up now. No chance to really plant here. Time ticking down and he really doesn't have an opportunity. Back and forth rounds here. It's an even game once more.
Time just dwindled so low for Loud.
What the
Boostio close up with the judge, lying in wait the entire time. Playing the same angle all round long towards C.
Boostio, of course, with the judge here is a big problem.
क्या round निकाला?
Side of cage caught 2 on the way in. They're fighting third after. Not bad for a pretty awkward buy for 100 Thieves.
जीत गया ना नेटिव?
Even at the very end there.
ऐसा सब round देगा तो लग गए
with a molly from the Viper. And would have
4v5 था आराम से खेल सकते.
Had you not found the kill, Loud gets some fast control towards A. 100 Thieves are posted up passively on their anti-eco.
Cryer tried to play the 10 spot there, but was forced down by the fault line and flash util. It's EU finding 2 important ones now. Loud out of options here. 100 Thieves economy still a little shaky. You can see the Bulldogs and the judge still brought into this round.
Won't be too shaky after this unless Les makes a little bit of magic happen. 100 Thieves are down to just go run around the map and oh my god, hunt him down.
Chance के लिए कौन-कौन पक्का है SEN and Gen2 के अलावा? Pacific में तो 4 teams पक्का है. जो 4 टप्पा दिया 2.
Awkward though for 100 Thieves. And let that kind of play like this off the leash, it can be an issue.
क्या 2 टप्पा
But
दिया?
not to scupper the plans of these Thieves as they're looking for smooth sailing. The economy now shored up. Lockdown.
Aim है ना?
Nightfall available for them.
मेरे को अच्छा एम पता किसका लगता है? एक
Doji और
एक लेस.
Loud opting to take a timeout. as they head into a round where they're going to be fully buying out. Have two significant ultimates in their repertoire. Having the role of Thunder, Tuiz has the showstopper when we get back into the swing of things.
Pacific से ये 4 teams है.
A big ultimate round and definitely an inflection point in this second half. Loud have enough to mostly buy rifles. Sada can do so, but can only get half armor. But that's as good as it gets here.
आज ये में होगा Fnatic के भाई मेरे कांड.
So expect to see some of these ultimates leverage to secure it. Neither side looking to take any risks here now. We are in a crucial phase of Lotus.
And when we get back into this as well, take note of 100 Thieves side where they have
playoff चालू है आज से.
That gives them the opportunity to play for a very fast flood, get back in while the spike is going down with the nightfall, perhaps. Or just go for a big set retake with the lockdown. They've got options.
Game में खत्म ना नहीं playoff चलेगा ना अभी.
Go fight towards A. Maybe a paranoia to deal with. But it doesn't look like it. Cryo is in position to throw the one-way towards C side right now. So
मेरे को shopping के लिए जाना है यार. बाल काटना है, दाढ़ी करना है. Hacking करनी है.
Pankata ready for it. But the defensive Viper wall thrown up here. Loud will now have to speculate for the next few moments.
Paid नहीं है.
Sees Arsena. And here it comes. The shot stop for Tuiz as he rounds the corner. He'll catch Cryo at the very least. Arsena also forced out of position by that aftershock. But he's back again. Finds a decent timing.
Almost
reveals all of 100 Thieves' setup.
Almost Ayuka.
We thought we'd see a big ult round. We've seen 2 here for Loud. That might have been enough to get the job done. Only Boostio remains, yes, with the lockdown, but really no reason to throw that in here. Expect to see the game equalized once more.
He might find a reason to use it with these players so low. Could find a first pick, could find an opportunity to maybe go for that risk.
Loud ping in the side. Boostio does draw out the fault line, but is hit by it. Has the wrap timing.
That was crazy that he was aware of that. Eagle from Pankata. Crosshair ready for him to be up high. You can really see the contrast between these two teams' approach to the defense. We're loud, we're taking space, but we're happy to give it up and then pivot into fast floods or sometimes those big retakes. In the case of 100 Thieves, they are just ready to scrap it out and fight for each other. Swing in, rotate to fight for each other. That round does not pay off like it did in the prior
finals के लिए.
Like you said, look at the state of the ultimates. None used, all still in
Pacific
play.
finals.
So neural theft.
Finals और शायद semi-finals भी देख पाएंगे.
They'll be happy with it. They've broken the economy of 100 Thieves now.
हो सकता है भी stream भी हो सकता है.
Just behind the tree is Arsena. Playing a dangerous
Possibility
game. They're moving up to more effective range for that Bulldog. This time though, 100 Thieves don't scrap out on Rubble.
And in the meantime, 100 Thieves have 2 players towards B and C, just jump spotting, so they're content stacking up here, but Tuiz with that first.
EU plays up close with the Stinger, now going to be crying. Challenge directly. 3 for 2.
Give it to me.
Still 5 points of health to work with, and into the back of A they go. Les can post up here and upper. Over challenges a little bit.
One at a time, baby.
They're going to rolling.
Alone, yeah, with any other streamer also coming.
And less going down actually gives these 100 Thieves players an opportunity to win this with that rifle recovered as well, because he was pushed up so far. Tuiz weak, but Sadha
उधर से Watchparty करना कितनी बड़ी बात है पता है चल.
Again, Boostio draws out the fault line. Pankata swings the Viper spinner now. Here comes a rolling thunder. Boostio can't get around it. He thought he might be able to sidestep it. Boy, was he wrong.
The perfect ultimate for that situation.
Blue तो है बेरा है.
Lock
कुछ भी बोलो.
up for Loud, get their 10th on the board. As we head towards the close of this game, the closing of Loud's season, trying to end things out on a high note. Get one final win against a 100 Thieves side who have just been one of our best teams from Americas all year.
The team that knocked them out of contention for Stage 1 playoffs, no less.
10 से मिले तो shot दिला दो.
Started that run for 100 Thieves where they just lit the entire region on fire. Unstoppable in the Stage 1 playoffs. It started
और right store
crushing
मिलेगा.
victory over Loud. A little bit of revenge to cap off the year for them, perhaps.
They went on to beat Leviathan, then G2. Felt like they were top of the world. Then we sent them off, of course, to Shanghai, and the reality set in. Some real stiff competition internationally. I'm sure in the back of their minds, 100 Thieves are considering that here as well. If they want to have another bite at that apple, they need to get through the rest of this region. This is not the kind of game that puts you on a strong footing.
गोरिल्ला नहीं आएगा शायद से वो Ascension के लिए जाए शायद से, लेकिन वो देखना पड़ेगा कि उसका कितना और उसको रुकना है.
And it looked like they would be after map 1, but here we are. 100 Thieves losing their own pick in bind. Now on the cusp of losing Lotus to allow that look rejuvenated. That was Zix taking the timeout for 100 Thieves, headed into a crucial buy round, multiple ultimates, but more importantly, their economy is on the line here. A win for Loud could get them right at the finish line.
Something 100 Thieves did on defense against Esports. Something they haven't done here against Loud. And often this fighting in Rebels backfired for them. So this round, they take a more passive approach.
Out of this timeout for the first time, 100 Thieves playing very aggro towards the seaside. Look at the space that Cryo and Bang have taken there.
Champions में भी जाओगे क्या? सारा लिस्ट अभी चाहिए.
DJ utility.
And Paranoid though comes in as Loud look to make this hit happen.
वो ऑस्ट्रेलिया शिफ्ट नहीं हुआ है, वो 2-3 महीने बाद रिटर्न आ रहा है.
Audacious plant out in the open. They thought they had it covered, but Busio was
all
3 with the Guardian. The lockdown helps them get in.
भाई ये लोग ऐसे सब राउंड कैसे दे रहे हैं?
They're about to get squeezed. Presence coming in here from A-Long. Pancada can run and gun for 1. Well, that'll be the defuse around 1 here for 100 Thieves. Again, we are tied up.
Such an intelligent round coming out of that timeout from Coach Zix. I love the way they play that, just pushing down C, trying to take the space. And once they realized that Loud weren't there, but they were shepherding them into this A-site. Busio, lockdown comes through. Then he cleans the ball up himself. But even if he didn't, look at these positions from 100 Thieves. With Cryo and Bang coming back from Rebel side, they would have had those remainder of the Loud players completely encircled.
Cryo can do He has that ultimate to TP and even get involved in the fight.
पेड सुपर चैट जैसे पेड तारीख वैसे लिखा ना उसने. पेड तारीख ऑडियंस ऐसे कुछ तो लिखा था शायद.
And that was also just 100 Thieves out of the timeout, recognizing Loud's tendencies over the past few rounds, their willingness to play with several players towards A, push up into rubble early, and now again fighting towards C. Cryo finding another first kill.
And he refreshes that one way that lets straight up disrespect. So now 100 Thieves have shut down that early C probe, and they have info of this side of the map.
Contacting towards A, Busio's turret taking contact for the defense, broken by Sadak.
Asna throws the paint shells, which does connect with Sadak, takes him down to 72. Okay, nice swing from Tui. Is he getting onto the side? Asna falls down in tree.
भाई थोड़ा heavy नहीं चल रहा है.
Up now for Loud for this post plant.
अभी का work permanent है क्या? नहीं
शायद. Mechanics looking so strong from him right now.
It's going to be up to EU and Bang here to salvage this one. Haymaker's getting thrown by both teams. Bang's timing from stairs. Maybe not expecting that right side angle. Pancada's been playing it consistently in the post plant though. He's going to challenge it. Comes off second best. Pancada, man.
Save करने पड़ेगा bro.
Hasn't lost his edge at all. And that EU is going to have to slink away. There's no other choice. Look at the money for 100 Thieves. Keeping a gun here means that they can still buy.
Absolutely, just going to play for his life. Loud contacting up even after losing the first player. Those 2 initial duels taken. Just snappy headshots, finding entries onto the site. Pure individuality from their side.
It's Sadak and Tuyas, right? They just take single fights, win them both out.
And what a juxtaposition, perhaps closing out this game with moments like that. Pure individuality, just swings like that from Tui's. Kawanzin taking the duel. Given where they started in this series, unable to get a kill on Cryo a single time on Ascent for how many rounds? Could not win a single duel there. Now looking like this.
Loud now.
इसने सोचा था बे 13-1 होने के बाद.
Healthy buy. 100 Thieves again. They don't.
बाकी लोग का हाथ गरम नहीं हुआ पता है. सब कुछ साइरो बाय कर रहे थे, बाकी लोग का हाथ गरम ही नहीं हुआ.
Rinse and repeat for Loud. Scaling up here on this A side.
Yeah, they've done this many times already. We saw 100 Thieves out of the timeout, prepared for this, trying to counter this.
और बुटाएंगे heavy.
Pings towards that box there that Cryo had been set up on. This round though, he's double faced up with Arsenal on the side.
This time it's much more passive from 100 Thieves, waiting to be able to play off of that wall again. Asuna breaking that Prowler. Things really stalling out on the A side. Neither team willing to give up too much. It's a game of info as the boombox goes out as well. Another Prowler broken.
Loud are adamant about this. They don't want to.
वो लोग को और चाहिए.
Doors thrown open. Asuna will go to check it. Just gives the shoulder again.
They're being so patient, they're draining so much utility from the defensive side. Look at EU, no C's, no Prowlers.
30 seconds बचा है बे.
But that's not the only thing that's drained. Time is getting short now. 30 seconds left.
30 seconds left.
TP for Cryo for some info. Actually sees less at Mound, so they can't be sure. But here comes the A push. Nightfall's going to catch onto all four of these players. Cowan team catches us the first. It's the second round, and they're always lost out inside tree. They need him to be dominant. Either takes care of Cheers. Playing from upper, so important after Cryo got caught mid-TP there. And Bang finds success at B. Now the player to win
भाई बचा लिया पेनकार्ड ने.
It's Pankata and Sanhok, two of the original members of this team, the champions winners.
Good morning.
Have to put it together.
भाई एक साल Esports
No real util to speak of, and just a bulldog for Boostio.
मतलब?
Loud can now pair themselves up here in
पेनकार्ड है ना?
and allow the game to come to them. Viper's pick going to be thrown down here as Boostio gives it a tap instantly. Now can play through the Viper util. Here comes Boosty!
उसका स्पिट ने बीटी दे दिया.
Bang thought to stick it, but no, it's not to
उसके
be.
स्पिट ने बीटी दे दिया रे बैंक को.
They're on the cusp of getting a last-second win in the VCT this year, ending things off on a high note after what's been a tumultuous season.
कौन सा सीजन?
A good one to go home on if they can close this out.
भाई पेनकार्ड ने बचा है. ये किल क्रूशियल था.
The Viper's pit, that's a scary prospect here, but such a cool, calm and collected approach here from the two veterans, the two world champions.
Crazy to see a 2v2 with 3 world champions in the mix to close out that round.
That's America's baby. Just a flashpoint here to get Loud forward. No proper defensive Viper wall yet, and he is on the other side of the door. Might be a faster hit here for Loud. Money not good for 100 Thieves. They're in the doldrums and they're scraping together what they can to keep this game alive.
Tui's about to get the showstopper because of that orb.
Oh man, this angle's been so good for Les and Loud in general, but Arsenal wants to try and make something happen with the judge. It's one. Sarnak steps up, but he's still flashed by the paranoia. And now the new rule theft for Les is going to make it even worse. 100 Thieves laid bare. Flank timing for Boostio, going to be spotted out early by that util, and EU is going to do it all.
जीत सकता है भाई Loud.
He's been incredible this season. A big part of the reason why 100 Thieves are in these playoffs. But against an already eliminated team, 100 Thieves are going to pull up short. Pankata and Les might swing this at the same time. And it's Loud that exit Americas with a roar. Head held high. After the light had gone out their eyes midway through the season, they bounce back and remind us what they're capable of.
I mean, not only at the middle of the season, at the beginning of this match, Ascent was a brutal loss for Loud. 13-1.
Thank you, Binks, bhai. 2-0
coming back in, winning the map pick, of their opponent, Bind, where 100 Thieves had been dominant in the past, but are slipping. They are falling off from the level they used to be at. Loud exploit that. And then on the Lotus,
they just looked
so regimented on defense. I loved Sadhak's calling, how they were pivoting away from taking some of those initial fights into playing for very fast floods with their breach. Oftentimes then instead also setting up big retakes.
My language.
Way to end this year for Loud. It's been tough, but it's nice to see them go out on a solid win. When you're watching Pankata play like that, he's still a world champion.
That guy sat on the bench for most of this season, looking on, not having an opportunity to show what he's made of. But he ends this game at 24 kills, 11 deaths, 306 ACS.
Crazy.
On the map of Lotus. Literally the immovable object on that seaside defense. And when it came time to go on the attack side, man, the guy really had what it took.
It's kind of beautiful and poetic in a way to see that on this last map, the win, the top 3 players for ACS in the server, Pankata, Sadhak, Les, the world champion trio, the original members of Loud, stepping up to cross the finish line against 100 Thieves that continue to just raise question marks.
क्योंकि वो लोग का लाउड का सीन ऐसे कि वो लोग का नेगेटिव ये अभी बेसिकली अपडेट हो चुका है ना, ये अपडेट हो चुका है ना, हाँ 100 दिवस ये अपडेट हो चुका है। तो वो लोग को सिर्फ ये स्लॉट मिलता था, ये स्लॉट, लेकिन अगर वो लोग किसी और के सामने भी जीतते थे ना तो फॉर एग्जांपल 5-5 होता, लेकिन ये -40 कुछ ज़्यादा ही है, समझ रहे हो? -40 बहुत ज़्यादा है, बहुत मतलब बहुत ज़्यादा। और मैं ईजी क्यों देख रहा हूँ? -26 सॉरी, ये -26 बहुत ज़्यादा है। -40 क्यों बोल रहा हूँ? ये -26 बहुत ज़्यादा है। वो 40 का डिफरेंस मैं ऐसा माइंड में कैलकुलेट कर रहा था, 40 राउंड का डिफरेंस, समझ रहे हो? तो वो लोग को अगर 100 दिवस का स्लॉट चाहिए रहता तो वो लोग को एक तो जीतने पड़ता, तो 5-5 रहता और दूसरा भी जीतना पड़ता। 6-4 होता तो वो लोग क्वालिफाई होते थे, वैसा। लेव के सामने तो नहीं, लेकिन फ्यूरिया और ईजी वो लोग को जीतना था, जो कि दोनों पॉसिबल तो था। टेक्निकली देखा जाए तो दोनों पॉसिबल तो था, क्योंकि फ्यूरिया उतनी अच्छी टीम नहीं है और ईजी भी नई टीम है अभी, तो दोनों पॉसिबल तो था, मतलब फ्यूरिया किधर है एक बार देखो, वो भी लाउड को हराने के बाद। हाँ, और ईजी भी क्वालिफाई नहीं कर पाई। लाउड को ये दोनों मैच जीतना था। I will tell my children about best jinxer in the world. Language.
Tava morrendo e round acabava, tá ligado? Então agora a gente tá entrando todo mundo junto.
I think the main reason, the main change was really going with Twiz into the bomb set.
Head-to-head आता है first consideration, उसके बाद round. Head-to-head में वो लोग भी
I'm sorry,
better है
Twiz,
ना?
we did that to you, but when he changed
वो लोग
that,
आगे
things
शायद।
started going our way.
I love that you mentioned Tui's because obviously that was also a recent change with him now on Duelist. You and the team have been through a lot, trying out a bunch of different things. And though we didn't get to see Tui's on Duelist for too long, we got to see him perform very well
That's
today. How do you feel about all the changes that you've gone through?
Tell
And
me
how
1v3, 2v4 and
Falando sobre
5v6
Twiz,
का
né,
सीन है ना?
Tá acompanhando a mudança dele para duelista, claro que a gente não pôde ver muito disso, mas a gente tá ansioso para ver como é que essa mudança toda, como é que ela te afeta.
Cara, acho que a gente demorou pra se encaixar no ano, a gente tava mudando tudo, mudando em GL, mudando composição, mudando função de jogadores, e acho que hoje a gente se encaixou um pouco, a gente conseguiu performar bem, mas acho que faltou muito essa identidade mesmo pra gente. A gente tá sempre querendo mudar alguma coisinha e a gente não tinha a própria identidade. Agora eu acho que a gente criou a nossa própria identidade, pena que acabou, né?
Yeah, I think what we were missing
Okay, भाई
was
Watchparty बंद कर लो,
us
SEN का
finding
मैच
this
है,
new
अभी घर
identity.
जाएगा।
So we were changing roles, changing comps, changing even the IGL. I feel like we are getting there. We're finding this new identity, but we can't show anymore this year.
That makes a lot of sense. We've heard a lot from Sadak about how difficult
MD
this year
Furkan
has
bhai,
been.
thank you for the
He's been
membership,
very,
मेरी
very
जान।
transparent about all of it, but I would love to hear a little bit more from you as well. You shared a little bit just now, but talk to us about the journey that this team has been on this year and the ups and downs.
Fala um pouco da gente sobre você, o seu ponto de vista sobre essa jornada que o time teve esse ano com tanto altos e baixos.
Cara, acho que o principal problema foi esse mesmo que eu acabei de falar, tipo, a gente não
10 to 0, 100%.
a nossa identidade e acho que isso dificultou muito o nosso jogo, mas eu acho que foi um ano bom, aprendi muita coisa esse ano, a gente começou bem jogando kickoff, né, se eu não me engano a gente chegou na final no kickoff, depois a gente jogou Master Madrid, ficamos em 4 no Master Madrid, acho que a gente se perdeu um pouco no meio do ano, mas eu tô feliz porque a gente aprendeu muita coisa esse ano, principalmente eu.
Yeah, I think we learned a lot this year, especially me. We started really well with the kickoffs, we made to the final, we made to Madrid. But I think one of the main reasons things were not working the rest of the year was really trying to find their identity, like I said.
That makes a lot of sense. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts as always, and congrats again on the win over
जो के साथ
100
वीडियो
T.
निकालना
We are
है
going to be right back, but when we do
पे
so,
live में
it's a
सोने का
matchup you
time
do
नहीं
not
है
want to
भाई।
miss. Sentinels versus G2. See you there.
क्या लॉन्ड्री प्लेयर्स आ रहे हैं टीम में। फ्लैट टू 2 साल से बीसी। दो साल से फ्लैट टू कोई कैसे हो सकता है यार। इसके तरह खेलना सायरो जैसे। ब्रो someone gifted me something. You got membership gifted bro by one and only Devar Cities. ऑल्सो जो लोग नए नए मेंबर बने हैं व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप ज्वाइन कर लो, फन में बकचोदी कर लो। जब गिफ्टेड खत्म हो जाएगा तब नहीं रहोगे, लेकिन एक महीना तुम लोग एंजॉय कर सकते हो, समझ रहे हो। सुजीत भाई वेलकम टू द मेंबरशिप अगेन, लव यू। चलो व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप ज्वाइन कर लो। अपन आया, पानी भरा, कुछ खाया और देखने दो, अगर चाय बनाने का सब है तो चाय भी बना लेते हो एक और। कनाडा से कर सकते हैं, किधर से भी कर सकते हैं। फोन भी बंद करने के पिंकी अभी भी मेरा स्क्रीन पे।
Sentinels has my utmost respect. I think they're definitely one of the best teams here in Americas. Last time we played against them in kickoff, and I think we won, but they won the first map, so it didn't even matter that we won. They qualified, we didn't. Looking to get
placed in a 1v3.
And the stall there is permanent. Yeah, I can force him off the angle. How about that? The flash over the top.
Is Zelsis ready for this? Does he have any idea Trent's just on the other side? Oh, has he done that? Zelsis! Now down to the 1v1, but he's getting flanked. Is he aware? Knife up! Zelsis! It's unbelievable!
This is a big match for us. If we win this, we're locked in as the top 2 seeds, which makes our run to Seoul even easier. And that's all we got our eyes locked on. Making champions, getting to travel the world is the best part of this whole thing, and we want it really bad.
Icy now an issue behind them. They can't hear. That's a Haunt committed, as well as the Nightfall and Valorant fighting forward for 3.
I think for us, as long as we can kind of start a bit hot, maintain that level of focus throughout the whole match, I think we can win.
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT Americas. And if you're new here, you're just watching for the first time, well, look at you. You're just in time. It's our final match of the entire regular season. I mean, really, great timing on that one there, buddy. Of course, I'm Golden Boy. You got Doug. You also have Mimi here as well. We're going to break down everything with this matchup because, funny enough, this is the game that actually has some pretty decent ramifications as we get ready for the playoffs.
Every other game this week has been seeding within the same area or completely useless. This is the match that really matters today. There's one more slot for one of those top 2 seeds that allows you to skip your way through the single elimination phase and be one match from Shanghai.
Yeah, we earned this one. After the stuff we've been through the last couple of days.
Maybe wear a clown costume.
Yeah, this feels like this is well-deserved and well-earned, and I do think it's going to be a banger. I was having a conversation with Kaplan a couple of days ago. This is so big for them and for their team and what their goals are throughout the end of the year to go from Madrid and then miss out on Shanghai. Like the crown jewel is Korea.
Yeah.
हल्का सा हक दिया मैंने ऑल चैट में FU G2 होगा फुल क्यों बे then जीतेगा वैसे 2-0
They've been flawless stage 2 thus far. Sentinels yet to drop a match, but G2 hasn't lost a series either in this stage. These are, I think, pretty clearly the two teams who have gone the furthest when we've seen Americas at international events thus far, fighting for a chance to make an easier run to that final international.
Yeah, they're right there.
And I think what's most impressive about these two teams, as you think about them, is again, you go through Madrid, Sentinels hit a hangover period, right? G2 did not. So we'll come back to that later. I'm really excited to see how this plays out.
Yeah, honestly, Sen and Stage 2, I think, have looked really clean. The most obvious thing, I think, is just getting the fundamentals back under control. I think they're playing a lot of similar comps, similar ideas. I mean, they're playing like the basic Breach Sova onto Haven, but all of the solutions they've come up with have looked really good. Tens and Second are back in the form at the beginning of kickoff. It feels like a return to form for them.
It feels like a weight has been lifted off of them, and they can play a little bit more comfortably. There's not really the same amount of stress. I think you're absolutely right, and so much of that is what's contributing to the return to form.
And when you watch Sentinels in some of Stage 1, you could see how exhausted they were, especially for John QT, the IGL, and Kaplan, the coach. I think that rest heading into Stage 2 was actually so big, because the game plans and specific prep for teams have been great. And on top of that, I think John's calling has been in peak form throughout the stage.
Oh, well, you know, without a doubt. I mean, I think everyone's just gone out and say, like, John QT's been absolutely magnificent throughout this season here. Another person that's also been magnificent for this team has been Zelsis. We often talk about him being the individual that will carry a lot of that energy, that hype, you know, that you would desperately need to keep your mind focused when you're in these high-octane situations. But you know what, Doug, he doesn't just do that. He also puts up numbers as well. He contributes significantly to this team.
Yeah, and I think we can have this conversation around, are they playing the easier teams in Americas this time around, and you know what have you, but I think it's more than that. I think you see a lot of it in the body language, in the demeanor, in the way they carry themselves, in the way, as you were mentioning, Zelsis has delivered, not just in the vibe merchant and the feeling and all that stuff, and that's true and that's fine and whatever, but the way he's been delivering in the server and outside of the server is what's been really impressive.
But I will also say that I think they have played the easier half of the teams in Americas in the second stage. I think that's just a fact, and I think that's why this match is so important beyond just the seeding. This is really the kind of like vibe check to see how strong Sentinels really is going to be against another one of the top teams in Americas going into playoffs now.
And what I really love about this particular matchup is, you know, the trajectory of both of these teams, interesting, right? For Sentinels, hot start, doing everything you could possibly want, gets to Madrid, wins Madrid, does everything you could possibly ask for, and then slumps. But then G2, on the other hand, they were struggling in that time, and then they found that second gear. So now they kind of like leapfrog, and then we saw their Shanghai performance, top 3 finish there. This is a G2 team that has been through the ringer up until this point, and for them to be, they were in Ascension last year, and now they're fighting for an opportunity, not just for playoffs, but they're also fighting for their spot at champions, and it's looking damn good that they might lock it in.
Yeah, I think what's most impressed me, this was what I was starting to talk about earlier. Most teams, after a crazy year, after a crazy season, they hit international stage, they're on the ground, or they're on the grind for a month at a time in foreign land, they hit a slump when they get back. Sentinels was a perfectly good example of that, but G2 come back after Shanghai, after being on the road as long as they have been, and they look so good.
Yeah, and compared to Sentinels, who like blitz their way through stage 2 or yet to drop a map, all of these series that G2 have been playing have been really close, really tough series. But I think what matters is that they proved that ability to come back, that like tenacity they showed at Shanghai. If you remember,
the resiliency.
Their comeback against Team Heretics in the second game, all of those series where they looked out and they recovered, they've shown that they've been able to replicate that now domestically, and also to replicate some of the individual player performances and just general form of Shanghai.
Yeah, that resiliency that we have accredited G2 with so much throughout Shanghai, you know, it is been just absolutely incredible to see them just continue to build off that. And a big part of that as well is the IGL Valen. So let's go ahead and hear what he had to say as he was talking to Smix earlier on.
Valen, the stakes are super high today because if you get the win, you secure a second seed and a bye in playoffs, but you're going up against an undefeated Sentinels. If you can share, do you see any potential holes in their gameplay that you might be able to take advantage of today?
I think they're a team that has similar problems to us. Sometimes they start a bit slow. I watch their comm videos and they always try to like bring up the vibes and get the comms going. So sometimes maybe their holes are that they start a bit slow. But regardless, I think they are one of the best teams in America, so it's going to be difficult today. But I will share that we've been feeling very good for this match. So, you know, if we play like how we've been playing in practice and bring the confidence, energy today, I think we're going to come out with the win.
We absolutely love to hear that. Good luck today.
Thank you.
And they're going to need to bring it all when they go up against Sentinels, an undefeated team in this stage. But, I mean, you know, goes without saying, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, I think that was the interesting thing in listening to Valen speak there is that he mentioned that it feels like Sentinels have slow starts. They haven't dropped a map. Yeah. This entire stage. So it does really feel like Sentinels is at this peak high, but you know what I really love about G2 is that they've never really been the kind of team who's concerned about what the other team is doing. Yeah. They're going to focus in on themselves. They know that if their core is strong, they can take down anybody, and I think that's going to have to be the case today.
Yeah, I'm very much excited for where this match can potentially go, of course. We're going to dive into our predictions and agent select coming up after this short break. Don't go anywhere, folks. It's G2 versus Sentinels. Match of the weekend. We'll see you on the other side.
अगर गैस से भाग बुक आवाज आ रहा है उसका मतलब क्या है?
Predictions of our broadcast team. See who they think is going to win, and I'm excited for this little dialogue that we're going to have.
Yuvraj bhai, thank you for the 41 months, मेरी जान की टोटी.
Would you like to go first?
Oh, I mean, I really do feel like G2 as a unit plays incredibly well. Sure. Look, don't get me wrong. It's going to be a tough matchup. This is going to 3, and it's going to be down to the wire. But I really do believe in Valen and the G2 guys.
And it's time for me to propagate the narrative of underrating G2 that has been so pervasive throughout this team, this organization's entire run. But I really feel like when they've played against, throughout the year, the top team in Americas, the squad in the best form, they've tended to stumble. Think about the messy match against Lev in stage 1. Think about the game they played against 100
It feels like every time we think G2 is there, then they just take a step back.
Yeah, and I wonder if there is some block against these top teams, like your Sentinels, 100 Thieves last stage. I think there is something there. And I think Sentinels are in such clean form right now. I mean, they have not dropped a map, which is honestly why I have to favor them.
Yeah, you kind of can't. I think the tough thing for G2 here is that they're not just playing against Sentinels. I think they're playing against Destiny. Ooh. I think for a team to go through kickoff the way they did and then lose and then win Madrid and then miss out on Shanghai, I mean, the script is so boringly easy. This is Sentinel's year. And it starts today. They're going to win today. They're going to get through the bye. They're going to win in the first round of playoffs. They're going to qualify for Seoul, and then it's over from there.
I hope we have the clown suit standing by. That will be a funny one. All right, folks, so let's go ahead and do this bad boy, shall we? Last match of the regular season. So let's send it down to the stage. Bring out our 2 teams, G2 and Sentinels.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy and Riot Games Arena. It is down to our final match, and we have saved the best for last. Give it up for our first team. It's G2 Esports.
If you with us, buy the bundle. Say you should buy the bundle. Barely time to buy the bundle. For this turn of errors rumble. Cause you know we titans in this game. Ain't no contest. If we take it to the game, turn a wild west. We ain't faking what I claim. It's a wild threat. No rook, we been a vet. Now check the mindset. By the name of G2. Try to take over the world. How we come through. You just follow in the herd. We don't have to. Let's forget about what you heard. Probably ain't true. This ain't go to. Cause you know it's G2. Try to take over the world. How we come through. You just follow in the herd. We don't have to. Let's forget about what you heard. Probably ain't true. This ain't go to. Cause you know it's G2. Can't be called a newcomer. We've been up for several summers. Seeking how to step in commas. If you with us, buy the bundle. Say you should buy the bundle. Barely time to buy the
And now it is time to welcome their opponents on stage. I want to hear everyone loud and proud. It is Sentinel!
क्या टास्क है बे चाय बनाना क्या टास्क है बीच कितना टाइम चालू होने को शायद 2 मिनट
It's our last match of the regular season. Sentinels versus G2 Esports. And let's set the stage real fast for what these two teams are going to be playing for here, because this matchup is going to have ramifications for the playoffs. If Sentinels manage to win, they'll give themselves that top 2. They're good to go. But G2 have an opportunity to take that away from them and be in the top 2 and get that bye. That would be massive for this young team.
Both of these teams have made a run at a global event this year. They've come the deepest of any America's squad. G2 finishing 3rd in Shanghai, which no one expected, and Sentinels pulling off the win over Gen G to start the year. There is still spots open for both of these teams to make it. But for
sure.
either of them, no matter how good they've been this stage, playing single elimination, there's always a chance of getting upset and your year going awry. And that's why this match is so big.
And your series layout's going to be Bind, Lotus, and Ascent. I feel like I've said that before.
Just in different order, but
just in different order.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah.
But we are going to get that Bind.
Yeah, I think watching both of these teams walk onto the stage, it felt like such an accurate representation of how they carry themselves all the time. Even in the huddle, Sentinels were like jumping up. Celsius was smiling. You can tell like they're very much leaning into what they know. And then you go to the other side of the stage. Not a good time to say this. Is Jonah P is smiling on the camera. But I saw Valen. You know, it's business. It's all business, and that's been their calling card. All the way back.
You and I saw Valen literally in the hallway as we were going to get food. You could tell my guy was dialed in.
Yep.
They know that this is a big match, not just because of what's going on with the top 2, but also because they got to pop off in these big moments. They have to prove that they can, Doug.
And I think that's when G2 is often at their best. When you see Valen like locked in, that's often a bad sign for the opposing team.
We'd expect Agent Select to be mirrored here. Both these teams have stuck to the more classic Sky Gecko that was kind of defining early in stage 1, and Sentinels are actually going to make a big change here. So they're going over to the Deadlock. We saw them experiment with this on Lotus. Biggest strengths to look out for, they're attacking host flanks, throwing down that net on the execute, the barrier mesh, the sensors to keep people out, and on their defensive side as well, there's a lot of tools there to set up flood retakes off the util. It's going to be cool to see how they cook this up.
It's going to be exciting. Riot Games Arena, let's make some noise as we get ready for map 1. We're going to send it over to your casters, backed by popular demand. It's the trio of Bren, Sideshow, and Bala.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, what a match here. Our last one of the regular season. Everything matters, you know, and the TriCast was so good. Had to run it back again. No, the BBS combo, you should be known as L Show. We could have a real good show and wordplay going on. But yeah, there's a lot to play for. I mean, the desk is already set and teed this one up. But honestly, you win in terms of the playoffs. You skip all of that early finagling in terms of the seeding. You manage to lock in that number 2 spot, which means you are 1 win away from champs. In the case of Sentinels, if they win here today, they've already locked champs.
And both of these teams being the top performers, the teams that made the runs at the international events. So much in terms of their team play, you can point to similarities between the squads. Sen arguably better on paper, but G2 have defied expectations at all times against super teams like this.
I'm looking for fast play out of Sentinels to set the pace throughout this game on this attack side. Already pushing it up towards long, trying to spot Jonah P. There's no more of that early flashing info, so pushing him off that super early could gain them an advantage on the other side of the map as well.
Dizzy's up top. Dizzy has targets.
There's the acknowledgement, at least for the Dizzy, up into the air. Mid-round information. Pretty vital commodity. Try and fight over G2. That's a little high-low setup, getting a decent amount of damage on the second.
It's a high-low setup that they use a lot. Caught out a bunch of teams that they've played against. And Sen immediately aware of it. You saw the way that Zekken peaked.
And look at that buffer that you actually have from Trent with his flash info. They're not using a single flash from Jonah P, so you could use it on the retakes.
And here comes the group up towards short, though. Sen, after playing a very slow default for a minute, are ready to exec.
I'm going to have showers.
We can't put it together.
Prime to the util. Dizzy over the top. Horn to follow through. Gives them access to the front of it. But again, they have to watch for the showers control. Icy. This time with reinforcements. TP and quick onto the trail as well. John QT cannot hold his ground. It's dropped at a moment's notice. But the spike has been planted. You got that extension and a reflank occurring. Rapidly approaching Jonah P. There's a shot to the head straight away. Sassy gonna be dropped. 10's going for more. Trying to lock it down into the short end. G2 fundamentally on point.
Icy as well, being able to take out second as your opening kill of the round. That's gonna be a head-to-head to follow. So much criticism has been pointed towards Icy, and yeah, he's not superstar player for G2.
करने के लिए love you यार, love you यार. कोई तो बात सुन लिया आज बोला दोपहर को. क्यों chat पढ़ता हूँ मैं पता नहीं.
An important piece of map control. Risky peek too on second. The fact that he gets that enables that teleport to come through for everybody else who, remember, was at that B side holding control of long. So crucial.
And if G2 have a ton of protocols
around
pause.
That, love you, yeah.
Pause the timer for a moment.
Yeah. Love you.
Gotta get. Where was the bingo card? We don't
have
it today.
We
could have done with this one yesterday.
Could have been an easy one to cross off the list.
I don't think we got the bingo yet from 3 days ago, whatever it was.
Get Oxy out here. Maybe he can ace. G2 though are already showing us, and I think when you look at how they've played on Bind, their control over B long is really nice. They've got the kind of stuff. They fall back into high-low setups a lot.
They have huge respect
to push for info, and as we saw in the pistol round there, they're perfectly happy to reinforce showers by flooding through that teleporter. And I was taking a look at how Sassy was playing on the pistol round. He is quite a passive player, and it looks like it's his job to cover the market flank as well. Remember, Sentinel's composition here, playing with a deadlock, can't just put a trip up in market and go and forget that. They're going to have to keep active eyes on it, and so Sassy, he was kind of told to go and try to pinch the players in showers and maybe secure that fight. Go back and watch market.
Yeah.
I think he's going to get torn up a lot if they keep that same idea.
I would be looking as well to see him be with what we saw a couple days ago.
Say Agas wala agent.
That nade
early industry of IGC of Valorant of the right
of Garden to push off Jonah P and Trent of that info line that you're talking about so well that they use. Those sorts of things are super crucial.
Dedication to your life, mate. Love you.
And I know that we're not doing a bias cast today. You know, we've left out with the Leviathan and Furia game. But I was a little surprised to see that it was only myself and Mumbai, I think, that went with G2 as being the favourite team. And Sen have looked immaculate this stage. Haven't dropped a map. Superb stuff. But I am wondering at what point G2
get respect.
Their flowers, get the respect. Because when I'm looking at this matchup, there's so many similarities between these teams in terms of the way that they play tight together, and that's their strength, is the team play and the protocols they've worked on. But also, from a wider perspective, Sentinels, one of the most recognizable teams, and one of the most recognized teams in terms of their brand value, but also their success. Versus a team here that is struggling despite success for recognition for that respect. And this game, if G2 can take it, take that
aim कैसे better करे मार के भूत बना के
people's mouths.
Yeah, at least some acknowledgement, right? I mean, they're our best performing Ascension team by a long shot. And guess what? I mean,
positive mental attitude by
easy aim Ascension team, by the way. And yeah, I mean, luckily dodged that pathway.
Yeah, thankfully. Community protest.
What's the view on time not playing Omen and
There's also a world where it's actually John QT not playing on Sentinels and him playing as the Ascension representative in this league.
बस भाई येलो डॉलर आपको आता है कि मुझे बता सकते हो येलो डॉलर से क्या होता है येलो डॉलर बेसिकली एड रेवेन्यू तेरे को नहीं मिलता एड रेवेन्यू बहुत इफेक्ट करता है
some point we'll diagnose what the issue is
मेरा सारा वॉच पार्टी सारे येलो डॉलर सारे
I saw a little Zelda
इसलिए मैं एड्स ऑफ करके रखता
yeah any problem
Could be.
I mean, they all seem quite locked in. I'm waiting for the game to start.
I mean,
they're locking in now. Look at that.
The lean forward.
Point table समझाओ. Point table क्या last match है? दोनों playoff के लिए तो qualify हो ही गए. अभी champions points इकट्ठा कर रहे हैं.
Over the course of this game, there's going to be explosiveness.
जो जीता उनको slot मिलेगा
we have, especially on Lotus, I think, which is Sen's map pick. Watching John QT go up
के पास तो बहुत points already. तो अभी जो जीता वो लोग सीधा वो लोग lower bracket में नहीं जाएंगे ना playoffs के.
I don't know. Was that what a take pause was from?
सीधा next bracket में जाएंगे.
Cable's being swamped.
Okay.
That's a good sign. Thankfully, Brent, you don't have to go do it.
I don't have to go do it. I'm not qualified to do it, but I would have done it.
Top 2 seed के लिए match है.
Probably would have been stuck here another 30 minutes if I was handling any sort of tech problems.
Guys, did you watch anything?
सीधा बाय मिलेगा lower bracket पर नहीं
Any
जाएगा
big sports game?
Don't even start.
I kind of have to. I'm sandwiched between two Brits.
Don't start. I don't want to talk about it, to be honest. I genuinely don't want to talk about it. I'm the crestfallen warrior right now.
Good morning, Smith.
Sat
Bye.
around filing shrine, just like and ahhing. I mean, yeah.
We're not at the finals here of VCT just yet, but
no.
You know, I hope your favorite team doesn't lose. I hope you avoid my pain.
Rags by आपको nice girl पूरी दुनिया में मिलेगी
really
यार.
Interesting difference between these
Priorities
two squads,
थोड़ा
despite
change
the fact
करो
that they've had
life
so
में.
much success.
Family है.
We are seeing a Sentinels
पैसा
that have
कमाना
not dropped
है.
a map in stage 2.
हाँ, mom dad को proud feel कराना है. वो सब थोड़ा रखो.
They've been immaculate.
Friends आपको बाद में मिल जाएगी, girlfriend बाद में मिल जाएगी.
G2's ascendancy has had very notable
priorities change कर दो.
Even when they were having that run through Shanghai, they would lose a map in
Binks by summer को जानते हो?
and they've repeated
नहीं,
the
मैं
same
winter
thing
को
back here
जानता
in
हूँ.
Americas, and yet they still find a way of being able to patch that up and get back into things.
पहला मैप कौन जीतेगा? Sentinel 2-0
Like
भाई.
they're out of the game if they end up winning the pistol round and then
क्या
losing
144 hertz में emo जा सकते हैं? 1660 TI. TI का नहीं मालूम, लेकिन अगर तेरे को 144 hertz में 144 FPS आ रहा है.
We're waiting for Zelsis to get locked back in again with the headset and everything else. We did speak with Alan earlier about G2 slow starts, exactly what we were kind of discussing just now in 2024.
देवेश भाई सुबह 5:30 बजे क्या कर रहे हो?
It's no surprise that we start slow a lot of these matches. I would say our previous game versus NRG, we actually flipped that and we started hot and we thought we had it fixed. We have team talks about just trying to play tighter from the get-go. I think we're a team that is pretty mentally confident, and maybe that's kind of a double-edged sword for us because we're playing like too loose and too calm. I kind of want to up the intensity a bit because that's when I know we're hitting flow state and playing to our best.
It definitely been, you know, a slow starters. It's interesting to see, you know, Valen talking about the
Then already qualified for champions.
Like that can be.
पता चल जाएगा अभी.
But he's talking about it, you know, they're not necessarily locked in at all times. Can't get into the flow
अब
state.
watch party के लिए ही जग रहे हैं. Love you.
I mean, he's the most
क्या पे गंदा जोक मत मारो.
to call and everything as well. He just takes it easy and gets locked in like you talked about, trying to find that flow state.
30 minutes में चला जाऊंगा 6 बजे कोपा फाइनल से. कोपा क्या गेम है?
Yeah, at the same time though, in some sense, it's like the best spot to have a tech pause like this. For sure. Because when you come into the next round, you just have such overwhelming advantage in terms of the weaponry that you don't, you know, it can get you back into the game fairly quickly, I think. It would be amazing to see Sen pull out.
यार सेन का मैच है उधर मेसी का फाइनल है क्या करूं भाई मेसी देख के पॉइंट नहीं है वो जीत गया ऑलरेडी
G2 should be fairly solid here
समझ
to
रहे हो
get back into the
दो
rhythm
ही
of the
गोट
game.
है मेसी और रोनाल्डो भाई रोनाल्डो भाई नहीं रहे
It's
मतलब
amazing in VCT as well.
मैच में नहीं है
To just stop the clock and pause
मेसी
it.
भाई जीत गए सिंपल बात है
Extra time needed and it doesn't just end
सिंपल है भाई
abruptly.
कुछ रॉकेट साइंस वाली बात नहीं है उसमें
You know, well, I mean, listen, 4 minutes of extra time apparently means 30 seconds in the eyes of some.
The Spanish need that siesta. I'm just saying.
When,
get back to it.
They won't be sleeping anytime soon.
When Sadak lost the first match,
Satvik bhai kaise ho yaar? Love you yaar.
Hey, we're back to it.
Let's
okay. And all that lead up just for the anti-eco, but listen, we're back
वो
in the
वैंडल
match.
मिल जाएगा यार स्पाइरल तेरे को स्टोर वॉर में
Outlaw, and he's got 5 players going at him.
स्टोर नाइट मार्केट वो सब में
him to just farm up with a critical ultimate. Gonna be a flash in his face. Grab that was already committed to.
सिर्फ बैटल पास वाला नहीं मिलता बाकी सब तो मिल
pressure. Grab the orb. Full rotation, marathon sprint to the other direction. Leaving Sassy posted here though, maybe giving him some extra options a little bit later.
I mean, this very much looks like they're just going to try to farm orbs in this round.
That's an early Trailblazer from Jonah P down B long. After spotting and hearing so much from Icy, maybe they didn't get the information that I think, but there is no time for them to be down that fountain.
Right here. Jonah P just jiggling the corner here. There's really very little danger of him even getting punished. I mean, the classics on the other side of things. We'll give it up as soon as the smoke. It's propped down, forced out the molly, defensive util, just trying to make it expensive.
Not how Sentinels, though, weren't actually able to take B long control in this round, and that's because Leafs put his Viper Orb over there. Now, that is going to be a very large difference between the way that these two teams function, because Sen are running the deadlock. So, having that Viper Orb in certain spots around the map, normally B long are on the A default, That's something Sen do not have access to at all. They hit the go button. Gonna try and get this plant down onto the side as well. Trent will attempt to play spoiler. Any sort of denial that he can do, but he's still gonna plant down. So extension forwards, plenty of bodies running straight towards it.
One enemy remaining.
Building up those ults as well, but clinical stuff from G2.
Very quick and backside there too with the sting.
Plant mila or mila.
Very well done. Only one player fell.
Not bad.
Flawless anti-eco, I would say.
The whole round, however, for Sentinels was designed around getting TenZ's ult online, or at least as close as possible, so that could be a win condition for you as you approach. And Trent, you can see in this replay right there, started the round with only one of those ult orbs. So he's miles away on the Thrash, and the Thrash is normally the first one that gets online. TenZ only needs one orb, and they have a huge ult to work with.
I am concerned with the fact that they didn't go through that orb that you're talking about, that Leaf put down on Belong. Is this another one?
There's no way. What is it? What's the indicator?
The reason I say that is because they don't have as many flash utils as they used to have, right? And so they're scared potentially to pop through something like that when they need to because of how this comp is designed. That grab that going over, deny somebody in Octagon to push them back, take that orb sort of thing. On the eco, you don't have the tools, but we'll leave that for another time.
Champion bundle कभी repeat नहीं होती? क्या बात कर रहे हो? अलग से Vandal में नहीं मिलता?
What are they doing a match before this, man? I mean, this is crazy.
एक बबल बैक के तो मैं
we have no further ability to alter the seeds. Perhaps we shall sabotage the two teams. Yeah, now, I've heard of taking a game a round at a time, but I don't know about this one. Pause after the bonus as well. Yeah. Reassess. It's a good job we got three of us up here. That's what I mean. I mean, dude, I don't know. If it was just me and you, Josh, I would have given up. I would have handed it off to you, I think. Listen, we've got even more footage as well. We sorted out this problem earlier. We asked G2's Valen as well how he stacks up against the rest of the league's IGL. Take a listen.
I want to be known as one of the best. Maybe my time is not right now, and that's totally okay. I don't have a grudge on people or anything. I understand I have to build my way up. It's just my first year here. I would like to safely rank myself amongst the top 3, at least. Obviously, you got to give credit to people like Sadhak, and you know, FNS came back. He's always been known as a top IGL. But hopefully, if I can continue to win, maybe even lift an international trophy, like John QT did, then maybe I'll be ranked above him one day.
That's respect for John QT, and I appreciate that. It's also John's first year at the Tier 1 level. But for Valen, something about that seems overly humble. Because, again, in the wise words of G2's theme song, he can't be called a newcomer. He's been up for several summers. So he's been around. He's been around for years, though. He's already been to an international event as the #1 seed coming out of North America. And yes, they didn't perform amazingly at that event, but he's had that experience. He's won through Ascension. This is one of the most long-standing cores that we currently have in Valorant. So the idea that he still needs to earn his flowers, I respect that as a mentality, but I actually think that he's a proven excellent caller who deserves the respect that he's earned over the last few years.
Yeah, I think he's comparing himself to the likes of Sadak, like you mentioned. Now, he mentioned John QT. I think he might be a little jealous over that. Ascension compatriot. But yeah, I think he's comparing himself to the greats, and that's where he wants to end up. Like you said, getting a trophy. And I think this team could absolutely do it after what we saw in Shanghai.
Excuse me?
This team has experience now. They've seen how it feels like to get top 3 at an international event. I absolutely believe that Valen could take them there.
They did also only lose to the finals.
अपन ऐसा watch party कर रहे हैं.
Like a lucky run to make top 3.
सुबह के 6 बजे भेड़ चूत.
Multiple times earlier on in the tournament. It's
yeah,
going to be so interesting. We know all of the teams from all of the regions that are going to champs. We can see like, you know, what seed does Genji, for example, or Heretics get if they're, you know, going to be there, which it seems extraordinarily likely.
Once it all shakes out.
Exactly.
You know, basically just a week when we find out, and then what is it, like a week later? We're
crazy.
Barely any time at all.
Today is my birthday. Sai Krishna, many happy returns of the मेरी जान की टोटे.
Especially the momentum-based ones. Maybe Sentinels you could maybe add to that category, given the fact that kickoff run that they went on. into Madrid.
Pencil कहाँ है?
But momentum can
बोलो
mean a
pencil.
lot when it comes to champions
तेरा
runs. I
girlfriend
think of EG
cancel.
last year, for example, the run out of Tokyo into champions. I actually think that some of these teams have pretty similar characteristics to that EG team, both 100 Thieves and G2, I would say.
When you're fiddling with the Windows control panel, you know you're cooked.
Nikhil bhai language.
That's all I know. You know you are
Season के साथ कुछ गलत नहीं हुआ. My favorite cartoon था
We'll
मेरा.
be waiting a bit until this issue has fixed, but hopefully back
बचपन में
into the action
favorite
soon
था
enough.
बे.
And I believe I've got permission to send us to a break. If I don't, it's going to be awkward.
Flashlight डाल रहे बे. पहले अगर ये ब्रेक मिलता मैं गर्मा गर्म पूरी कप चाय बना सकता था. सुबह के 6 बजे टेक पॉज हो रहा है यार. पहला 2 राउंड भी क्यों खेला? रीशेड्यूल ही कर दो यार. हाँ, कल 7 बजे रखो. चिंचन बैंड था, किधर बैंड था? सबसे बेस्ट प्रोडक्शन का लगता है भाई? ये में का सेक्सी है बे. ये में का प्रोडक्शन सेक्सी है. बस मैं भी आ रहा है फाइनल सियोल. संचित भाई मिलेंगे तो फिर, अगर मैं वहां रहूंगा तो, समझ रहे हो? बंग्स भाई इस बार जाओगे तो मेरा विंगमैन का ट्राई करना. कौन सा, छोटा वाला बड़ा वाला? भाई बहुत कॉस्टली है लेकिन देवेश. बंग्स भाई हेलो. आपकी फेवरेट वैंडल लेकिन कौन सा है? चैंपियंस है, कुरनामी है, फॉरसिकन है. क्या चीटिंग हो रहा है क्या? कुछ तो वायर का सीन. गेमिंग चेयर रेट बता दो भाई. मिडिल फैमिली से भाई, अगर मिडिल फैमिली से ना, गेमिंग चेयर पे मत डालो पैसा. नॉर्मल चेयर से भी तुम लोग स्ट्रीम कर सकते हो, गेम खेल सकते हो, समझ रहे हो? उससे अच्छा सेटअप पे डाल दो, अच्छा हेडफोन ले लो, माउस ले लो. चेयर तुम प्लास्टिक चेयर पे भी बैठ के खेल सकते हो.
They're coming from the game itself, you know, they've swapped out hardware, they're trying it all, so who knows what the problem is. I wouldn't be able to solve it, I know that much.
That is the side 100 Thieves.
और मैं मेरे लिए कुछ मर्स लाओ ना यार, excuse me. अगर दिल्ली आना तो बता, आपसे मिलने आऊंगा आपसे. दिल्ली मीटअप का प्लान्स है ये मंथ एंड, शायद से 27 या 28 को श्योर नहीं हूँ, लेकिन वो सब कब, क्या, कैसे, जगह, ये वो मैं स्टोरीज और इंस्टाग्राम पे अपडेट कर दूंगा.
One of the interesting topics to talk about is one that you were mentioning earlier, Brendan, when we were discussing about this. Is that
दिल्ली से फ्लाइट है वहाँ सोल के लिए पता है, मैं सिंगापुर से जा रहा हूँ.
They won a big off-season tournament, the Africa TV tournament.
4 घंटे का लेओर है, उधर भी थोड़ा देखेंगे क्या सीन है. भाई हेवी कांड फाड़ खर्चा होने वाला है यार इस बार. कांड फाड़.
Essentially try-harding every single major tournament. Won the Africa tournament in Korea.
क्या है जी आपकी? मैं 24 का भी होऊंगा. बंदा आपका वॉच पार्टी करने का डेडिकेशन और एफर्ट हो पाए. लव यू. हैदराबाद मीटअप का प्लान है फिलहाल तो नहीं है हैदराबाद का सीन कोई. पर आप पहले जा रहे हो 17 को, आई गेस 7 वो शायद चैंपियंस के लिए जा रहे हैं ना, या फाइनल्स के लिए जा रहे हैं. फाइनल्स 21st या 22nd को है.
They had that slump in the middle, but
21st को है शायद। मेरा तो उधर काम है पूरा, शूट वूट है, स्ट्रीम सेटअप करने का, मेरे को कल कॉल है, मीटिंग है। बस मैं कभी मरीन ड्राइव पे मीटअप रखा था। मैं सच्ची बोल रहा हूँ भाई, मैं बहुत इंट्रोवर्ट हूँ भाई। जो भी मीटअप होता है मेरे सारे फाफी फेट वाले रहते हैं, उनके वजह से होता है। खुद से कैसे करने का है कुछ आइडिया नहीं है, कान फटती है वो अलग, समझ रहे हो। गलती से अगर बंदे लोग आ गए ज्यादा, पुलिस समझ रहे हो। इंट्रोवर्ट का लाइफ तुम लोग क्या समझोगे? सिर्फ स्कूल फ्रेंड्स के सामने मैं एक्सट्रोवर्ट हूँ।
Guns online for Sentinels. Gotta try and convert.
Sponsor trip है भाई या?
Stop this momentum.
पिंकी का मैं कर रहा हूँ, मेरा sponsor.
God, they're playing like their opponents right now. This is crazy. All 3 rounds, I mean, other than the eco, where they ran in the bathroom and then ran away.
Momentum might have been the wrong word to use.
मेरे को तो पता देवश को आएगा, हर जगह, हर मीटअप पे आया देवश, हर जगह पे आया।
Up here in spawn, the 2 initiators, they are playing rotate positions, waiting to follow the noise of the attackers.
At this point, fanboy number 1 बोल सकते हैं। वो भी सिर्फ मेरा नहीं, Binks का।
That's their own smoke drop down to split up hookah. Boombot as well to take control of it.
And that does pull those 2 players we were mentioning over towards that
मुझे पता है कि मैं भी
Sentinels is not looking to commit at all. Finally going to pick up the spike with a minute left. That's the timing there. And remember, John Q still has all of his util for the execute. For these 2 players on the site, it's going to be difficult to hold on.
आज वैसे भी मेरे को सोफे पे सोना है।
The smoke in their faces, but Sen not going to be discouraged. Sending out a dizzy.
ये retake है, ये retake है। Plant रुको 10 बार।
Nade rebounding here in
मेरा plant रुका।
Somali as well. Ricocheting straight up, and that will be denying the plan, at least for the first wave of things here. Still 28 seconds. Got to get a move on. A fight now into shower. Sassy. He's got to lock down and hold down this spot and position. His team's going to be counting on him to have control of this area. Might be calling for the backup and reinforcements, but Trent is just making this tricky business to try and clear him out entirely, and he's going to get back up himself. It's another TP. Dizzy dealt with it, shot down as well with G2. They're flooding them, swarming at the positions. Doesn't matter about this subpar weaponry. Ult in the face to Tate. Bounces both of them. Star-crossed lovers, what the hell can you do? But a fight on the side is all that matters. It's balance sticking. Safety in numbers, no chance to send there. What?
क्या देख रहे ये?
What a round to come back in from.
SKILLI tech pose हुआ था।
Jonah P on that side is the only indication you would get as to the madness that we just saw from G2.
क्या भसड़ भेज?
I'm wondering what happened to the Thrash on the other side though. Ten's got that one up. He used it in a like default position. Didn't find any value from it.
But this is just ridiculous. I mean, they're trying desperately
Oh, that's funny.
to take him down and regain control of showers so they can play that post plan.
Let's straight back into this one here. Sen are fully grouped up like they want to go hard and fast here towards this A side. All but ready with a util. It's an aid. Doesn't quite catch on to Icy. He's going to be hiding, tucking himself into this smoke. So he's going to play spoiler if he can. Weaker weaponry again in the hands of these Sentinels players, but they are being swarmed, still haven't cleared. Icy just peek his head over there. Tap from Zelsis, pushed back by the mosh pit. The smoke fades away.
Oh.
Got the satchel to disengage.
Super odd moment there. He's stuck in front of the wall while his teammates behind it.
G2 looking to increase that tempo though. Keep being turned up. They're trying
कैसे
to
यो
fight their way
लेंगे?
back in.
नहीं
Smack into
लेंगे
the
ना
corners. They
शायद?
are worried about these positions. And spot seekers have to be
नहीं
used.
लेंगे।
Judge shot goes off. That's
Shotgun
rattled. That
सुनाई दिया,
does
नहीं
put
लेंगे
fear
अभी।
into you. Strikes it deep into the heart. G2 want nothing to do with Lamps. Gonna be going for the outs to extremities here of this side of the side as well. Wingman onto the plan. That's gonna be
छोड़
denied as
दिया
well. But
बे
still
उसको
the
योल
feed
में,
is
वैसे
built
छोड़
up
दिया।
with entirely green. G2
यही करने का जब
dominating
शॉटगन
this
रहता
one.
है,
John
यही
QT is the
करने
last
का।
one left. John QT. Annihilation. It's on. The time is bought. And he's just waiting for the sound cue.
Fuck.
But it's given up. John QT realizing it. That's a win in his books.
What the fuck?
Sentinels.
Just unbelievable. All the kills going in G2's favor until John swings wildly
The
for
fuck?
2 headshots. And we talked about the old Torbs a lot. He wasn't even collecting them. And he gets the perfect one in the perfect moment.
What crazy value in the post plant there from his ult as well. Zelsis, he's one away from having an orbital strike. This composition has big post-plant power. Compare that to the Viper. You couldn't pit in a situation like that and win a 1v3. Had to be the rifle and the annihilation.
Whoops. Big miss. Can't pick that up anymore.
Exactly. No second go around, but it won't matter anyway. Sentinels once more running the same playbook. To the A side as well, clearing out most of these players here. There's a lot of util to try and push them back and away. Lamps control is going to be vitally important. You can see them looking to fight this. 3 players side by side, shoulder to shoulder. G2 not giving this one up, but still can they maintain their composure against the rifle fire? Yes, they can. Rocket earned and sent. And CHUMMI is dropped. Sassy. It's the last one left here. It's got to do with a bulldog in hand, but not able to put up a fight, not against Icy.
SEN के तो लोमड़ी 4 लग गए.
Very different idea from G2 on this defensive side. Usually it's just been Icy and Valin holding onto the A side. They throw in all of their utility to deny the plant. This round they allow SEN the plant, but then they're much quicker with contesting areas, especially Lamps, where we saw them fight with 3 people. So G2 mixing it up, making SEN feel like it's going to be their standard denial of plant. And instead, the fight really quickly.
We heard Valin talk about slow starts and how they're working on getting rid of that sort of idea. But here they are, making great adaptations. Every time they put that wall down into spawn. This time they have 3 people in front of the wall.
SEN conditioned in the very beginning of this game, extraordinarily slow defaulting. And now they're just kind of sending it into A.
Launching smoke. Over and over again, why not? Run it back once more, this time on the full eco. For the plant, util maybe going a little bit of miss there. No. Denying them the possibility of getting that plant down as well. Trent still holding down control. Ult looking to be committed. Valin. Orbital strike in his hands. Doesn't go for it though. There's danger in this round with Zekin.
Zelsis का भी मौली है, Zelsis का ult भी है, Zekin का ult है. Late हो गया तो लग गए bro.
Push it back into Lamps. Only the one. Sassy's going to be cleared out. Peace of mind at least. Jonah P trying to wrap this one around still. Like I said, there is still that danger in the round itself. Valin, attack, trying to force it out. Jonah P gets spotted as well. Across the map, it's a volley. It's going to be landing once more, not half onto this spike. Time being bled straight off this clock. Jonah P still needs to land a few of these shots. Celsius holding it with the ult, still choosing to commit it. Apparently feeling like this one is potentially winnable, but they've just been cleaned up. There's no...
क्या क्लच किया? मैं बोला ना बे. Ultimate round निकाला.
Very, very different. You remember how long they were just stood in backside, thinking about whether or not to deny the plant. Valin holding off on using that orbital strike. Went for it, took him way too long, especially when Zelsis had the ult online on the other side.
Yeah, but sensing the danger of this round, and it ends up materializing. I think that's the flank from G2 was almost perfect. But the timing wasn't enough for him to get all the way up and get a couple kills. You see Sentinels just turn around and get one peek at it, and all of a sudden, you've got time. They're going to go fast up short here, look for a kill. Intense has the op out of nowhere!
Yeah, okay. This guy's doing his something cosplay.
What's bonkers about that as well is this is the first time that Icy has ever taken a peek up into that cubby area in this map.
A proactive clear on the defensive side for G2, immediate punish. I was fully ready to talk, consolation prizes for G2 today. Maybe pulled the showstopper out of
calling थोड़ा left right हो गया उधर
losing that round in that fashion, but right back at it. In a driving seat.
And one of the other problems being that Tens now has the Thrash available again. Yes, last time he didn't get much value out of it. It was Trent that actually had that wild situation outside Showers. But here, full clear of Hookah, clear into sight. The ult's magnificent on buying.
That gets so deep. And you can see they slow things down so that you actually don't know what's going on if you're G2 right now.
Just enough of a pause as well. Rotations are finally arriving here. Leaf, straight shots. Nothing quite landing.
वो क्यों plant कर रहा है? सोचे को भी नहीं दिया.
Util's going to be committed. Spend it out here to try and push these players out of the spot. But again, QT not to be
पहली बार deadlock के इससे कोई stun होएगा chat.
Round 2. So Thrash being used on equal size. I think it's going to be sending it flying. Entertainment. At least catching the one, but still holding it down. Zekin! Punched up on high.
Heavy nade.
Delivering.
Heavy nade, bro.
Raining down at that blows. Nade to follow through.
Heavy.
think this is one of those situations where you really see the value of that deadlock wall as well. When they go for the A exec, John Cuty's throwing it into backside where you can just break it easily from that pipe spawn area. Whereas here, you have to be exposing yourself in elbow in order to break that wall. That's a really dangerous thing for G2 to go for. Not only does it delay them, but it might set them up for a death.
Elbow wall
begins to op as well.
Elbow wall much better hai.
Let it
Baat to hai
expire, and all of a sudden you're
W.
getting that angle while they're breaking the wall. You're so right. It's so interesting to see as well the dueling thrashes. We've had him both times. They've been active.
Initiator opping on both sides.
Yeah. Just trying to spot each other out. It's all about who has the better reaction. The Celsius. It takes one to the chest.
And not a single smoke used by Celsius either. So that's a huge first pick coming out of Jonah P.
Madam Aram se.
It's got to be a wake-up call for Sentinels. No smokes now to use on their own. Might have to just opt into a lot of contacting.
But 10's in the roll. See what he can do. Nobody's showing themselves at all. And Jonah P's rotated here.
Yes, a shot of whistles.
Oh, Jordan.
10's will finally land it. Still no control though. Out towards over into Lance. A mosh pit. On top to grab that. No time in there. Towards the back end. Sassy trying to wrap it around. This complete that pincer maneuver. They do clean up these players. Wall.
George.
Down with the barrier mesh.
Sexy wall.
Another obstacle is going to be.
There's space there.
There's
space there. They don't know.
Oh, he's wiggled his way right past yet still. Will collect.
These last few rounds have been so important for Sen to get back into this game. G2 looked like they were in control. The retake ideas were excellent.
Shot beat kiya,
and now Sen are working up a bit more and putting themselves in favorite post-plant positions.
Utris dal ke do jagah se pinch
lot of his body there, but he's not expecting Jonah P to be on such a wide angle. But it's this play into Lamps that crunch almost failed, as Zekken was too slow to follow up on the Gravnet Mosh. But Sen pile more players in and get the value from it in the end.
And this op from 10's has been getting incredible value.
Gravnet already with the value to Prowler as well. A little bit of spam and a few bullets might do it. Sees all in. There's no way, man. There's absolutely no chance. And still, the fight continues. They've wrapped these Showers players around with Icy being dropped as well. Forced down into the open. This guy.
It wasn't audio issues. There were no audio issues. He was installing cheats.
What they put in those innings.
G2 will see very little value. Sen in full control now of this map. It feels like it's just shifted over.
One enemy remaining.
And now gets another. Yeah, I mean, hunting out the remnants. Annihilation online.
Bhai, madam kaun hai?
And Nightfall.
Kya mara be 4 crispy?
And the Thrash coming online. Sen are in a spot now that is desperately dangerous for G2.
Watch kidhar hai bhai?
Not only do they need wins for their economy, but they need to be able to draw out ultimates from Sen and still survive and be putting rounds on the board.
Talk about a snowball at the end of the half. And you remember the round that started this all. With that post plant that Sentinels plays to perfection with the mollies. You thought G2 had everything covered in that situation. Some of those early rounds that Sentinels won, both of them, I thought G2 got the better of them.
John Cutie.
Lale.
Absolutely. It took heroics and individual performance to get them into that point, but then from there, they found a really nice adaptation to what G2 were playing.
10-2 strong, yes. भाई आप तो प्ले रहे हो मैं लेने वाला था लेकिन क्या उसको गिफ्ट मिला तो मैं भी रुका हूँ.
Largely being exploited by Sen. Spotting it out. I mean, this comp has an incredible amount.
कब देव भाई नाम मान रहे रिटर्न आएंगे Rolex के साथ.
Looking at the way they've been using the deadlock, the Gravnet.
I am sorry, Babu.
Anything. It's just instant access to showers, lamps, whatever you choose. Essentially, if you're Sentinels, G2 are finding it a real struggle.
अमेरिका में सिर्फ सेन के सपोर्टर्स ही होते हैं उनके मैच में. सेन का बहुत फैन फॉलोइंग है बहुत ज़्यादा.
Going into showers just allows that wraparound so freely.
Previously, we saw Tens fighting against Jonah P on that B-long angle with the AWP. And now, Tens looking to try to contest it by the look of things on his own.
वाह क्या
seeing
सोच
if he
तेरी
can
love you.
find a punish onto an initiator jiggle peeking. But at the moment, holding really passively. It would be dangerous for Tens to step out on an aggressive line.
Stream like करो boys and girls, बंगवा पे बात तो है like करो chat. Free के NH के लग रहा है लेकिन जितना होता है उतना push करो.
Previously in the past, they've used the Thrash to clear out hookah. This time, maybe use the boombot and the flash.
Launching smoke.
भाई सुबह के 6 बजे भी 1,500 लोग देख रहे हैं. Love you.
Get the information. G2 has
आधे बंदे
never
सो गए
played
पता है.
inside of hookah so far this game.
कम से कम 500-600 लोग तो सो गए मस्त.
Just throws that uncertainty into the back of the minds of the G2 players. They are going to be attempting, I believe, a reclay. You can see Trent kind of posturing for it. Trailblazer straight down. Going for the peak. This is going to give them information, but honestly a little bit too late. Sentinels have already fully grouped up now, going for this A hit. At least looks like it's on the cards.
अभी order करता हूँ. COD done.
Molly here, nade, and Icy's ult. They can delay plant for a long time.
Rolex is order नहीं होता मेरी जान.
For them as well. Seeing it come through with the satchel as a showstopper. Rebounding it around. Annihilation not sure there was that connection. Still Valen, he's rapid onto it.
नहीं बताओ ना.
Approaches the angle, backs away now, buying time and space.
बताओ my territory बता दो.
The fast onto the flank
बता दो
themselves.
deadlock
Two
अच्छा
players
agent.
wrapping this one. Sentinels need to stick this. Get this extension into the play. Tens at least aware of the fact that he could have missed this chance and opportunity. And the timing, it's gone. Past and beneath him, flash into their faces, just about dodged. Nobody has given him an inch, and there's the wraparound. Finally, the backstab occurring. Celsius has to put a stop to this, considering using the util as well, but he won't be saving it for the post plant. And again, that discipline on display. G2 not giving anything away, fully grouped up, making sure that they can face all of these fights together. Util points it out and paints that picture out perfectly. One of the big things that I'm noticing here is that G2, their defense surrounding Valen and Icy is all about plant denial. And Sen are trying to find these timings to punish them as they go for the molly. You saw the shot molly off the wall of lamps there. And immediately, Zekin's looking for the punish. He's trying to go aggressive in the backside. He knows he has the space. He's trying to catch the timing on Valen while he's thinking about spike denial. But he's missing it. And that to me, is how all of these A fights are going down. Can Sen get the jump on them when they've got other things in their mind?
Yeah, you have to say, Zekin losing that fight multiple
times
now.
भूल गया था Watchparty
position as well.
Then का match
Speaking to
अच्छे time पे
potentially
आया
how he's playing overall in this. And I also have to point out, every round that Sentinels has started in the G2 fashion, super slow, not taking control of anything, has actually led to G2 wins.
Well, here's an exec. Line up over the top, Trailblazer at least the connection, but the disease was not dealt with.
Rolex का क्या करोगे Binks भाई टाइम तो अपने चल रहा है. मेरे को दो ही बहुत पसंद है. एक Omega, एक Rolex और तीसरा एक और बहुत है. मैं नाम भूल गया.
Got his ult from that one as
ऐसे
well.
दो तीन ही मेरे को
He's cleared out most of it. Two players
एकदम
now
ऐसा
wrapping this one
आउ वाला आउ.
through. There's the TP also coming out away. And reset of the
Do you
air just
know
enough here.
company name as
Thrash has to
Snake?
connect
कपड़े
on
का
a
ना?
strike to punish as well. Showstopper in the hands of Zekin. It's anarchy occurring into the server. Orbital strike somehow getting the kill. Zekin did not know which way to look. 2v3.
इतना UC देखना पड़ेगा bench. Rado मेरे को पहले अच्छा था.
Single kill could do it though. Ten's trying to stay alive. Drop down Icy.
Richard Millie नहीं.
So fast onto the line. Celsius now. It's the last one left. Bit of spam
Millie
maybe,
भी
but
बहुत
it
महंगा है.
might be some false confidence. Potentially thinks that he got that one. Leaf going to be sticking it. Bodyguarded all the way. And a round lead now. Just for G2.
Love from Sydney Binks, I love you.
While that wall is up either, so he doesn't actually know that they have protection to continue sticking in a situation like that.
I said that the G2 not only needed to be able to win rounds for their economy, but they needed to be able to dodge ults coming out of set. They got so many right during this round. The plant got the Thrash as well. Showstopper found no value. Thrash couldn't be followed up on. John and Celsius also without their ults now. G2 just not only managed to dodge all of these ults, but put the round on the board in convincing fashion.
It almost feels like Sentinels doesn't know what to do when G2 doesn't respond after they take the site. There's such terrible trepidation in the way that they're approaching these post-plant situations, causing Zekin to be confused, Tens to be confused. And I have to say, it's probably because of the new comp.
A little bit of hesitancy, waiting for that next response. Don't ever give it to you. They're always going to play disciplined. Try to group up. stretch the time to the limit, even if they're the ones who are trying to play
Fossil
for that retake
भी
here.
बचपन में
This is
अच्छा
a
लगता था.
very large group.
Fossil
of
तो
G2
मेरा
with the
टॉप
flash.
पे था. Fossil और
Through,
Trisot.
getting that connection. Gramnet is going to be sailing right over. They're going to be able to take this one in time at a nightfall. With Scatters, it's a good connection, at least onto the 3. Dizzy over the top. You got to pick and choose your targets.
नहीं
Like
दिखाई दे रहा. आई क्या कावत.
a second. He will respond in kind.
क्या बाय Zekken ने राउंड बचाया.
Almost magnetic. It makes it look easy.
Battlefield वही है क्या?
G2 are pushed into Valin. Not expecting it.
सीखो है शायद से सीखो.
Acted onto these angles. One more from the ace. Prowler spots it.
जिसका फाउंडर हो बंक्स भाई.
Bit of a handshake in the air from it. See.
वो एक कपड़े का बोल रहा है ना स्निच.
Gotta make a go of this. Out through and White shuts him down. No ace in sight yet. Still surely time has been bought.
उल्लेसी नरदिन ये वाला.
Noise contact.
ये वाला.
6-6 is where
भाई
we
Zekken
stand.
ने राउंड बचाया.
And even half the
Barrel
teams
मैंने
went
लिया
back
रे
and
एक दो.
forth the entire
अच्छा
time.
है.
It felt like G2 had great reads at the beginning and got a really important couple.
Congratulations. I hope
but Sen
everything
also
is
with
going well.
massive moments in this one as well. Zekken powers forward, showcasing what he's capable of doing.
Perfect Zekken satchel flash combination to get that dizzy value. What a seesaw of a half.
Absolutely, we're going to send it to a short
उल्लेसी
break on the other
नरदिन
side,
बोल
of
रहे
course,
बंक्स
the
भाई
rest
यही
of
वाला
this
रे
map.
नवाजुद्दीन यही उल्लेसी नरदिन यही वाला. ओमेगा काफी क्लीन वॉच है. ओमेगा सेक्सी. ओमेगा रोलेक्स और उल्लेसी नवाजुद्दीन ये 3 बाप वॉच है. $50-60 करोड़ का कंपनी हो गया. स्निच एक्चुअल में अच्छा मेरे पास है भी शायद यार. मैंने क्या लिया था याद नहीं आ रहा मेरे को. है डॉलर का लोगो है ना.
What a way to start off this series between G2 and Sentinels. Great ideas, great executes. Basically, everything you could possibly ask for the last match to close off the regular season. But let's go ahead, though, first and talk about what we've been seeing out of the Sentinels camp, because I've really been enjoying... Stop causing problems over there, you two. I've been really enjoying this deadlock. We've been seeing some really cool ideas with it. And overall, I mean, John, he's just been absolutely lights out with it as well on those occasions.
I think he was very effective in this 1v3 in particular.
मैंने वो लिया था जॉगर्स बहुत बाप है.
Right, like his utility usage in the clutch moments, just sixes, but then even in
3 जॉगर्स लिए थे मैंने.
the side hits and what they're doing in post
fight. जो 10,000 का बिल फटा मेरा.
But I think G2 later in this half started to find a good adaptation. This is another
Wonder by वो थोड़ा redeem code मिल जाता तो.
Lineup mollies in combination, and this is where G2 started to get it. You see them trying to commit into a flank.
जी not dollar बस yes you can say it though.
Playing that post point utility.
अच्छा
It didn't work
good
out
company.
this round, but in the next few, they started to really commit into those flanks, and also I think doing a much
कपड़े का ब्रांड कौन सा पसंद है? जैक एंड जोन्स में मेरा दोस्त काम करता है तो मैं मोस्टली उधर जाता हूँ अपना फीवर्ड्स मॉल में.
about being too proactive and getting caught out while you're trying to flood retake in the deadlock util, and also in ending up
कुछ भी बोलो यार डेडिकेशन तो है बंक्स भाई. लव यू यार.
they found it and it's a damn close game.
We saw some great
गॉडफादर देखो बंक्स भाई मस्त है वो ले लो. वो तो मूवी था.
As a quick back into it here, it's a pistol round up and coming here for the second half of Bind. And immediately top of the scoreboard for both of these teams. It's the Duelist players, the Raze players going head to head. I see
Jacob and Ko na.
It's been such a good battle between those two, Zekken and Icy. I mean, you saw it at the beginning.
Dane bhai.
Even on
close and performance try करता मैं बंक्स भाई. भाई वो joggers बहुत प्यारे हैं यार.
Even in that last round, you see the satchel.
वैसे एज क्या है आपकी?
Spray downs. It's back to magic.
Founder or co-founder?
Feels like G2 are baiting B long control here to try to get tens to push out. Does he have that discipline?
Just holding it, slightest of off angles. For the players to face him though, you know G2 whenever they
Next 2 साल में बहुत grow करोगे मैं लिख के ले लो छाती पे पहली बार मैं founder की छाती पे लिख रहा हूँ volume भी कम है
just trying to fight for this one. Control it's not being given up entirely here to Sentinels, still with that showers fight, taking leave, one shot to the body brings him down.
My hitters
here, but it's an open B site for the taking. G2 happy to capitalize.
They might have to triple TP. They don't have time anymore to actually rotate through spawn, but they'll go for it.
अपना map नहीं है.
And that gives so much room for G2 to get anywhere they want. And they have to take time to even clear this round. Unfortunately, Sentinels overcommitting through that TP.
अपना
they
map
thought they
नहीं है
had the
पूरा
read of what
सुनो.
was going on, right? They thought it was bait over towards B long, finish A, and Valen adds an extra loop, an extra wrinkle.
Get him, wingman.
Trent just pulling the youth
42 बाप रे.
Really struggling.
तो आप अकेले हो क्या?
Pass that one with the dizziness of Molly and their feet. G2 lighting them all up.
You're the only founder.
Attack side calling is going to be so fun to follow for both of these
मैंने
IGLs.
Shark Tank देखा है.
Battling against various other teams all throughout this.
भाई मैंने Shark Tank देखा है. पर भाई how about a 50-50% partnership? ठीक है. प्राइस होगा प्राइस का बाद में बात करते हैं. प्यार मेन है समझ रहे हो. हर दिन शाउट आउट वीक में 3 बार मैं स्ट्रीम बहुत करता हूँ. वीक में 3 बार ऊपर से नीचे स्नीच. क्या बोलते हो?
Another part of the stakes that just been laid up on top of this one. There's no way Zekin's just getting out. I mean, defended. That's crazy. He dropped. He was the one with the pistol.
प्राइस में थोड़ा सा अभी.
Close, just trying to play the anti-flash position, but
और गाली देना तो शार्क टैंक को दो. मेरी गलती नहीं है.
Should be an easy take for that B site.
So one of the weird rounds actually, where they were on the 4-1 on the.
ये दोगलापन मैंने वहाँ से सीखा है.
One player doesn't find the stack, dies, but they decided to commit into the stack anyway. They knew there were 3 players over towards B. They just thought brute force it, and they worked.
ये क्या ब्लाइंड है? उसके बुंड के पीछे ब्लाइंड डाला है. स्मोक चेक करने सिर्फ.
Be hoping to collect up any eco kills, generate few of these ults. Bit far away from it, G2.
Bro, 0.6% आपका हुआ.
I'm sorry, there's something special about the way G2 is shooting today.
YouTube से तो कम ही दे रहे हो.
They've been playing so well all year, but
YouTube 30 ले रहा.
This is Sentinels we're talking about, and some of these I'm just like, okay, what?
अभी जीतेगा सेन.
If
अभी
G2
सेन
are
जीतेगा.
firing on the same level that Sen
स्कोर होएगा
traditionally
8-7 फिर होएगा 8-8 फिर लोग इको जाएगा 8-9.
little better recently. I think Valen's calling as
स्पाइरल का रहा सबके छाती पे लिख रहा हूँ स्कोर 8-9
We're
सेंटिनल्स.
talking a game of inches between these two squads because they're both fantastic.
Now, this is the first time we really get to see that tested super hard. Sentinels didn't get the chance in stage 1 in playoffs where G2 gained their form. So to see it actually play out and validate some of the feelings in the community. It's a big hunt from Saucy. But G2 plays so slow that it's not really going to be much down the line.
3 बंदे वो हुए.
Gonna quickly take up control of showers though.
Okay.
Not as much pace as you're going to see out of G2 outside of when they just go for those full execs.
Because we've got
मेरा
a little bit of a
prediction
slow
10
round
is
here.
head
Take a
to.
look at John Cuty's setup. He's got a stun here for them to fight.
Good night, good morning,
over
बंद जा रहा
He's
हूँ
also
सुनने
got the
से.
stun if anyone makes a non-silent drop out of hookah. So their deadlock can be very good in these kind of spots over towards B on bind.
लेकिन सुनाई
This is
देता
the
ना.
portion of time right now where Sentinels can take massive advantage of the information they're gathering. Saucy just prowlered into showers. You saw G2 have one of these types of rounds where they dogged down B-Long, saw nothing, and flanked really fast. But Sentinels not doing anything with
इसके
that
आगे स्मोक करेगा
information.
ना. Jot.
Well, he's spawning too much here, Trailblazer needs to be broken, grabbing it in response to it, but they're being
अबे
squeezed.
बिलोंग लड़ो.
Mesh, hello, that makes things very damn awkward. Straight in through, onto the side as well. They are just overwhelming it, brute force. Name of the game here for G2, still with a plan online. And the
भाई
reinforcements
बिलोंग
are
लड़ना था यार.
just lacking that timing for now. Now grouped up and catching this one still. Bullets to the side, traded. I see there, making sure to shut down Zekin. 2v3 still for Sentinels, and they do have a slight weapon advantage, but only slight. Still getting a bit of a move on and a run-up. Trent is happy to just play the close quarters angle. What a bonus round for G2 to get
Silver,
online.
see you again. Love you,
The game
Sim. Thank you for making us all entertained. Love you, Bang. Love you too.
The stun for
Keep
the people
growing.
at Hookah, that ended up being rewarded. The stun towards B-Long, they didn't have enough people
ऊपर
there
delay हो
to be
गया,
able
वो
to
लोग भी देख रहे
capitalize.
रहेंगे ना,
Back to what
SEN का
Val
match.
was saying. They kind of missed the window to get the rotate off. Zekon was booking his way over towards B, but he was too slow. They had made that rotation off the back of the information. With 3 people on site, they could have held that. But G2 bulldozed their way through B-Long.
और लिख छाती पे.
Those are the positions that you really want. That deadlock to have some value. You want to
Shout
be
out देने का मन
on the
किया, वो
studs.
लोग
You want
ने
to be
दिया
peeking
यार,
on
क्या problem
some of
है
the stuff
उसमें?
that you're getting value off of. Not
वो
just
लोग
for
भी प्यार
information. I
करते
mean,
हैं, क्या problem है?
so limited.
I can't afford a G2 jersey.
Someone get that poor man a jersey.
Or at least a pen so he can make his own.
भाई मैंने जो giveaway किया था वहाँ पे कितना प्यारा था बे. वो 2 बच्चे लोग को किया था ना. भाई उनका family heavy supporting.
Unfortunate for the people behind
Heavy.
it, but not be seen too much. Sentinels have really got to make a course adjustment.
It's okay. There's surely no clout farmers in the audience.
No.
Yeah, you're right. I'm not there, so.
This is rough stuff for Sen. It's G2's map pick on Bind. We've seen them look fantastic on this map before. But it's also one where Sentinels, if you think way back, had a great answer on this map with Tens playing the Yoru, like, really, really early on. And now they've been rotating through different compositions. And this one, if the deadlock isn't getting value over towards B, even when both stuns are connecting and everything looks good, there's more fundamental issues perhaps that need to be addressed before it can be considered a phenomenal map to rely on and lean on in big games.
Triple swing instantly pushes Sassy off. And look at this, the high-low the sort of stuff you were talking about on defense. Sassy never really repeaks this. He has the 2 powers,
dedication पे बंदा appreciate love you.
This is gross. I mean, you have a triple high-low setup with someone holding for the jump peak as well. Look at them.
Yeah. Sassy. Looking like Ocean's 11.
Laser का
There's no
दिखता है ना?
way he can peek into that. There's just no chance. And this is standard stuff really from G2.
And I also think that Sassy isn't the intended target here. It's an anti based on how aggressively Tens likes to play in showers on the defense side. Now, Tens has actually been quite disciplined. He did get caught out on the pistol round, but it wasn't because he overstepped himself.
आपसे मिला था सबसे पहले mall
G2
वाले
eventually
मीटर पे.
had to
Love
force the
you.
fight, as they're having to do
कैसे
now.
आयुष भाई?
Sen are not giving them free ones.
Looking to try and send this one up straight to A. That's a late flank occurring. Too sure the point of that one is still with the nade. Teleport to the nade. TP, yep, straight back and over.
Yeah, but they didn't actually
भाई
leave.
Molly है Zelsius के
Didn't
पास.
leave themselves. Shunky Tudo, a bit of a scramble from him. Offloading this utility, seeking some sort of advantage into the fight as well. Up and over, that was accidental.
Second opted.
Right through him, and yeah, Rocket does find that value. Plant still down though, that was not pushed back. Leaf. He's going to be able to play this one into the post. Him and Jonah P drops out of the just for him to reposition. He's out and away. Tiniest of margins, it drops down.
That's the gun.
Still wingman onto the defuse as well. Needs to be denied. Mosh pit into the corner. Where do you stand? There's nowhere. Just tickling onto the toes as well. Gives Tens the easy one. Jonah P now. 1v2. Damage done. We can target. Tens got a rifle. 1v1 still. No tap, no forcing of the issue. Dizzy has to be hit.
Oh, भाई.
Complete control.
ये नहीं करना था.
Rifle aim. Was wrangling control of it.
ये नहीं करना था.
That was Sentinel's way back into this game. They were offered an opportunity
PRX
just then
versus
to have
DRX
a round
करोगे
that
Binks
upset
uncle?
everything, all of the expectations. A
है
weird
ना अभी?
pivot, and I mean, Icy just falls
अभी
straight into
Pacific
their
सीधा
lap there.
1920 को है.
But they couldn't quite get it done in the 1v1.
Enemy remaining.
So now a 4-round deficit for Sen that they've got to grind back through.
Nice eco लेकिन
Can't
round
be letting
चाहिए यार.
opportunities like that slip, I think, in spots like this.
Wasn't eco. And they did use an ult, but still, the cycle favors them. They've got the Thrash, they've got the orbital strike from Zelsius.
Sliders of Jiggles. Might see the punish. There is a lot of G2 players all grouped up on the other side of this. Just sees it. Signs of life. So another grab there. Worried about it. Trent's going to cover.
He actually pushed his teammate into an angle where Trent could have died there. But there was another Sentinels player.
The Deadlock utility's buying time for Zekon to rotate, but G2 have not committed off the back of this. If they dodge this Prowler, they've got a great timing to end A.
अल्ट
We
क्यों नहीं
talked about
मारा?
mid-rounding so much. Here it is on display again. How many times have we seen a late pivot?
And Valence just working him into a pretzel right now with a lot of this calling because there's no bodies to even
भाई
watch this
अल्ट
one
के
yet. No
लेवल
Thrash
बहुत
gonna be committed
कॉम्बो है
either.
बे.
Let's try and get
चीज नहीं है
themselves in.
लेकिन.
Will be having that one for the post plan. That's even if they can get themselves into it. Orbital strike. Backing away, Watson. At least for now, G2 won't be able to get that plan down. And Leaf, he's going walks about. At least still going to be spotted here. Trent with another tap. Trying to force this one. Still with that deadlock util. It's up and away, but the space and the side is given. Oh, coverage! Trying to catch that one. Bullet to the back of the head, not quite there, Valen. Making sure that his sight was cleanly set onto it. Now the Thrash plant again, being pushed back and away. It is Chaos into the mix. Thrash of his own, right around to the side as entertainment. And we're seeing every single possibility. G2, they've just dominated it. Plant, shut down, time is of the essence.
They can't get it back.
Celtics just needs to stay alive. Swarmed everywhere.
Oh यार, बहुत लोग थे यार.
That was so
close.
How in the world? Zelsis,
Shit.
almost the boy who lived in
Almost
backside. He had everything to do in that situation.
पानी भरा क्या मुंबई
Trying to get rid
में?
of the
मेरा
hordes of
पेपर
players coming towards him.
आगे जाने दो.
Apart from that,
Excuse
though,
me.
G2 played a masterful round.
बारिश हो
Valen's
रहा है?
mid-rounding is perfect to get them from site to site. Trent tapped without using
ना, बारिश
Wingman on
नहीं
A so that it wouldn't die to the orbital strike. He knew that he was
कैसे
based on
बंदा
that
तबीयत वगैरह
ult-tap, so
कैसे
he
है?
would
सब
still
बराबर है
have
थोड़ा.
Wingman later.
नींद चाहिए बस लाइफ.
In the end, Leaf had to be Wingman.
And notice as well how they use the information that the lurker of Leaf is finding on that B site. He spots the deadlock off site again. John QT playing far too passive there, and he has to. But that's the cue for them to actually pull through the teleport. Again? Disalsis, what is going on?
The machine, the cheats stopped working.
The level of play that we're seeing here in this game, especially from G2's side, the pivots that they're calling, identification of the win conditions on the other side, leads me to believe that I think SEN would still be very dangerous against most of the teams we have here in Americas on Bind. Especially with new ideas, the deadlock being thrown in there. It's tough to go up against a composition like this and think about all the things that it can throw at you and that you have to be aware of. And it makes me very impressed that G2 have been able to come out here, identify key win conditions. And
भाई क्या स्लीप शेड्यूल हो गया यार. सुबह 6:30 बजे जग रहे तक भाई. भाई फिक्स हो गया लग रहा है. क्या सीन तक भाई? स्लीप शेड्यूल फिक्स हो गया. इधर सोने नहीं मिल रहा है. शेड्यूल फिक्स हो रहा है उधर. टॉपिक चेंज कर रहे हो क्या? टॉपिक है Was my doing it sponsored by Riot for watch parties? No.
Watching time as well, if you go back to a different composition, you know. I also was looking at the map veto and the fact that they got rid of Haven, that makes me think that they're hiding stuff for playoffs.
मैच देखने के लिए अर्जेंटीना का. हाँ क्या?
They're guaranteed for champs. But also, let's not kid around, SEN are probably going to be able to make champs anyway. There are a few disaster scenarios in which they don't make it.
I mean, it would have to be disaster.
But it would have to be disaster. And so SEN, I think, can afford to
Excuse me,
not
not
throw
recent by?
every single thing that's new that they've been cooking into
निमल
this
गया
game
बे
and
गया.
just sprinkle a
गलती
couple
से आ
of
गया ना
ideas
तक भाई चैट
like
में
we're
2-3
seeing with the
बंदे
deadlock,
फट से ऐड
while
होना.
still saving some big hitters, potentially their Haven.
हेलो करने वाले थे
for
बंक्स
matches we see later on.
भाई.
It is such a delicate balance as you get into games at the end of the season like this.
We're going to be calling in the priest, I think, to perform the exorcist as well, and we'll send us down to the desk to just.
बहुत बड़ी मैच है
Sorry,
कोपा अमेरिका
guys,
फाइनल.
take it away.
Oh.
All right, so we got a little bit of a tech pause, unfortunately, but we're going to go ahead and make the most of it instead and turn this into a tech pause.
Thank you, यश भाई. Thank you बोलने को कि 9 बजे. आप तो कल्टी मार लिए यार. 1-2 राउंड्स देख के कल्टी, फिर बाद में मैच एंड पे आओगे, कुछ लिखोगे, फिर से कल्टी. टेक पॉज लिख के आपने मेरी जो गाफ मारी है याद रखूंगा यश भाई.
Oh no, other way around for him. It was born to be silly, and he's forced to lock in every now and
एक
then.
घंटे का टेक पॉज सुबह के
We want you
7
guys to send
बजे
us pictures of your Valorant loving pets using the hashtag VCT Americas and VCT, and we'll go ahead and share them with everyone here because
Bang,
there's one
big
thing
fan,
that
love
no
you,
one's
love you
gonna be
too.
mad about is watching cute animals, you know, and do funny
People
things.
are so fast.
Kind of like
That
this.
was really fast. You're right.
Okay, that's a gift though.
Actually, what I want our viewers to do is to go ahead. Hey, Riv's cat.
Riv's cat looks like a wizard.
It looks
That's
like a man.
Merlin.
There's a guy in there. Like there's a human being in that cat.
Yeah, he's awesome.
आज
So
दोपहर को
what
रेस्ट
I
लेना
want you
रेस्ट
to
नहीं ले
do
सकते
is go ahead and give us your
बहुत काम
best
है
analysis and then send us a cat picture or a dog picture in your
Vanity.
post. That actually would be pretty awesome.
Or honestly, just respectfully, we're going to ignore the analysis.
Cat,
We're just
तुम लोग
gonna
cat
geek out
person
about
है,
the
dog
pictures,
person हो?
and just send us the pictures
Jonah's
anyway.
cats are so cool.
Yeah, they really are.
I think he has multiple. I'm not sure. I've seen this one multiple times on Twitter.
Yeah. So there you go. We got a couple kitties, and yeah. Don't get me wrong. I love cats.
Yeah,
I'm a dog guy.
Yeah, can we get some pups?
Where the doggos at? You know what I mean? I should have
Shout
sent
out
the
to the
picture of my
pups.
Stella in. She's a
Dog
perfect angel.
person?
You could.
I could right
still
now.
could.
I
You
probably
could,
could.
but-
Oh, Mira, look
Ah,
at that perfect
क्या
angel.
cute
Look
है
at him. See,
It looks very professional.
क्या cute
Very
है
proper, right? Like,
Yeah.
just very proper.
Looks like a
One
flight
Piece का
attendant.
पहना है यार
Actually, yeah.
He does.
Looks like it'll
Is
be
flight attendant
awesome.
the only profession where they
Excuse
still
me?
wear those little like neck scarf thingies? I, feel like I've
I
seen
would
it
think
nowhere
so
else.
if you're like Fred from Scooby-Doo, but outside of
Are
that.
those called ascots?
Girl
Ascots,
person.
You know what those are?
Yes,
yeah.
yes. I
और
bought
बाद
one
में
many
बोलते
years ago when I
single
worked
क्यों है
at an
करके
Italian tie store.
Yeah?
You should tell the story about your Italian tie store job.
He was.
I
Continue.
actually did, yeah. So, long story short, I worked at Nintendo World and I got fired.
एडवर्ड डॉग देखा क्या cute होता है
So then I went down the street and I was just like, hey man, I need a job. And then the guy was like, hey, you look all right. Can you sell some ties? And I sold a tie and then I got a job.
And then get to the part where you bought an ascot.
And then my boss wore ascots all the time.
Because of course he did. He owned an Italian tie store.
He was a very well-dressed Greek man named Giannis. Awesome dude.
Shout out to Giannis.
And I know his full name, but I don't want to say it out loud. And then he convinced me to get an ascot. And I could not tie that thing to save my life. Kids, don't buy ascots. Okay, they don't work.
But the difference is
Yeah, Scott.
when he was doing this, there was no YouTube. There was
That's
nothing to teach him how to tie an ascot.
You
Now,
guys should have taught him.
I mean, it's the age of information.
Yes,
and
it
anybody
is.
can learn how to tie an ascot now. Unfortunately for him, it was when the world was still in black and white, and he couldn't do that.
It's true. Actually, everything was still in the sepia
Yeah,
tone.
Scott.
You know, so it was quite difficult to navigate the
Apricot
streets. I
पता है
didn't really
मेरे
know
को.
where my left and my right was because everything was basically a different shade of brown.
That's crazy.
Sorry, the color has nothing to do with left and right.
I couldn't tell.
That's not how that works.
I couldn't tell. Look at me. Does it look like I know? In any case, make sure you go nuts. Send us your pictures, and we'll keep the
game's
conversation.
वन भाई shout out दे दो please love from Jharkhand Shahil Zad shout out है मेरी जान good morning people good morning cat जिसने like नहीं किया like कर दो
The deadlock utility.
Yeah.
G2 I think
Wow.
at first giving way too much respect and space to the execute.
वाह
Summit,
इधर
maybe being
मैं
a little
chat को बोल
afraid
रहा
of
था
what
sleep
Zekin was
schedule
pulling out
fix हो
'cause
गया
he's was owning,
ऐसे ऊपर वाला
especially in that
message देखा
first
miss
half.
किया
But
आपने लग रहा है
honestly, Icy has been having, I think the game where I've been most impressed with him thus far in America's stage 2. I think he's really locked in, has gotten a lot of critical rounds for them, especially.
Hi Mithul bye
in that
how's
first
you
half, using those
Gilly
nades
to meet
playing
you
into the
love from
retakes,
Florida
and it's
love
been a
you
Yeah, he had 2 massive rounds. I think one we popped a 4K.
Bye
then
Bunks
the
bye
other got
tech
a
pause
3K.
1 घंटे का है
Guy's been putting in a lot of work, and I think
1 घंटे का
oftentimes
तो नहीं
we,
रहेगा
you know,
भाई Zekin अच्छा मारा ना
rightfully
लेकिन
so,
Say we. I'm not going to agree with what's about to come out of your mouth.
I would
Zekin
say
अच्छा मारा
collectively, everyone has been talking about him being more of a system duelist, a guy
Did
that has been,
everywhere
like,
Valo या
more
Copa
baked into like what G2 builds as far as their executes, their strategies, their plans. But you could see just how much he honestly has grown with this team this season. It's been impressive.
Yeah, I think watching him grow
As a relative unknown, as an unknown.
as an unknown.
क्या स्कोर चल रहा है पहला मैप सेंटिनल
And he
जीता
still
अभी
is
दूसरा
not
मैप होएगा
putting up the numbers of really any of the other duelists on top teams. But they're winning, and he's playing his role that G2 is
ऑफिस
asking.
जाना यार
And you
कब
see,
खत्म होएगा सुबह
you
के
got your
6 बजे
frying
ऑफिस
IGLs on each side of the field there, and you were talking, Mimi, about Valen, and outside of his performance,
I love Bunks bhai,
just
even he
in-game,
still
which
didn't
is
read my
always,
chat. Flex
he's
bhai,
been
love you,
stellar.
yaar.
What he has been doing with these calls have been so impressive. The adjustments that they've been making.
Askande 3 player in EU Frankfurt server reach Immortal 3 in Mumbai server.
Map, especially in the mid round. It's
Pata
been really
nahi.
cool.
I mean, even that
Possible.
round before it almost became a melons
I
moment
wanna
was such a good call from Valen. Look at those dogs, though. That's more important.
Adorable.
Excuse me?
Love it. Oh my god.
ये dog
That is
पास
a
है.
chubby kitty.
Also,
Is
look at the
it?
size of that penguin. Tangle's huge.
It really is. Really is.
But
yeah, overall,
what?
Oh, there.
No. Extremely loud, incorrect buzzer.
It is in the name.
Oh, that's sick. This squirrel, we saw him before in a previous tech pause. I
Squirrel.
remember the same person. Hannah sent this before. And that's such a cool squirrel.
I genuinely thought is that their squirrel? Is that there? Isn't it? The squirrel's in a cage.
It looks like a pet squirrel, yeah.
Yeah, I have dogs and a cat, but here's a squirrel.
Hannah Lee, we need to know the name of this.
Yeah.
Hey, got cute.
Let's go. New York in the house, baby. The real giant.
Hey, got cute.
Two sports teams named Giants.
Yeah, well, we're the right ones. They're the wrong
ones.
ones.
A football team that are both Giants.
Okay.
Get creative.
Be mad at San
इधर
Francisco.
2 बज रहे हैं
Not
मस्त
us. All right, we're New York. We're better.
नेट मार्केट कभी आएगा नहीं आइडिया नहीं
Moved to San Francisco. They were in New York before.
I don't need this negativity in my life.
Opportunity to talk about baseball.
I know, you just found a chance to
How about that
shoehorn
Yankees
baseball into the conversation.
So, sorry, let's go back to what Valent's been doing. It is calling. You were mentioning his mid-rounding, and I think there was what round was that we saw where they mid-rounded?
I don't remember, but the one where it came down to the wire with the B finish after the early A fake.
Leaf had like contacted his way through hookah. He had gotten a ton of space B. It was all very silent. He had passed all of the deadlock utility, and then there was plenty of noise mid A. His call back. I mean, Valent it's so easy to gush over this kid, man.
Yeah.
Like he's outrageously mature. He's got such a good head on his shoulders. He's a ridiculous caller.
भाई young भी है ना वो.
Individual fragging too is. I mean, we've talked about it so many times.
बस भाई कनाडा में तूफान आ गया है फट रही है अंदर स्ट्रीम चल रहा है आपकी क्या बात कर रहे हो हाँ क्या
At least in my mind when I think of all the teams
फोटो
that
भेजो
the slowest. The
Ayaz
majority of
भाई
the
कैसे हो
attacks,
thank you for the
taking their time,
Canadian
the default,
Australian
they're constantly playing
dollars
slowly. It's very rare that you'll actually see them send one of these super fast executes and actually been playing into deadlock that fits them well. If you hear the wall go down, you can just time it out. Wait for it to disappear in I think it's 35 seconds off the top of my head.
Yeah.
You can walk past those sensors, figure out where the gaps are in these rounds. I think that's exactly the way Valent likes to call when he's playing the attack side.
पहले बता दे बे टेक पॉज में क्या हो रहा है अभी तो बता भी नहीं रहे
Isn't
सर
Sure.
It is quite interesting. I mean, you know, we all follow.
नीलकंठ भाई पता नहीं यार
tend not to show.
But what would you like? Have a cat or a dog?
The season. You know, and obviously this
Dog,
is
I'm a dog
game,
person,
and
but
it does have ramifications.
first preference
but
is
I do find it
Kaula.
fascinating to bust it out now rather
Best
than saving
Kaula.
it for a playoff.
I'm not surprised.
But I do think that's why. It's because the ramifications
मेरा
of this
spirit
are
animal है
important.
यार
There's
वो बात
a
अलग है मेरे को उतना नींद नहीं
possibility
मिलता
that
है
Sentinels goes from winning Madrid
भाई वो पीछे का
right, earlier in the year to now they're in
देखो
the situation they
यार
go through stage two
क्या
without dropping a single map. They lose today.
कितने का रहेगा वो चैट
Into an elimination match and they lose that. And
$1,000
all of a sudden, depending on how points work out, there's a chance they don't go to champs.
It's very unlikely, right?
$1,000.
It would require either Lev or the other one of these teams to basically bomb out. But, but still, it is a possibility. You don't want to
कौला होता है वो वही तो बोला
pride on points.
Right, and that's exactly
जिंदगी में
what
शॉट उठे मेरी जान
possibility, but it's a possibility nonetheless, and that's why
सोने
I
जाओ
feel
तो
like
आपका स्ट्रीम
I'm
उठ के भी
not
आपका स्ट्रीम
exceptionally surprised that they are doing
Hi,
something
Bugs,
like this
hello.
here. And it worked for a couple of rounds.
Yeah.
And it really seems like G2 has got it figured out.
Yeah, but then that's the other part of the coin, though, right? It's that you get this interesting composition
Not for
choice
sale,
with
pata.
the deadlock, but now you have a G2 that is figuring it out as the game progresses. They've been countering it or playing better around it, rather. Maybe not countering, but playing better around it. So, I mean, that could maybe give people a recipe.
क्या सीन बंस में कौन जीत रहा है सेंटिनल्स
Defined by the deadlock, how they were using it in the executes in the stall for Sen to win a
बंस
lot of
भाई
those
एक बार
cheesy
बोल दो
rounds
लोकी आई
and
लव यू
how
लोकी
G2
भाई
played
लव
around
यू
it.
यार
I haven't felt that way about the second half as much.
किसी के इसमें स्पेसिफिक का वॉच पार्टी करेंगे अपना मैचेस का
You know how
करेंगे
people are afraid of like AI.
मेरे को देखना पड़ेगा डेट और टाइम और सब
I'm not concerned about that.
लेकिन
level of
only
learning. I'm concerned
remnant
about
matches
Valent's level of learning that fast as the rounds go on. But there's not a segue. I'm
calling him AI.
Humans are always
बस भाई I don't want to go to school भाई जाना तो पड़ेगा यार
The machines,
आज
you
की
want to say
डेट
that
पे
publicly
नॉलेज
so
ही
the
पावर है
Skynet
ब्रो
can hear you and
The Skynet.
चाहे वो कोई भी चीज का नॉलेज हो
Bots on Twitter.
yeah, you know, I mean, they're learning.
But again, to go back to his mid-rounding and how he's been able to use that to effectively call
ये लोग
around
सब ऑफ टॉपिक जा रहे हैं बेचारा टॉपिक पे लेके आ रहा है बार-बार
If he can lean into that more and they continue to download what the game plan is for Deadlock and Sentinels on the defensive side, there's a really good chance to run away with this.
For sure. Well, you know, guys, I really appreciate this.
बस भाई लास्ट टाइम आपने कब कहा था मैं क्या करना 2 दिन पहले
We're gonna have some fun.
We're gonna have some fun. Let's go ahead and play a game, shall we? Test your guys' brain power. A fun game of where you at.
I own at this game.
Oh, yeah, you actually are quite.
World champion at this game.
You
Is
are
that true? Yes.
Very good at this game. We need, if possible, if we can get some inquisitive game show music playing in the background down the line. Doesn't have to be right now. That'd be nice.
Now, ferociously googling inquisitive game show sounds.
All right, so hey, look at that. The rules are simple. Okay, we're gonna see a very
Yeah,
small portion
fast
of the
है
map,
production.
and, our guest is gonna have to guess which one it is. So let's go ahead and get this thing started.
Soothing
Bring up our
music,
first
babe.
map, and you guys at home can go ahead and participate as well. Where is this located? It's a record shop.
Yeah.
Breeze?
It's towards attacker spawn. It's just to the right when you're there.
All
When
right.
you walk out from attacker spawn.
I was close.
And I would assume that is correct. I think it's going to play the reveal in a second here. Oh, look at that. It is Bree.
Oh,
wait a
Pearl.
minute.
I'm a fool. It's
Pearl,
a
you
music.
frauds.
It's a music shop, not a record shop.
And then I'm also a ding dong because I was like, look at this. I believe you.
भाई इसको कोई beat नहीं कर सकता है.
I was saying it, but you see, that's how you win an award. You segue out of that by being wrong. So now, moving on, let's go.
चलो रहा.
Idiotic confidence in that.
You really did. Let's go ahead and take a look at another map. Ooh. All right. Where's
ये क्या है?
Icebox kitchen.
Yeah, the drawing makes me think Icebox as well.
This is where the diet milk
यार
is.
इनको.
A little bit to the left.
No, to the right, actually.
To the right.
Yeah.
Icebox kitchen.
इससे
See,
मालूम
the thing
चल.
is, you're right. I didn't want to agree with you because I just was burned. I've been burned by Mimi's confidence.
You have trust issues.
Multiple times in this broadcast.
Golden boy. I'm a confidence man.
You really
If
are.
nothing else.
You're that type of guy. You really are.
If I was born on the 1950s, I'd be like pretending to be an airline pilot for Pan Am.
Were you gonna say 1980s by any chance? Because I was.
तुम्हारा valorant में clip.
Also,
Huh?
don't do fraud, kids.
Don't do fraud.
Shout out, don't do fraud.
I mean, VC Americas is a strongly
क्या
anti-fraud
स्कोर है बंस में पहला मैप सेंटिनल जीता.
Anti-fraud. Let's
We
go.
can be
Even
fraud.
though we
Second
played
अभी.
sideshow. Let's go ahead and check out our next one. Ooh, it's a
Bye,
drawing too.
please.
Is this Icebox Kitchen, guys?
This is actually Breeze, I'm pretty sure.
Don't. You keep.
Just
actually,
the wood.
the wood on the side.
The wood and that paneling, that
Yeah,
texture.
and the
is
sheet
done for-
metal. También, you know?
I'm pretty sure.
I think it's Breeze too.
Yeah, that looks like Breeze.
Run it.
And
It's
is Breeze. Wow.
ऐसे सब पता है बे.
You know, I gotta say,
So sweet.
the amount of detail around the map is genuinely impressive.
So the thing is, I'm not getting these because I look at these. It's just the textures are like, there's a lot of textures that are used in a couple places on the map. So then if you spot one of them, you can lock in.
I love all the attention to detail for areas of the maps that people never see. Like,
Yeah, sure.
Unless you're Yeti, how many people are like looking into
Yeti, by the way,
something
the
like
observer who does all the free cam shots, or at least most of them. And
मैंने
also who
reviews नहीं
made the
करता
state,
रे.
if I remember correctly.
Yeah, shout out Yeti. Who else is
Same
looking
guy.
there?
Yeah.
I mean, it's just ridiculous.
व्लॉग वगैरह कब से वापस स्टार्ट होएगा? अभी जा रहा कोरिया व्लॉग्स होएगा, हेवी व्लॉग्स होएगा. इस बार पिंकी भी आ रही है, तो थोड़ा कंटेंट पे भी काम करेंगे.
But the observers and
Mostly
the map designs.
reels
All right, we
भी
got another
बनाएंगे.
one. Let's go ahead and take a look. Hopefully you
इस
guys
बार
have
थोड़ा
fun. We're
heavy
so sorry
काम पे
about the
focus कर रहे हो यार मैं.
tech pause as well.
बहुत
Hopefully we
सारे
get
लाइफ
more
में
tech pause.
अपॉर्चुनिटीज आई है, बहुत सारा अच्छा काम मिला है.
I would say bind?
Focus
My complete
heavy
guess
चल
is
रही है.
Haven.
Actually, no, Haven, because of the color of the wood.
Yeah, that's what.
That might
was mine.
actually be in, oh my God, in a window.
If I were to do a detailed guess, it would be up in the ceiling of B on Haven, but I don't have high confidence.
I think it's in the garage in Haven.
I'm gonna guess like some random corner of Abyss that nobody has seen yet. Like,
Okay.
Oh yeah, I don't know Abyss well enough to.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what it is. I'm actually kind of curious now.
Okay. It is
And
Haven,
it
but
is
not where
Haven.
I thought.
And not where any of us thought.
Interesting.
Holy crap,
This
I did
is
not know that was
this is a
there.
big nerf for low settings players like myself. Just like,
भाई
that bear
सब
does not
पता है
exist on
बे.
low settings.
Yeah.
First
of
map
course.
हो गया, Sen जीता
We
bro.
do also want to provide a quick update with the 100 Thieves loss. Leviathan have qualified for champions, so congratulations.
पहला
We
team ना?
just got that in from our production.
Lev का तो
so
पहली पर
basically
9-1
100
पे
Thieves
बैठा है.
loss today helped Leviathan solidify the clinch for champs, and 100 Thieves loss also helped the map differential and helped in the map differential as well as the head-to-head.
And if you're confused how they've already clinched when we haven't even played playoffs, it's because they're guaranteed, based on how the bracket is going to work out, that they're either going to win a match, or if they lose because of the number of points they have now, they're guaranteed to get the point slot at this point with how the playoff picture is kind of shaping up.
Exactly. So, congratulations, Leviathan. You guys have been awesome this stage. And we're looking forward to seeing what you can do.
Good.
Yeah, what a recovery.
I mean, you compare the team who stage 1 fell lower final against G2. That game was like, it was some really rough Valorant.
They look so out of
cohesive in a lot of ways, and they take a risk to make a coaching change heading into stage 2, and I think they've really reinvented themselves. Had some great fundamentals. I've been so impressed with stage 2 Lev, and congrats to them.
Probably the most given how this stage has gone and how things look as far as playoffs go, probably the most unsurprising reveal, but it has been a massive turn from stage to stage.
Yeah, for sure. Well, firstly, we want to thank you guys for bearing with us for this tech pause. We do appreciate you guys sending in the pictures as well. That was pretty awesome. We always love seeing. Send more, please. We gotta love our doggos and kitties. You know what I mean? They're so awesome. But in any case, so we're gonna go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, hopefully we'll have some things sorted. But if not, well, we'll figure it out from then. But we thank you guys so much for sticking with us. We'll see you soon.
बैठ के गांड तो लग गई कहीं सो जाओ सोएंगे तो नहीं बे अबे एनर्जी बहुत है मेरे में जोश अभी भी हाई है लेकिन टेक पर थोड़ा बीटी दे रहा रुक जा पानी लेके आया पानी नहीं पी रहा सिर्फ चाय पी रहा हूं सुबह से
It's happening, possibly, potentially. I don't want to curse things again. The amount of times I said this now over the course of this map has been 3 times. That was the 3rd time.
No tech crew on the stage. All players sat in seats, ready to go, surely. I believe this time.
Every single player got a chance for a bathroom break there.
Okay.
Oh, come on.
Dude, that is
real
incredible.
timeout.
That is actually incredible.
Tactical timeout.
That is actually incredible.
But that does mean that we're ready to go. We're back in the game.
Yep.
Poor Kappa does not have a chance to hang out with anybody.
That's what I mean. Yeah, context-wise, tech pauses, teams aren't supposed to discuss. They're not supposed to be talking at any point during them, so timeout is going to be used to actually talk through some adjustments. I mean, if you cast your mind back to the earlier portions of this game, good luck. I've already lost track. But, you know, only a few rounds is going to be standing the difference for G2 taking this first map.
And they've won 5 rounds in a row on their attack side, including the bonus round where they had worse weaponry, including a round where they managed to completely mess with Sentinel's rotations and loop from B to A, back to B. The attack side calling's been masterful from Valen. Sentinels needed an adjustment. Now they've had time to think about it, visualize it, discuss it with the coach. Time to put it into action.
These rounds coming out of timeouts are oftentimes where G2 get the fastest. It's not looking like it on the minimap just yet, but Sentinels has to be aware of that sort of thing. You've got a double stack for them on Shrug to maybe fight off a lurker.
This haunt, pretty common. When you want to go to try to find a kill through that smoke towards the bottom of B long, nobody steps into it. Against a team like G2, that's only really going to happen if they were set up for a fast B hit. So
भाई imagine करो अभी G2 का अगर वो टूटा momentum तो
fast hits out of the tag timeouts.
13-11 अगर Sen जीता तो
John QT's angle is actually
this is the biggest tournament of value like the World Cup. It's champions
on top of
which is gonna happen in I guess
any likelihood of that engagement. You are right. It's a risk there with that
next
angle.
month.
Needs to be watched for. Down to the minute. Okay.
Never mind.
And that's already calling Zekin off. Meanwhile, there's still 2 players here. Good thing that John has that wall, though.
Now you're going to see the scurrying away these players. I mean, Sentinels just completely giving this one up. This is still Showers being held by Valen the entire time.
He's planning to wait out this wall and then hit. It's going to be so low the time.
Yep, just breaking it down now, though. Let's see if they can take this one forwards, making sure they deal all the appropriate utility. Plan goes down.
Bhai, you all khali kar sakte ho log.
Even deny it still. Ults have to be used. There's a showstopper around to the side. An adjustment there. Snaps it to the floor. Icy bringing down second G2. Looking primed and ready. Lighting up the feed. It's up to 12 for G2. And all they need is the 1 round.
And once again, the grounding phenomenal from G2 throughout that entire thing. And Valen, like you mentioned, just waiting out. That wall that gives John QT a false sense of confidence that it's not going to be towards this site. He falls all the way off and has no way to actually use his annihilation. And that could have been crucial. You mentioned the time was running down there for G2. He could have potentially denied the plan or at least allowed some time for his teammates to get in positions.
We were talking about a fast play coming out of the attack timeout. Looks like G2 delayed it by 1.
Looking like they might want to try and go for this one here. At least the punish onto this B long line.
Sen जीतेगा तो सही.
Still
लिखते ले लो.
No, for sure pushing through this.
थोड़ा हाथ गर्म होएगा तो
ऊपर should be giving a bit of
Zekken मार रहा है. Tens भी मार रहा है, Zelsi भी मार रहा है. Saucy बाइक को थोड़ा मारना पड़ेगा.
A number of situations they ran into it one time, weren't
Saucy और John Kitty का agent change करो.
Sentinel's taking some advantage of the slowness of G2. They've got a lot of info, but Zelsis in trouble.
He's got to be worried. Bullets are firing through. Zelsis. He's in the danger zone!
Excuse me!
Absolutely absurd stuff. Jonah just drops him, and with that, first kill going away. Barry Mesh dropped down. Sentinel's the only consolation. This fast like occurring. They're going to be rapid through with it. Caesar's dropped down. Annihilation provide him a little bit more time. Nightfall follows through. It's all concatenated. Flank is denied. Damage is done to all them, but it has to be the spray through second at least. Dropping Jonah P.
बता दो.
Through the murky depths there. The smoke.
एक बार agent का फायदा बता दो.
Just none the wiser. Only 2 to stand from Sentinels here. And this is the map. G2.
बताओ. कुछ फायदा हुआ?
Control. Second having to get a marathon sprint on here just to regroup. Time taken away with a pitch. Drop down.
गंदा agent है ना Deadlock. इतना गंदा agent.
The lock on the side of these Sen players. They want to stay in this map. Perfect in terms of discipline. G2 deny any chance of that.
गंदा agent
as well in terms of that attack side. No mar, no flaw. Perfect 7 rounds in a row. It was stutter stop.
Next map मारेगा.
But also, G2 just had mastery at all times over the attack side. Even in that final round, Second didn't even know how to continue flanking because he was worried they were going to teleport to A.
Timeout के लिए दो round के लिए पता नहीं.
So much just misinformation being thrown into the mix here by G2, and they're calling mid-round adaptations. Valen, absolute masterclass from him as well. He's going toe-to-toe, one of the best IGLs in the business. And of course, we're going to be stepping away momentarily. Up next, GBD Analyst. I'm sure you've got plenty of them, but listen, I'm sure they've got plenty, even more to break down for map number 1. Don't go anywhere.
Bro, what is technical pause? Explain. So basically, technical pause can be keyboard बंद हो गया है, wiring issue है, sound का कुछ scene है, game के अंदर कुछ problem हो रहा रहेगा, खुजली आ रहा है, कुछ भी हो सकता है. Those are the technical pause. सुसु आ रहा है, हगने आ रहा है, all technical pause. मैं जरा ब्रेक लेके मैं भी बाहर लेट के आया थोड़ा सा, मेरा पीठ दुख रहा है.
Red Bull gives you wings.
प्रेम भाई, लेकिन मैं नहीं देखता रे कभी, किसका भी क्लिप्स नहीं देखता मैं. गेम एंड प्रोडक्शन इश्यूज. हाँ,
off the spike, a dare, a challenge, a beckon for a swing, and only one foul finds the second.
He doesn't have any flashes left, but he's able to take a 1 versus 1. Keston overheats, and now the rolling thunder. It's going to catch MTA. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide.
Hey guys, it's Mix and I'm joined by Coach Josh RT. Josh, I was looking at the match history and I realized the last time you played Sentinels was all the way back at the beginning of the year. It's been quite a while, which is almost hard to believe when both you and Sentinels have been improving so much throughout the year. So knowing you're going up against such a strong opponent, what was the preparation process like, especially when some of their strengths are similar to yours? They also have a great in-game leader, great individual players.
Yeah, it's honestly, we were preparing for playoffs, but while preparing for playoffs, we're ready to face a lot of different comps. So just like they pulled a curveball with us with the Deadlock comp, we're just kind of ready. How do we play against it? So yeah, I've been excited to play do that rematch. Last time there's a little bit of cope saying that, oh, it's a meaningless match, but I know as competitors, the players love to compete. So were they, and they wanted to win that. Now it's time to prove that we're the better team.
We love to hear it. Best of luck on map 2.
I told you guys, G2 have a date with Destiny. And they were gonna roll Sentinels. They weren't gonna drop a single round in the second half, and then they were gonna win. They're gonna get to the playoffs. They're gonna win that, and then they're gonna go to Seoul, and then they're gonna win that as well.
Dude,
I
there
told
was
you guys
2
from the
tech
beginning.
I don't remember that.
I could have sworn you said that was for Sentinels.
No, run the tape. Oh, they can't get it in time.
We can't get the tape.
The productions, it's a bit limited. Just trust me.
No,
okay?
they're not limited. You just lied. That's all it is. You just made it up.
Where?
I'm gonna talk about the game. I don't know what this guy's yapping about. The highlight for me of a lot of this, which we were already talking about a little bit during the pause, but was honestly Icy having some crazy improvements. Look at his stats. For this year as a whole, leading up to this match versus in this one map. Zekin, he's consistent. He's always been good. He was good in this map, but Icy stepped it up and had a rare superstar performance. Normally he is a consistent, solid player. He'll have a couple rounds. He'll get his opening kills, but here he was really stepping up and matching Zekin, getting critical opening kills for the team. And I think that's so big in a game like this, where I think these teams are so even in how good their calling is and a lot of the ideas they like to bring out. You need players to have that performance, and that's so big for Icy too. I think for his confidence as well.
Yeah, and I think confidence for G2. I mean, they're at their best when everyone is contributing, and it only looks like they get even better when Icy's having those big performances that you were just alluding to. So again, we talked about Valen and his mid-rounding. I'm hoping we're going to get to look at this round again here, round 17, because that felt like a microcosm of just how effective G2 were for the entire half. Again, they didn't lose a single round in this half. It was really impressive.
Yeah, and I mean, here's that round you're talking about, right? It's starting out with this early idea towards A for G2, using kind of their standard exec util with that Gecko and Sky to get in. They get pushed away by this Brimhole, but while all this is going on, there's this gap in the setup for Leaf. He notices John QT playing off the site, not actually set up for his utility. Gets all the way in. There's this fast call to pivot through, and players are immediately ready to punish Saucy. And this round gets very messy from this point on. However, G2 still, I think, thrive and survive in this chaos off of an early good round from their IGL.
And I think it was even little things like tapping to draw out the Brimhole and then knowing they were going to probably end up hitting B anyway because of how far up Leaf was. Like, Valen's calling, the impact that he has individually. I mean, he was just really good this first match.
He's also just feasting individually. Like, that's what's so crazy about this player to me consistently, that he's making great calls. He's playing incredibly individually as well. I mean, we always say it.
Well, I mean, according to the robot, so, you know, he's like an AI, right?
And he's only getting smarter and better. And that's the future, and that's scary. We're so done. We're cooked.
No,
sweet.
Who's old farts? You? The youth, good hands. Us?
Not happening. But
I don't agree to that.
It is very impressive, though, how Valen has been able to do that. And I also want to take it back over to that coach's interview real fast. Fascinating to hear Josh RT say, we're focused on playoffs, but we're ready for any of these pivots. And they were. It reflects in that score.
The player's going to play.
Exactly. Well, let's just go ahead, though, and see. I think we might have our other coach interview in just a second here. But yeah, I think it might be good to go. So let's go ahead and send it over to that one. We're going to hear from our coach over on the Sentinels camp. Let's see what's going on over there.
7 बजे कौन stream कर रहा है?
Coach Kaplan, I noticed that on this last map there was a change made with the introduction of Deadlock. while the map didn't go your way, what were you hoping to implement with that change and hoping to accomplish that maybe we'll see in playoffs?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great agent to catch people off guard. It pairs really well with Raze. It's good at stuffing fast play. It's a very fast map. So obviously everything we come in, we've prepared and tested a lot, and we felt good about it. I think it more came down to not executing things how we wanted. But yeah, hopefully the rest of the things we planned go a little bit better.
Sounds good. Best of luck on map number 2.
Thank you.
All right, well, as we get ready for map number 2, as Kaplan said, we're going to be taking a trip over to Lotus. And I mean, I got to say, though, G2, they're riding a lot of momentum going into this map, too. You got to feel pretty comfortable or confident in this.
They absolutely are, but this has been a stronghold for Sentinels practically the whole year. The last few showings, so they've switched up on the comp. They were playing the default all year. They experimented with the deadlock early on, but then went off that. And the last time we saw them outing on Lotus, they were playing into kind of the breach comp that a lot of teams have moved into, still with the Raze there. But I thought that was the best look, honestly. And G2 has still been playing the default stuff. They had a recent loss on the map. This is a map where I feel very confident for Sentinels to be able to bounce back.
Yeah, I would agree. And I also think I feel really confident that this map, I wouldn't be surprised if there was something different here. If there was a deadlock that was brought out again. I think
Why Sen picking those agents that no one used? वो लोग ने practice किया रहेगा, scrims किया रहेगा, confident रहेंगे, team play में combos अच्छा हो रहा रहेगा, मतलब combos था, लेकिन थोड़ा left right हो गया, combos था, वो लोग जीत भी सकते थे map यार.
Go for something clever like Sentinels did.
G2 का थोड़ा better
well, folks, we're going to find out all that and more when we come back.
Map
2 is going to be right after this quick break.
सारे utils को counter कर देते हैं deadlock का, मतलब कुछ point ही नहीं था, वैसा वाला कर दिया वो लोग. शॉन गिरस कर रहा है भाई. पहले मैं बहुत दिखता था, पता है, शॉन गिरस गोट प्लेयर था, गोट बंदा भी बाप है, प्लेयर भी एकदम गोट था.
South as a team that is almost guaranteed.
New video देखा क्या बेस्ट इसका नहीं, आज देखूंगा.
top 4 and at that point you just have to
G2 consistent this year बहुत अच्छा खेल रहा है.
double elimination and you're there. And for Sen it gets even easier because if they win today they have enough champions points to have a guaranteed spot. So both teams with a lot on the line, and Sentinels going back to that double Sentinel comp, the Deadlock Cypher, which they brought out here before when they played against NRG. And honestly, it looked fairly good. I think it had a couple of holes in it, but this, to me, again, makes it feel like Sen are trying to cook up multiple team comps as we head to playoffs and head towards champions so that they can pull them out as and when they need them.
Yeah, but another curveball for G2 to kind of deal
with.
PS5
पे गेमिंग चालू हो गया चैट.
Knowing Josh Artino,
कंसोल आ गया था पता था मेरे को, लेकिन लोग एक्चुअली खेल के स्ट्रीम कर रहे हैं.
Completely caught off guard, and I think this is something that a lot of teams are probably practicing against right now. It's something that I think could take a
अपने इधर लेकिन सीन ही नहीं मेरे PS का.
That's why also you're seeing Sentinels
PS का हो गया, VR हो गया, ये सब.
It's not the same, right? This is
इंडिया में भी चलता नहीं है.
But this one as well. This one is very interesting and doing work in challengers. I know we've said that many times, but it is doing absolute numbers.
I mean, somewhere Wyatt is just screaming in joy. He's become known as the resident, Cypher Deadlock enjoyer. And we'll be taking a closer gander as well at Sentinels on this map, seeing if it is more fleshed out compared to the last time they brought it out. A lot of heavy leaning into it. We saw them just kind of cooking up the grab net combos, but we're going to be getting into it here for our pistol round of Lotus.
One of the other big differences for Sentinels when they played against NRG were running at them on the defense side. G2 are not going to be going for that, though we may see a bit of an early fight over here towards B. And if you let Sen get into post plans, those sonic sensors can be so tough to deal with. Not online for John in this pistol, though.
All contact until it's not here with the Prowler. Taking the brunt of it. The bullets exchanged.
This is a popular setup that we've seen. I mean, 100 Thieves use
से
as well.
reclear
Tucking
करेंगे
the
क्या?
Killjoy into the corner there, making it feel like it's only Jonah P on the B side. Hoping that you get a freebie.
There's something weird though with Sentinels here. They just threw out that Prowler, they poked that front B, but they didn't get any value out of G2. They didn't break any mollies, any turrets, anything there.
Oh.
Still going to be having that passive
Front
map
का
control.
info मिलता तो जल्दी होता था rotate
The kid is active, and here's emphasis being placed here by Sentinels. Looks like they want to try and pivot this potentially over towards the A side with Door opened up wide. Horn. It's just on the G2 side of things here. Paranoia flooding through. Nothing to cover this one onto that high ground position. G2.
उससे अच्छा है ना heaven smoke डालने का.
Anybody who just tries to skip their way through already with that casualty. Zeki going down. Now GT sticking the plan. Paranoia zoops its way past. Already G2 getting some bodies now onto the side. Looking to try and take this one a bit more fast. Again with the approach, doubled up, still with that discipline. Nothing missing in terms of the pieces. A tap already from Valen, looking for that first wave of util. Everyone pre-aiming up to the skies. Sliders and gaps into the smokes as well, and the tiniest of differences might make all the difference here for G2. Still doubled up, tripled up, trying to find these. Fast flank, round from the back, Tens is trying to deliver it. Again, low on HP though, 5 just to work with. He's got a contestant tangle with all of Icy.
भाई जीत गया बे. G2 जीत
We
गया.
haven't seen Tens have those big moments in this match yet. Was struggling early on, lost a 1v1 really importantly to Jonah P earlier, and in this round seems to have missed the timing on the smoke too. There were massive casualties early on here. This heaven area just not smoked, came in really late.
Anytime G2 का comp अच्छा है यार.
Whether that's on him or whether that's on the rest of Sen going too early, a mistake either way. The G2 take a pistol round.
And you mentioned Tens in particular, but I think everybody on Sentinels right now feels like they're playing with a little bit of fear. And I have to say it's because G2 are hitting, man. Jonah P, IC, these two guys are just making everything so scary when you go around any corner.
You've got a hero build these guys. Jonah P onto this B side as well. This guy's a menace. Spotted up, tagged up there by the Horn, but no punishment inside, not from Sentinel's side of things. Leaf as well, looking to contain, sees that his player is committing with the alarm bot, taking the brunt of that.
Sen had a very clear micro objective when it came to Binks. They were trying to load ultimates into Tens so that they had the thrash.
What are these smokes, these gap smokes that G2 are throwing out? They did in the last round too, on the post plant.
Just leaving his openings here, but G2 with the right read of things. Not being dissuaded. I mean, Icy's on the other side of the map, just locking down the entire A avenue. So they know this is going to be landing towards B or C. They've got the read indicators there. Back up arrives. Flawless here. Nobody falling here for G2. It's going to be a real healthy bonus round heading into the next.
And they've had such success on the pistols, but also in that second half of Bind, the bonus as well. These sorts of rounds.
लेकिन अभी वो लोग लोअर ब्रैकेट में खेलना पड़ेगा वो लोग को. मतलब नेक्स्ट प्लेऑफ में जब ये लोग खेल के हारा तो सीधा बात.
I think Sen have got to be putting up big results in this half. So pressure's on early. Can't be losing this round.
It's got to start here.
And they're looking for an early fight, Sentinels is, but they're not going to get it. G2 are playing quite passive. They're going to open up the door. Valen might be under trouble because of that door open.
Just spotted second, there's no way.
I mean, he's challenging.
Commits right past, he wants a challenge, take it. Straight up. Space gain and granted.
क्यों दरवाजा खोला लेके?
Trim now with a job to try and drop this one, hold it back as well. Sees, plants it, deep onto the corner. Will prevent them from really trying to push it back and out, but the util supplementary in nature. It's perfect there from Sentinels. Tens with the flash, and Celtics can hear all the footsteps. Final player. Icy. Notified.
Hey, bit team play तो है.
Very little in terms of the chances they're really even giving him. Flawless right back.
Team play तो है. ये flawless बहुत important था. कोई guns गिरा नहीं है. John Critic के पास ult भी आ गया है. और ये round जीत गया तो वो लोग का ult rotation भी बाप होएगा.
No problems whatsoever, and second being very opportunistic with his timing, realizing that Valen had made a small mistake there, or at least a gap that could have been exploited if second hit the shot. And he's always confident.
And I was talking about fear there, Zekin having none of it. A big fight here potentially, Brent.
Oh yeah. Gonna see a skirmish popping off, aren't you?
Lag guy.
Grab net, that's a connection.
Oh, the
Sees
nade!
it, and a nade!
He's dead!
Gun! Oh, barely surviving. Still annihilation was committed and used as well.
They're trying to break him out, but he's dead.
Valen, yeah, I mean, there's no safety there, is there? Absolutely no.
Ayo, almost.
Whoa! What happened there? Why did he survive?
They shot him out at the last second.
Almost.
That one you just don't expect.
What is Jonah up to here?
Deep push up.
Doesn't get
blind
seen.
spot. He's getting away with it. Murder in action. Still wants to hold his ground, but eventually has to concede up that space. Now towards C Mal now.
बचा लिया around 10
They might just be stepping into Sentinel's place. Still going to be farming up that orb though. Zekken now. One away from the showstopper.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning.
Leave just waiting. Odin in hand. Trent re-clearing. Great information for GT
Trent
to work
का
on.
positioning बहुत
Play down
sexy है.
situation.
Fast rotations भी आएगा.
It's going to be landing and ending over towards C. Here's the util. Waves of it now. Emanating out. Not slowing down as Boombot and a Prowler, but still got to contest. And tangle with this guy, Leaf. Locking it down to Astral. Bang! The rifle aim is sharp from Tens.
Big round.
Real precise.
Court मैं बोला बेटा है अभी भी क्या मारा?
Alerted to his position.
Still got 2 prowlers to get through this.
It's a lot to ask for. Might be able to follow it. Maybe a bit of luck in question. 8 bullets. 8 bullets. It's all been spent. You need quite a lot to try and do the job here. 4. Not much left. Doubled up discipline. Sentinels.
क्या टेंस बे
2-2 now being that round scoreline.
दोनों round impact देखो उसका.
To see from Tens, that's the impact.
You were just talking about it.
Caster ने भी
And
वही
I think
बोला.
this moment right here, I think this is on purpose from G2. Trying to shoot it out late. So there's just a spy on the enemy team just ending up in their camp, but still staying aware from it.
These are 2 really important rounds for Sentinels. Not only did they stop the momentum, but now they've actually broken G2's
और पैसा भी
economy.
बहुत है.
And they can start a bit of a snowball of their own.
I think Sentinels actually broke it as well in the last round to put the ult orb into Zekken. I think we missed that. That was Sentinels shooting it to break it so that the kill wouldn't be granted to John QT. Besides the point now, though, that's a hail of lead that you're not surviving. They already know. Hello. Okay, there we go.
That's the second round, though, that Jonah P's really pushed up over towards C. Now, while there's action happening on the other side of the map, Jonah in the previous got himself pushed up right next to a cyber cage and tried to play underneath
मेरे को जानने का उसने willingly नहीं मारा.
That's unusual for G2. They don't normally push out and try to create solo situations for their players. A read on how Sen are going to play the maps, but it hasn't really worked just yet.
And around the Rosies. Nobody onto the B side to contest this one. Nade's going to sail past, grab net, barrier mesh, all going to be enveloping.
Utils तो है बे बहुत.
Just past this one. Still, Sentinels in the face of John QT. Doesn't matter. Trying to hold it. So okay, Odin spam away. Hey, hold on. Paranoia. Maybe getting a bit overzealous there. Still icy. Hello with the nade. The Sheriff. He's hit himself with a rocket. Denied. Tent plucks him out of the sky. Has to come back. And forth we go. G2 swinging out. Only down to the 1 second. He's going to pull off a miracle. Satchel pushing him back and away. Another tap as well. Into the smoke. Tracers. Point and click. Adventure game.
अरे यार NT.
Pulling it from the brink.
Next time we'll use
That is ridiculous, man.
Fuck.
I mean, an eco round after what Sentinels just did in the last as well. A must-win round for them, it felt like. And all of a sudden, G2 just crushed that momentum.
If you show me that round without any player labels and ask me to identify the Rays on the defense side, I'm thinking...
I would say Sentinels.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's Zekken. The utility usage is amazing from Icy in this round. Using his blast pack to juggle the player away and then hits a crisp shot. Nade kill as well. This guy's fired up.
5-3 right now. He was near the top for his team in the last map as well. I mean, Icy's a player where talk about him. A lot of players are talking about, you know, well, maybe G2 should have picked up a better firepower upgrade, but he's turning up against some of the star players in Americas.
Zekken is so weak. It's difficult to push away an Odin player. They tap the door. Trent's going to realize that they haven't come in.
Yeah, the full retreat though, and given how aggressive Jonah P has played in the past on that C mound, they're going to have to take some time and some util rather than going out dry, and that's going to give a lot of info and time to G2 to make an informed decision.
G2 are also worried though that somebody's pushed upstairs. You can see them re-clearing it now. That's going to take time to allow Sentinels potentially to exec into C.
Could be disastrous though, these nano swarms that have been laid down for the C hit.
And Tens being all the way out here is not that big of a deal. He can always join the fight with his ult.
Sentinels just trying to sniff out where a lot of this setup is again.
Oh,
but I see just drops 10, sending him straight back to the spectator seat.
Smoke nahi hai abhi.
Jonah P, Molly was used a little bit prior there. 20 seconds left now. The util's going to be flying through and away. There's a cage with the slightest gap, and as well the wall opened up.
At least B side clear.
Send their way over towards this B side.
But again,
nobody was watching their backs. Only 11 seconds. Got to stick this plan. Barrier mesh. Finds them a lifeline, but still, this is a lot of players committed up. Close quarters in terms of the action and the fight. It's a paranoia connection onto the 2. Disrupts that high-low setup. Sentinels won't be getting away with that one. Need to clear up into heaven. G2 still with a massive player advantage. Nightfall. They want to take this one, no crumbs. And they're still going to be just dominating every single position.
The way in which G2 come back in on the retake,
that's
the team play aspect there. You see them all swarming together, high-low setup, swinging from multiple aspects. But also what we're getting in this match is the individualism, as Icy holds that tiny crack angle and picks off Tens, finding his moments again in the round. Look at this. I mean, that's a great shot. I know that Tens is walking into that one a little slowly, but it's still really clean. And just an example, another one of how Icy seems to be particularly on point today.
Just ridiculous. Not only the players playing well, but you said the team play too, looking so good for G2 right now. This is a game that I think is making a statement on their identity. The creativity in that last round as well on the retake. You got the Nightfall for Jonah P. He's waiting. If anything goes wrong on the site, that door is opening, and if you're not very aware, looking at the minimap, other teammates calling it out, he's flanking with no sound.
SEN did find themselves in a position where G2 had a broken buy. SEN, we were talking about it, 4 rounds in, they were about to be in the ascendancy, taking control of the game, building momentum. Has been ripped away from them. They've got a broken buy here. They might decide to force into it.
Both maps deadlock
looking good, and I think this half has got to be the one where they put rounds on the board. I know they're running Cypher deadlock, and it looks super defense-sided, but they went 8-4 in their attack half. It was much better in the game against NRG, and slightly counterintuitive. And I also feel like you got to be scared of Valen's IGLing once the sides swap.
Yeah, once G2 get themselves onto that attack side themselves here, Sentinels. Unsteady ground beneath them, but we'll see if they can find a way forward.
G2 retake is so clean.
Did choose to invest at least into this one, to grab that in an 8, clears off that early angle.
Could have been dangerous. Leaf likes to play aggressive there.
Oh, this might be a little late here from Jonah P. He might not get out.
Just full sending it. Okay, Pit to just try and cover it. Yes!
Oh,
he finds right back. Still scared of that threat. The approach as well from all of these players. Horn has to be dealt with. It is broken. Jonah P still stands his ground, holds it down, and there's so many layers to the G2 protocols, man.
They can't get in, and everybody's here now. If they push in, they're dead.
Be prime time for the pivot.
That's a great kill.
On to Leaf.
No lockdown now available, so retake potential plummets for G2.
The util going down line as well. No alarm bot through B. Valen's going to have to pick up that area. Icy as well. Forced to lock this down for his team. TP committed. That's Tens. It's right behind him, actually. Just takes tree control. Icy. A lot's going to be...
Oh, my
will deliver. Paranoia glides through. The prediction is elite.
Icy is just different today.
Who is this guy?
If this is the level of player that they're going to have moving into playoffs, potentially moving into champs, how do you stop G2?
Everything going right for them. And the firepower was always a question mark, but now you cannot question it. It's forced Tens into this 1v3. Lurked as well.
They're playing so solid too. Look at the setup inside the stairs. Yeah. Now they know.
So patient. 10 seconds waiting it out. Time against them. They see the tether, the trail. points it directly to TenZ. There will be no escape from that.
पहला
Spammed in
टिप्पी
his
मारना था ना
direction.
किधर
G2.
किधर मारता लेकिन
Another
इनको
round
भी
on the
नहीं
ball
था
for them.
साला दोनों
It
टेंस
just
ने
looks
मारा यार
immaculate. Icy is in such a precarious spot there. He even misses the timing to go for his first peek. He tucks himself into a corner. He knows the players are coming, and he feels like he's got one shot to swing out, to land ahead before TenZ opens the door behind him. He gets himself in a tough spot, dodges shots from Sassy, and rattles off two with a spray transfer, and then blind over the third.
I mean, that's a big-time play for a rookie. Absolutely insane.
Feeling it. It's an all turn.
एक साथ पिक क्यों नहीं कर रहे उनके पास नहीं था ना इनको कि वो वहाँ पे ही है जब देखा तो फास्ट मारने के क्योंकि अगर एक साथ पिक करने का उसने डिले कर दिया तो रोटेशन आ जाएगा तो लोग एक के बाद एक पिक करके भी ट्रेड ले सकते हैं मतलब वो लोग में है वो बात उसका स्प्रे कुछ ज़्यादा ही खतरनाक था
especially when the annihilation is on the other side. John could fire that off and capture Jonah P or Leaf if they're not very careful about it.
This is preemptive from Leaf, expecting some sort of initiation. As soon as he hears anything.
You know what's interesting too? There are ways to bounce the annihilation into waterfall to catch Killjoy players like that. I'm wondering if Sentinels is as prepared as you would expect for them playing this comp for the second time.
Players in Tier 2 are getting super nerdy with the annihilation stuff. But for John, he's got so much more on his plate as well to think about from an IGL's perspective. Maybe he just hasn't had time to get in the work.
There's the lockdown.
That's so ready for this man, already with the setup as well. Nanastorm's not clear from Prior. How do you deal with this? It's 24 seconds on the clock.
They don't have time to get back into this. They just don't.
Entertainment. He has to drop it. I mean, he was going to be holding on to it. A hostage at a time now. And get the reinforcements in. G2 flooded back into the body. Out for the back as well. And it's perfection in motion. Showstopper. Very pretty finish to the round because it's all done and over. G2.
ने देखा नहीं क्या अल्ट पे करते क्या हो रहा है मेरे को जानना है अभी
masterful calling.
It's immaculate from G2, but they're making Sentinels look amateurish out there. 14 seconds left, you're running back out of Mound. No opportunity to pivot, didn't want to go towards B. Celsius is having to drop spikes so that there's even any chance left. Valen's calling, but more so even just the defensive pre-prepped protocols from G2. Making this attempt on the attack side from Sen look very poor.
You have to also think about Zekit. I mean, how many first deaths has he had so far? To moments like that, normally John QT is never calling in that situation. Zekit's there to push in.
Brute force, perhaps the answer.
Yeah, they want to send it out over towards Leaf again. Nanaswarm's not really too much of a problem. Friendly fire just from the grab there. Not going to be too worried about it though. They do have an open sight. Sentinels have had quite some time. Unfortunately, don't have the weaponry. That explains the eagerness. Second, going to be stepping up to this one. Stun. Doesn't have to worry about that. So much as this real aggression. Going to get proactive now, at least with this hold into the post. Molly rebounds. Trip dealt with. At least, but still with a massive disadvantage. Haunt in their face. Fades out the first shot. Annihilation through and over. But there should be no danger. Surely you got to imagine they clear every single possibility still. Two stands.
Gun mila bhe, haath mein gun mila isko.
And it's only Icy. Just like that. Switches around. Complete 180 through the wall.
Bhai, kya round nikala Sen ne?
Sen decided to just send it into C. They overwhelmed what G2 were doing on that site. I think primarily because G2 weren't expecting the pace to come from them.
Look at this shot.
Oh,
that's intense.
That's pretty good.
And then those are the types of plays that are keeping them competitive in this game, despite what feels like an absolutely dominant half from G2.
Binks, excuse me.
The Sentinels as well, disrupting retake protocols of G2, just trying to get in their faces.
And I have to, if I'm John QT, this is the one thing that's working. I'm trying to push the issue on this C site.
Only is well friendly pushes on side. लेकिन उसमें भी वो लोग मार सकते हैं मतलब निकल के सीधा
a rubble control. Center always constantly trying to feign like they could be taking this with players. They're not budgeting. It's given
वो लोग का aim नहीं
incredible
लेगा
information for G2 to work off.
I also think that if Sen ran that same C exec, but Jonah P was anchoring Waterfall, I think Jonah kills Zekon. So I'm not sure the same result is going to happen here.
Volley down, Prowler. He's going to be connecting here with the C's.
बाप रे sexy
Finally
combos
striking back
यार
here. First kill for him. Ult is online.
बंदा
Available in the
दिखते ही
back pocket.
सारा यूटिल्स डाल दिया है
Oh, they used the deep wall into Waterfall, but
ये टाइम बाय करने
ahead
के
of
लिए
it.
Spots out onto Valen, forces out this paranoia again. The time is going to be ticking. The fuse battered away into the corner as well. Could just send it with a pre-aim and a fire. Doesn't expect lead. It's not
check नहीं
cleared.
किया right
He's the one who's finding all of the marks. A lot of space given up. Sentinels just willing now to play this one entirely off-site.
दो
Is
बंदे
there ready?
stand
At least for the mount spam. Bullets going to be raining down upon
Nade
them.
heavy.
Do they have anything to stop this one? Nade as well follows through. I see he's got one at least with the connection. Pushing through. It's perfection again. G2. Can you
गलत
praise this
retake
team more?
गलत retake bro
Even Valen's position on top of the ledge to dodge more
भाई
of the
मेरे को
spam
एक
is
चीज
an
नहीं
excellent
समझा अगर ये
protocol
लोग
the teams have started
बाहर ही खेल
developing.
रहे
The nade 2 from Icy
तो
perfectly
डेडलॉक का
timed
ट्रिप
to
वहाँ पे
push
डाल के
people
क्या
away
फायदा
on bound.
उससे
The
अच्छा
first
यहाँ
one's
पे
a
डालता
tap,
जहाँ
not a
पे वो
real
लोग
stick.
बाहर आके पिक करके
Every
मारेंगे
layer of it is lovely, and there are cracks in what Sen are doing. Yes, that Prowler caught onto Jonah P, and that made a big difference in taking him out, but not clearing Leaf in that
यहाँ
slot.
पे
That should be part of your attacking system.
They should have run into that in scrims already.
Yes, when you throw the barrier mesh over like that, you can't just
जगन को चेक
guarantee
करना था
that you've pushed
कोई
everybody
प्रेशर
away.
ही
There
नहीं
has
था
to be
क्यों
an
चेक
active
करेगा
clear of that spot,
दो
especially if
दो
you've got
यूटिल्स डाल
showstopper.
दिया
It costs
इतना
you
डीप
nothing
वाटरफॉल
to just clear that corner
ना
and
कोई
make sure
पीक
that
लिया
the
ना
killjoy
तोड़ा
isn't
क्यों
hiding
चेक
there.
करेगा
I think it looks a little unpracticed from Sen. I'm willing to shoot him a bit of bail though and say that it's probably because Sen have two comps that they're looking to prep for playoffs and they're having to balance time between it. Now, do I know that? No, not at all. Pure speculation. But when a team has as much history of excellence as Sentinels this year, when you see cracks like that, feels like there should probably be a reason behind it. At the moment, G2 just looks so much better, despite a somewhat competitive scoreline.
I mean, if I have information about how G2 has been playing in scrims or just watching it and really understanding, this is a one in, like, not once in a lifetime performance for most of these guys. They're doing it so consistently now, but you know, and maybe you have to pull out something like this if you're Sentinels. Maybe they actually believe that G2
still believe
have what
Sendoron
it
निकाल
takes
सकता back
to fight them on even ground.
At this point as well, if you're not giving G2 the flowers, I mean, what are you doing? What have you been watching? Because they have been performing almost every single step of the way, actually, since that Ascension coming into this league. Our best performing Ascension team out of absolutely all of them in all 4 regions.
The only one with a chance to go to champions out of any of those promoted tier 2 teams. Just exemplars of the system.
G2, I don't know what this read is. Straight out of timeout again, just trying to punish and disrupt Sentinels this time. Very heavy committal over towards the A-Rubble fight once more. Door opens up, that's a nightfall. Will force these G2 players to at least scatter. Trent is going to be worrying and fearful, at least for his life. And Sentinels are making this feel like all that pressure coming towards A. Door's going to be broken up, though! No one expecting that wraparound trade, at least in sight. Does make it nice and even, 4 versus 4. But still that uncertainty.
Tens used this paranoia in desperation, and now they don't have it to actually pounce on the site anymore.
And with Sassy gone, they're lacking all initiation tools.
Slightest of pause being called, but Sentinels want to...
जैसे मेरे बहुत दिनों बाद वैल्यू से ब्रेक लेने के बाद मजा आ रहा है वापस. Excuse me.
Out onto the side, there was backup there in the form of Leaf, but wasn't long for this world. TP cancel, not too sure. All the way over towards C, didn't like what they saw, at least from that neural theft.
Sentinels have a combined 69 health. I mean, almost nothing to work with.
And that creates openings, at least Ten's going to be hearing this one. A couple of footsteps. Gives him an indicator. He has to be the one to provide them the win.
He might have missed the timing. He might have given it a little too long.
Sexy timing है.
Looking away and around. Spots the second one.
Sexy timing था.
Backs away. Plays his
ऐसा miss
life.
the timing.
Intelligence there. At least on show. Fast through and away. I see still. Bit of that health advantage, but too many obstacles. Surely. Yes, indeed.
Such in a trap.
Margins for Sen to be able to get through there, but a great play from Tens, tucking himself up into heaven.
Due to China team from also dominated with the presentation and gives out to others
and relied on his aim instead of his brain. The health pool was not there.
29 HP combined in all of them.
The end of the round, yeah.
True.
And also credit to Valorant on that initial pivot. He's already 2 steps
सिर्फ वही
ahead
प्रॉब्लम
of
है
it.
डेडलॉक
Sees
उसका
that wall
एक
come
टाइम
out
पे
from the deadlock of Sentinels and
वॉल
decides,
भी
okay, I've
अच्छे
got
से
my
यूज कर
Viper wall up,
सकते
I can peek this
हैं वॉल
safely.
लाइनअप्स भी
Hello,
अच्छे से यूज
G2.
कर सकते
Okay.
हैं लेकिन
Skip right past it, grab net. Not gonna be in
डेडलॉक
trouble.
बहुत
Sentinels are gonna be here and that though.
बहुत
It's
ही
a lot of
गंदा है
util, gives them a good
बट
indicator.
थिंक आसपास
Sentinel's entry
Top
player
पे
has a
बैठा है, what
judge in
do
the
you
final
think,
round of the half. See if Second is able to
ऐसे
get that
थोड़ी
out.
बैठा हो top
Prowler and Boombot straight down, same burst. Util being used, TP in through the back. It's gonna be Valin. Treeing up back with the rest of the team now, out through B as well, spotting it again. Second does not have the weapon for the job here. Has to avoid most of these fights coming his way.
साइड तो मिला फ्री का अभी होल्ड कर पाएंगे कि नहीं पता नहीं
Space garnered though. Lurks being caught. Jonah P deals with Celsius, locked down, and
फिर
he's
से
got a
किल
plan
जगह
to deal with
देखा
this.
ना ये
All
लोग
being
ने
overlaid. Overlap now. These were the Nightfall. Sentinels crest away. Knives are out. Tens is catching them. And as well, hearing it, Icy. Sky might be the difference maker. Annihilation, not sure if that's a miss or what. Elite now onto the fuse sticking, and it needs to be presence from Sentinels. They can't just give this one up. Bodies matching him. Leave has to get off of it. Leaf demolishes it.
भाई फेड और किंजे अल्टी है बी गए
Nightfall hits everybody on Sentinel, so they don't even hear the defuse coming through from Leaf. They don't know what the heck is going on with Icy. How is he playing a battle in that situation? He backs all the way up for that situation. It's beautiful.
I will say though, John gets a bit unlucky that his annihilation
Plus
missed
turret भी नहीं टूटा था
everybody
ना यार
that was over towards that diffuse, and the last few rounds have been a bit closer from
Lurk
Sen.
भी नहीं
It looked
होता
like
था
G2 were just going to run away with things by the scoreline they have, but Sen are at least playing a better game and pushing them to the limit. There's a lot on the line in this upcoming pistol round, of course, as well for Sentinel. It's an 8-4 finish, but listen, it's anyone's game still here in this series.
टेंस रैंक इस बार टेंस अच्छा खेल रहा है टेंस पूरा ये साल बहुत अच्छा खेला है वो ओवररेटेड टेंस को G2 आज धो रहे शर्म करो इतना इम्पैक्ट है उसका But ends was picking split. It used to be their stronger map. क्योंकि split जा रहा है शायद इसलिए तो वो लोग इतना प्रैक्टिस नहीं कर रहे वो मैप स्प्लिट है भी नहीं शायद मैप पुल में
Welcome back, everyone, and wow, what a map we have been treated to. Lotus
Playoffs
has
तक
been awesome,
map
and one
pull.
person in
तो फिर वही
particular has
रहेगा
been great.
वो
and it's
प्रैक्टिस नहीं
Icy.
कर रहेंगे
This
ना
guy has truly
जाने वाला है
turned
करके
around. We were praising him before, and now, Mimi, this guy is popping off here too.
Yeah, he was good map one, but he has been lights out in this second map. His mechanics are on point, and specifically, I think the way he's using his utility with the team has been so good. G2 has had to play a lot of retakes, and I think the way he's satcheling with this team, the way he's using satchels forward to set himself up for successful fights, and even the nades, it has all been on point for this young guy.
step up करना पड़ेगा
that 3K that he hits A main when he's fully flashed, just turns around and spams because he knows someone's going to swing him, pre-fires the angle that he can't see, and still gets the kill. Like, sometimes you're really good, and that's where Icy's been, and also things are leaning his way too. Like, the kid can do no wrong. There's nobody who's having as much fun as he is right now.
Yeah, he's looking ridiculous. The stats he's put up in the
Jogging
first
के लिए
half
उठा,
are
अब
insane.
match
And
देख
for
रहा बैठ के।
G2, that was their
हो गया, खत्म हो
defensive
गया।
side. Coming out favorable on your defense is so huge on Lotus. Sentinels, I think, making some big mistakes in this composition. I think of that round where they're not clearing to the right towards Waterfall when their wall is up. These little errors have snowballed into a very dangerous situation.
Let's not forget that the winner of this match secures a playoff bye, and the losers will have to play 100 Thieves. Now, if Sentinels win, they will secure champs. So if you're a Sen fan, you're cheering on your squad right now, but G2 could close this out. Let's send it back over to your casters.
Did a job for us there, yeah. I mean,
भाई इतना important game था सेन के लिए जीता तो चैंप्स भी क्वालिफाई और एक बाय भी मिलेगा
8-4 currently where they're sitting pistol round. So damn important, but for G2, it's a team that they've always just been quite unassuming, I suppose one could say, but the results
or anything but that. I mean, they have just been up there.
ये लोग सिर्फ कॉम्बो कर सकते हैं नेड और उसका रिटेक में वो सब कॉम्बोस कर सकते हैं टेक्निकली सेन का रिटेक बहुत बाप होना चाहिए
And what we saw on
दो
behind was a
सेंटिनल है
phenomenal
और
attack
फेड है
side, so we expect
फेड
it to
कॉम्बोस
continue
भी
here.
है
It's going to take a
Deadlock
lot for
combos
Sentinels to
भी
get
है
back into this against what was America's best at Shanghai.
Most of the G2 series wins have had one map where they struggle, where they get blown out, actually. They've been in control of this match the whole time.
भाई क्या सेक्सी कैम है यार
Cam contact, seeing it, plenty of bodies. Does not alert himself, but he spotted eventually here. The paranoia gliding through, Prowler as well. These trips.
सेक्सी कैम है ना जैक
Pump fake being called.
There's
here.
nobody here on
Seconds.
these.
Yep. Full rotation away. Sentinels not leaving anybody's onto the site, at least not to contain. G2 are going to be able to get
ऐसा
that
क्यों
free
लग रहा है ये
battle.
स्मोक थोड़ा अर्ली हो गया
Now into it.
The timing.
He's missed it. Leaf's just been inserted as well. This guy is going to be delivering that backstab.
भाई
It might
टेंस
just
को
be
रीड है
fatal.
टेंस को रीड है
Trent as well being pushed and pressed away here.
टेंस को रीड है हेवी रीड है टेंस को
Into the corner, Celsius just peeking, taking
Broad
his fight
bait
at just
ends.
the right timing. It's opportunities presented now to Sentinels, but they have to try and wrap this one up, and they are being picked apart just from the side, but it's only Jonah P left to remain, and he can't land the finish.
भाई ओपी
Leaf gave his hand away there, I think, a little bit too
OP
early. I believe it was Tens who threw the paranoia into the rest of the team and spotted him.
Good way.
Took a shot from behind and realized that backstab was happening. And from then, Sen had the utility advantage. C's being thrown out. This Gravnet as well. Paranoia, just so many things to make life difficult for G2 on site.
सबसे कंसिस्टेंट प्लेयर कौन है फिलहाल तो आसपास टेंस
I mean, that was the first pistol for
ये लोग भी
Sentinels that they won
कंसिस्टेंट है यार काफी
so far in the series. Definitely gets Kaplan hyped in the back.
Get the lifeline back. I mean, that is literally what it is.
PH के भी players काफी consistent है.
Just a bit of a bait and switch. Actually, TP pass. That's actually committed by Malin. Oh, he's right to the side. Classic in his hands. Hello. Unawareness. What is going on here?
I mean, I'm baffled that Tens didn't get that comm from his teammate. He was right underneath him. Looked like a free kill. How is Valen the one that survives? How is he continuing to get value?
Just no chance. The weapons are being handed over. The map is in disarray in terms of the defense. The Sentinels, I mean, Trent has lurked his way all the way into the C site.
Past double Sentinel utility. The trips weren't set up to catch him, and no usage of the cam. Only just now, but it's not going to realize that Trent's in such a deep position.
And somehow, actually, Leaf has jumped over both those trips.
Disaster,
बहुत गंदा खेला ये round.
Absolute disaster here for Sentinels. Full elation after winning the pistol. Tucking down, they can't even get the kill on the Trent.
That's great movement, though.
Backing away, surely.
Abhinav, thank you for the membership.
You're in a 2v5.
Surely.
What do you do in this spot?
Backing away,
Plus
saving
Stinger
again. They
है
don't
बे.
want to keep the sting in the hands of Celsius. He's going to look for at least a couple of kills here, but they're saving the Bulldog.
मार भी रहा है तो ये क्यों मार रहा है इसका ult तो waste है.
You're not even getting super thrilled with damage done here for Celsius, right? The Cypher ult on defense.
Economy's still going to be flourishing here for G2. And it's a round win nevertheless as well. Okay. Almost there with the ace.
I mean, that would have just been ridiculous.
Even the ace would have been the saddest ace that this Sen favoring crowd has ever seen. Because it's just a silver line into a dark rain cloud. G2.
ये क्या बाइक कर रहा है जॉन क्यूटी?
How are these pistol shots coming through?
There's just no way.
Tens did flicker out for a moment there. It sounds like the call was late or his reaction to
जॉन
it
क्यूटी
was.
बाइक कर रहा है?
But it's game over at that point. Valen finished the first half with 3 kills, and he's already had 2.
It's just ridiculous. I mean,
Tens
when it
को
rains,
दिया?
it pours. This is the second time they get thrifty. That's
Some with a bit of a hard read here. I mean, the C's, no connection, TP up top. They still want to fight this one. The Heat wasn't, or at least the Horns, I should say, not accounted for.
I like that. Nice set
Combo
play.
तो
It
था
doesn't
बे,
actually get the
sexy
value, but you
play
can
था.
see that Sentinels have been cooking.
Has forced out some util at least from G2 to respond.
Sexy
Take back
play
control.
था बे.
While all this is going on though, Jonah P
Placing swarm grenade.
has been walking free reign over towards A as well. Always giving these pivot options, G2. Doesn't matter into the mid round, they've always got
backup plans.
अभी वो लोग
that
को
big trade of
एक
Yuto
अच्छा चीज
at
बताइए
the beginning of this round
तो
is going
बुलडॉग
to
मारा
favor
अभी वो लोग को
G2
पता नहीं सामने
with
वालों
the
ने
amount
फोर्स
of
किया कि
money
नहीं
and util that they actually have in this one.
वो लोग को ये नहीं मालूम कि कितने लोगों ने बाय किया रहेगा क्या है
Sentinels just forced to stack up here. Prayed that they walk back into the C site.
Last round का save oh हाँ
Celsius.
कैसे last round का
pretty anchoring but there's a storm coming here.
अरे हाँ last round save वो मारा था ना
Has to fall over the kill. There's no chance, man. Jonah P just spamming away. There is that return of the fire.
Winnable है
Damage being done as well. Has slowed this push to a crawl, but G2 now finally committing to it. But they hear the jump up. Tense. Accounting for that one as a flank. It's finally going to be falling, and speaking of falling, G2 just struggling to really get a handle onto this side. It's a Flooded and Balin doing the most right now. Touch to the corner to spam the damage. Icy, he's left alone to do it all. 21 health, they just spot the body and jump one round. Classic will do
oh
it.
भाई क्या round निकाला
Perfect response there from Sentinels. They look down and out, but with only a Bulldog, a Sheriff, a couple of classics to work with.
भाई क्या कैमरा full camouflage sexy कैमरा
And the man to close it out too with the classic. Saucy finding some value too. Absolutely right. This response. And that's finally going to get Celsius back into this game as well. He was missing in terms of providing that energy after what was a series of very unfortunate tech pauses for him.
Focused. Was missing, yeah, the wind was out of the sails. He's one of those players that props up this team as well when they're at that lowest point of moments here. Sentinels, again, not shying away. It's a skirmish that they want to take over towards A, at least setting up tents into that forward approach. Again, gives them that information, but G2 were just contacted straight up past this one. There's the punish. He's there with the Odin spam.
I like that. It's right as G2 were about to take the timing to re-clear rubble behind the Viper wall. It goes up, Odin spam comes out. And leaving Tens posted over towards rubble. I know he had that weird situation earlier, but generally speaking, Tens has been on fire this map. And compared to his performance on Bind, I would feel very comfortable leaving him posted. And now you're going into Cypher deadlock.
Only time we saw this was when they got over it before an engagement happened. This time, you're going to have one.
This double setup is going to be a nightmare. TP forwards that catches Valin to trip intentional.
Sexy, babe.
Destroys any player.
Sexy.
It's all being followed through.
Hey, babe, combos तो है.
Nasty stuff there by Sentinels. Flawless in nature.
Hey.
And we've been praising the beauty of the G2 plays. There's one for Sentinels as well.
No charges.
A perfect picture painted for the players of Sentinels. That grab net, the kill trip.
Finally, deadlock use हुआ chat.
Looking marvelous.
One of the biggest reasons that this composition's good is because on the defense side as well, stack the Cypher deadlock utility on one side of the map, stack 3 players on the other. Which one's the strong side? Which one's the weak side? You don't really want to go into either.
G2 struggling here to even get that foothold. Love to have layers and backup plans just in case initial one fails, but they're not even able to even get over the line over towards A rubble.
Brent, you talk a lot about the pace of G2 on attack sides. The last couple of rounds, it felt like they've been in the mud early on in these rounds consistently.
Jonah commits his Viper orb there just to try to threaten across, make it more difficult.
Close net मारेगा क्या वो?
Keep Tens and Zekin guessing for information over towards A.
Placing swarm grenade.
But those are nasty players to get through, especially because the final kill in the previous round was given over to Zekin so that he got Showstopper online. So not only are you having to get through the young superstar duo of Sentinels, but one of them has...
वो लोग ने देखा रेस उधर है, सीधा पट से U-turn मारा.
Just the one sign of that Prowler. Sentinels scurrying back away from that A hold, giving it up now, still with a double setup, but a nade clears most of this one. Nothing to really obstruct. Satchel's through, on top of all of it, Valen with a TP, any sort of punishment, it's not quite there. Sentinel's gonna have to play this one, but a retake and spam from Celsius.
भाई वो लोग को push करके मारना पड़ेगा. वो लोग को push करके मारने पड़ेगा.
Straight down to him, they want to fight this one aggressively. G2 straight up through into the back of the site, trying to create some space for them as a showstopper now offloaded in response to this pit. Drop down in their faces. Not a lot to work with. Yet still
God.
firing away. Icy cleaned up in the process. Losing players here, but with the pit remaining, Jonah B.
Bhai, anda mara John Cutie ne.
And with it, the pit will fall. Leaf has to do a lot.
अपने
A
पास
little
भी
bit too
उड़ी
much
है
slower
भाई.
come. Trent slightly. Taps away. No way. Forcing into the 1v1. And John QT unable to even get half.
Half भी नहीं हुआ.
Destroy with a horn stick and half and swing to deny Trent. A monstrous clutch.
That might be the dagger right there.
2 round भाई, 2 round. दो इतना crucial round.
Just ridiculous, every single one of them.
That wasn't even a good plan for him. He had to get 2 on the cross because it wasn't planted for Mound. He throws the hole towards the end, and yeah,
At least एक को jump beam करना था.
But my God, how has he got 2?
Holy fuck. Crazy मारा बे.
Swings and roundabouts here. Second half of Lotus.
Jinx भाई, वाह.
Heavy stack of the players. 4 from Sentinels committing to this one and trying to disrespect Rue into the one-way. The punish inside Annihilation wraps itself around.
Nice.
This one, but the punish is still there. Predicted in terms of the movement and the pathing. There has to be a rotation now from G2.
Do you use Icy's ult in this round? You're in a 3v4. It doesn't look winnable for you. No real map control. Are you just trying to look to save that?
He comes from the school of EG, so he might just send it. Despite the situation, Sentinels is fully rotating with the deadlock util put down on A.
उनको read तो है
Gave it
लेकिन.
up. Willing to try and fight this one. It's a double. High, low. Needs to be that response. There it is. And that's a rocket. It whistles straight past. Narrowly avoiding 4-2 to stand here for G2. Tens. Sliders of off angles here, but a horn not broken for him. He's revealed. Sees now nade. Rebounding into the corner. Trent is so damn low. 11 HP still now. Sticking in easily covered. Icy. He will drop and fall. And the jumping kick
God
again
बे.
paves the way for
अरे
victory
he
here for
missed ने वो
Sentinels.
planter को blind दे रहा था.
That
दूसरे
one
को
was
थोड़ी
tough
blind
to
देगा
close
वो.
out. It should have been easier, to be honest, especially considering that the showstopper got nothing. But that's a massive difference. Icy chose to invest it.
चनारी तो disqualify नहीं, playoffs में तो जा रही है.
For G2. Sentinels bring it back within 2. And they bled out one.
लेकिन क्या अब भी अगर सेन जीत गया ना तो चैंपियंस में भी चली जाएगी और वो लोग अपर ब्रैकेट में भी चले जाएंगे. वरना वो लोग को सिंगल एलिमिनेशन खेलना पड़ेगा. अगर अभी जीती तो प्लेऑफ में वो लोग डबल एलिमिनेशन भी खेलने वाले हैं और चैंपियंस के लिए भी सिलेक्टेड है. इसलिए बहुत क्रूशियल है उनके लिए मैच.
And you can lock down that area, you might be able to just slowly walk in, get rid of utility,
Bye,
as you
Sen
find it, and set up into a post ban.
बेंचो 2000 लोग देख रहे हैं सुबह के 8 बजे.
To look like it's gonna get really tight towards
लव
the
चैट गुड मॉर्निंग सबको. गुड मॉर्निंग जो लोग अभी आए स्ट्रीम पे.
Especially towards the tail end, like you were saying, Josh. I mean, you're looking at back and forth rounds here, teams winning when the economy isn't even looking too hot here.
Fnatic का क्या? Fnatic qualify है.
They're in the driving seat, but I hesitate to even say that just now. The tendency of these teams as well to just fight back.
भाई इतने सारे लोग अभी आए.
I think the other thing to keep
Good
in mind
morning,
as well
good morning.
is that some of the G2 players
जो 500 लोग सोए थे वो भी उठे. हाँ लग रहा है बे. चैट पे देखो.
It's rare to see Zekken having a bit of a quiet game. If Zekken wakes up at some point and starts putting on these monstrous rounds, you might see not just the game getting
Popa
tight,
plus
but
stream
Sen start
OP.
to overtake.
Popa के लिए उठे तुम लोग. ऐसा डेडिकेशन वैलो के लिए भी दो.
The fan base certainly riled up in the audience.
Messi मारेगा.
This has
छाती
been
लोग.
such a good match.
लिख दिया छाती पे. आज मेसी जीतेगा. Nobody can mess with Messi.
We still got a lot.
कॉलेज जाते वक्त देख रहा हो. Oh. कैसा अभिषेक?
The stakes that these two teams are playing for. Top place in the playoffs. Yet to be played next week here. Sen a little bit more, I suppose. Just a guaranteed spot at champs if they win this. Nothing big.
And not just the positives for the winner, but the loser ends up playing against 100 Thieves who, I know that they lost today, but they're the winners of stage 1. And at times this year have looked absolutely on fire. There are still possibilities that you could miss out on champs by losing to them in single elimination.
Yeah.
Very
Last year's
interesting.
LCQ, where 100 Thieves and Sentinels did play in that single elimination game. So interesting how it could end up.
Not
at the
just
end
for
of the
Sen
day.
to win champs, it's either Genji or TH. AP, यार इसका ऐसा मत बोलो bro.
Sassy by his side.
Fnatic भी जीत सकता है.
Paranoia.
Fnatic कैसा टीम है मालूम है बहुत.
Running out of options. 35
वो लोग में experience भी है लेकिन कभी-कभी करते तो कुछ तूफानी करते भाई. नया-नया combos लेके आते, क्या-क्या करते, set plays वो लोग का.
Make sure they've got plenty of players left to watch this one. Hello, the movement just going slightly ajar. Icy is getting away with murder. Here, John QT though finally steps up and around, dodging, juking any sort of util that comes his way. And no more time. You don't want to be saving these guns into the next. You need to get that plant down.
अच्छा खेला बे, अच्छा hold किया सबने.
They're not going to be able to get to the site in that time.
No chance.
TP. Oh, he's got it. He's got it.
What the fuck?
Pulling that one from nowhere, and even an ult committed. There's respect being shown by Sen. They want to close this one out. Jonah P.
John QT's
looking around from behind. John QT.
God, babe.
In terms of the fight, falling around, and one still stands between him and victory. The crowd wants it, chanting away. A bit of spam into the corner will seal his fate. Valen just cowering. Doesn't want to give too much away. And
Ace मार दीस. आज घर पे कान आएगा.
The crowd feels it. It might
भाई
be
तो
coming
क्या
out
crowd है
for
भाई.
Sentinels.
Game sense तो है बे. कौन बोला deadlock हो? भाई John QT ने मारा है भाई. Agent ने नहीं.
John QT is absolutely the fire starter right
सिर्फ
now.
एक जो
So
गिरा
many
के
huge
डक करके
moments for
मारता
him.
वो एक एबिलिटी का मार
Whether it be with
बस
the classic,
वो
whether
वैसे
it be
भी
with
मार
the
देता
Vandal
था
holding down against the anti-eco when G2
एजेंट
just
तो
got 2
वैसे
kills
भी
on the site.
एकदम ठंडास
And that's Bang's mother praying right there.
I'm not sure who she'd rather see 100 Thieves playing against.
full frontal aggression by G2.
कैसे
Coming up with the goods with second dropping and falling.
He
Hit
just
around like
carry
this,
with
your
the
G2 sets you up nicely. Haven't really been able to hold on to control of A Rubble A main at all. Been losing that battle, that war of attrition that's occurring.
It's a crazy good opening pick for G2 to get. Sentinels actually got 10s posted up with an operator on the other side of the map, thinking that this was going to be a lockdown on Sia.
Sassy
run.
sees it, catches the contact, lockdown now.
That's breakable with the Odin.
भाई
Placed
बहुत
down.
अच्छा है
Walls spamming away and broken. You called it, Anne. Sassy's still able to just hold his ground.
Whoa!
Stand it down.
This is so
annihilation. John QT just missing the read and the timing on this one, but G2 can be a quirky team in that regard. Rebounds off, but no
They were
connection.
in there. He could have gotten that, but he just chooses to fire it off when he knows they should be hiding.
Yeah, it seems like much better to save that for the next wave of attacking utility.
The
But Celsius has got them pressed in at the back. Their only escape option here is over towards B, which I'm surprised that Sen are not looking to try to cover.
Door's been opened wide. Might as well roll out the red carpet.
This looks like it's on Celsius. Do they read his position over towards B main?
Trips down, here's the plan.
वो लोग को एक दिखना ही
All
पड़ेगा
happening
plan
all at the same time here, just trying to catch these low time his potential, just in case there are stragglers from the G2 camp. They've set themselves up now into it. Transitionary period. I mean, Jonah P was not ready for a fight there.
क्या स्प्रे था वो
Seems like neither was Celsius. He's the one who falls. And is this going to be a save?
Wow.
भाई क्या
They're gonna call
था
the
वो
save. Celsius and Sassy without really any credits in the bank. And they want to keep hold of the op, the Odin. Remember, Tens, I'm not sure he's even fired a shot. Did G2 even know that he has an operator at this point?
I don't think so. I think you're right.
So it's entirely possible that the gambit that Tens went for, by picking up this op, could still have value in the next round if G2 run into it.
सेव ही
Super
करेंगे
important to keep those guns.
क्या
They
करें
do. I would love
कैसे
to see
retake
that
करेंगे वो लोग
shot from Jonah P's perspective, because it feels like, you're right, transitionary periods when he's not expecting, but he feels like one of the best players in the world when it comes to those moments.
Do you remember on Binds?
ये भारी पड़ गया बे वो रिवील हाँ
Fountain, Jonah P swings around to
रिवील भारी पड़ गया
It's also the movement from Jonah P. When he gets startled, he reacts with his keyboard, not his mouse.
Right.
Dodges the bullet, and then he's able to respond because the other player's standing still.
Always dancing around it.
ये अब शायद ऐसे देख लेगा सचिन करता हूँ
Tens operate in his hands. They didn't want to reveal it. They didn't want to show their hands. He has to get value here.
Gonna come down to a
Australia Varna, good morning, Kulapan.
Up and above and around. Not quite spotting it. He just feels pressured a little bit too much. He can't remain steadfast. I don't think Lexi saw it though.
I don't think so either. I think maybe concerned about the hunt there. Nobody breaking it for him or something like that. And that's still a tough shot to land over the Viper wall.
यही जाएंगे शायद फेडल्टी के साथ
Round cut करके. And around here for G2, this will throw a team or two for a loop.
I think Tens has got a very difficult shot to make here because it's not on sideline in his current position. If the Viper wall goes up and G2 explode through it, he's got to be hitting clean shots with the op.
I also find it incredibly difficult to get off of these A site positions when you have an
अभी वो option भी है, B पे भी जा सकते हैं. अगर फेडल्टी में आ गया ना 2-3.
Trying to put that pressure and apply it. He's with the heat now. Nightfall has to be respected. I see. He's fast on the trail as well. Sniffing them all out for the back of the site, revealed and spammed away. There's no hope in hell. And Sassy just could not work his way through that one. A nade rebounding forces the
well, guys, I think
3 players to stand for Sentinels, and a decision is made for them. They cannot play into this.
I think the Tens op is hurting them more than helping them at this point. That's a spot where if he's got a rifle in his hand, his current form on Lotus, I think he's taking one with him. But unfortunately, G2 pushed him into an uncomfortable spot where he's taking close range fights and actually has to swing into them with the operator as well. Even for a player with as hot a hand and as good a track record as Tens there, those shots are just too difficult to hit consistently.
I think
भाई वो 2 राउंड कितना भारी पड़ा बे. सेन आराम से लीड पे जाता था, प्लस वो लोग उसके बाद एक इको भी जाता था. 3 राउंड जीत सकते थे सेन.
No. But G2 are at 12. Only 1 round now separates them from that 2nd seed in Americas.
Oh, what? That's it. Did he not get the shot off?
Must not
barely miss it.
It looked like he was still moving too.
30 seconds.
Yeah, perhaps a bit of movement error.
Wait, are we playing for OT?
Up to 12.
There is no OT.
He's already settling in here for Sentinels.
It's
no second chances here into this match. You need that 2nd seed spot. Just peace of mind at the back. Just there for you. If G2 or Sentinels, you can feel it. Both of these teams are giving it their all.
क्या चिल्ला रहे लोग? भाई crowd heavy है आज. Crowd एकदम heavy है.
Leviathan have locked in their position over towards champs. That means that Sentinels exist. If you lose this game and then you lose out, and certain teams end up not making it over towards the end of playoffs, it could be a disaster for Sen after such a year. The winners of Masters Madrid, who hoisted the trophy, to not make champions after
playoffs है ना?
That would be devastation for them towards the end of Americas.
And it's still unlikely, don't get me wrong, but it's...
Chat, आज Fnatic हारा तो सीधा बाहर. आज Fnatic हारा तो सीधा बाहर chat. क्या दुनिया में जी रहे अपन. बहन चो सेन भी बाहर, Fnatic भी बाहर. सेन बाहर नहीं है वैसा, क्वालिफाई तो हो जाएगा चैंप्स के लिए, प्लेऑफ के लिए क्वालिफाई हो गया, लेकिन Fnatic बाहर हो जाएगा. Fnatic ऑलरेडी क्वालिफाइड, प्लेऑफ के लिए क्वालिफाई हो गया, लेकिन आज नॉकआउट है ना, वो लोगों को जीतना पड़ेगा भाई इवेंट. चैंप्स जाने का है तो बोले के पास पॉइंट्स नहीं है शायद.
And that's what both of these teams are playing for. G2, 1 more round away.
Fnatic चैंप्स के लिए क्वालिफाइड है पक्का. मेरी टेंशन नहीं, फिर जो करना करो.
Just duck straight past it. I see. He's hunting. Hot onto their heels.
चैंप्स के लिए क्वालिफाइड है, फिर टेंशन नहीं है भाई, जो करना है करो फिर. मैं तो बोलता हूँ आज नाइफ ओनली करने दो वो लोग को बैन.
He's not going to be pushed away from this spot. Sentinels have to answer.
या फिर आज जल्दी हार के घर पे जाके स्विफ्ट चैंप प्रैक्टिस.
And a kill. It is there. I see.
Saving stats for champ.
This one here has to be fast and loose once more from Sentinels, but it has to all come together. G2 entirely off site. They want to play this one straight away. Winning these fights, valid. Brings it at 4v4. Time taken away. Paranoia.
ये करने के बाद पीक ले सकता था
मैं. But his team needs to at least get onto this here. What is the call? Nobody finding it. Time is ticking.
क्या कर सकते?
Options escaping. And Sentinels just can't quite manage it. Kills need to be found. Flooding forwards. G2. Patience.
बाप रे. 2-0.
G2 rewarded, and Trent in another masterful C post plant situation.
Just saying. अगर वाइपर रहता, just saying. अगर वाइपर रहता, just saying. हाँ, दोनों में, just saying. No matter how you look at it, Deadlock is a learned agent.
Fantastic, make teams great, putting themselves in position.
भाई उसने वहां से क्यों पिक लिया? अगर उसको बाहर ही मारने का तो ओमेन ब्लाइंड दे रहा था टेढ़ा एंगल ना, उसको सिर्फ लेफ्ट एंगल पे पिक लेना था, तो फिर यहाँ पे डब्बे के पीछे बैठते अकेले पिक लिया उसने. थोड़ा कोऑर्डिनेशन लेफ्ट राइट था ना, प्लस 2 राउंड भारी पड़ा, 2 राउंड भारी पड़ा ना. ये लोग जीत सकते थे मैप, वो 2 राउंड बहुत भारी पड़ा बे. एक 1v3 वाला और इको वाला, और वो 1v3 के बाद अगर वो लोग जीत जाते ना वो 1v3 वाला राउंड, तो नेक्स्ट राउंड वो लोग का फिर से इको था. टेक्निकली 3 राउंड मिल जाता था वो लोग को, मैच पॉइंट पे जाते थे बे. चलो गाइस, थैंक यू फॉर ज्वाइनिंग. जितने भी लोग अभी तुम लोग देखो कोपा, मैं सोऊंगा ओपा. मिलते हैं रात को. आज 100% गेमिंग करके यार वॉच पार्टी करेगा, क्योंकि मेरे को बहुत मिस है गेमिंग. ज़्यादा दिन बचे नहीं है, सिर्फ आज और कल है. 17 को मेरे को निकलने का है कोरिया. 2 दिन गेमिंग करेंगे मस्त. ठीक है, होपफुली मेरे को अच्छा खासा रेस्ट मिले. ठीक है, लंबी स्ट्रीम्स होएगी. सिर्फ शायद से कल ही होएगा, परसों शायद से स्ट्रीम नहीं होगा, क्योंकि मेरे को शॉपिंग भी करने का है, पैकिंग भी करने का है, बहुत कुछ करने का है. ठीक है, और देयर इज़ अ हाई चांस कि कोरिया से वॉच पार्टी हो फॉर द सेमीफाइनल्स एंड फाइनल्स. तो स्टे टुंडे. ठीक है, स्टे टुंडे चैट. चलो बाय 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 गाइस, आदियोस, चेडमे पादियोस, टेक केयर, सी या, लव यू. जिस हिसाब से मेरा जोश है ना, मेरे को लग रहा है कद्दू मेरे को नींद नहीं आने वाला है आज, लग रहा है मेरे को. और नींद आ रहा रहता तो मेरे को मालूम पड़ता. चलो मिलते हैं. बाय 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 बाय.
How much sweeter is this victory knowing you did so against a formerly undefeated Sen?
No chance concealing what deep down I felt for you. Oh, I regret for losing the one who.
The curveball on Binks initially took some getting adjusted to, but obviously got the win, especially on that second half. It was very one-sided. So knowing that that was the comp that they brought in, what are your thoughts on Deadlock and the usage of Deadlock overall right now?